No, it's not. You fucking liar. You need a sub too. Fucking liar. Oh. Ari, thanks, daughter. My bad, I forgot that one. How you doing, sir? Oh no, I already have like 3 max levels, including a hunter. No, I'm just playing. I really like WoW. Okay, here's the thing. I always say I fucking hate WoW, right? And I don't want to play it, but that's because otherwise I play it. Does that make sense? I have a love-hate relationship with WoW. Yeah, I already got like a bunch of level 70s. So I'm ready for the expansion, essentially. I'm gonna move this character into an inn because it wasn't in an inn. I left yesterday without standing in an inn because I was feeling terrible. I'm still sick. I woke up this morning and like puked all over the place. Well, not all over the place. I got to the bathroom, but yeah, it wasn't very fun. So I went back to bed. I just woke up now. It's like 6 p.m. I had a little bit to eat, and now I'm just gonna. Which is why I don't have a cam on as well. I look like shit. Or I feel like I look like shit. I probably don't, but I feel terrible. So I don't want to have people stare at me. Yeah, 2 more weeks till the new expansion comes out, right? So, you ever think about playing this? I made Joey play Hakizo, not Joe. Although Joe also wants to play, but he can't afford to right now. He's waiting on a paycheck or like getting some money. I don't know exactly, but he said he would sub as well because he was also in the mood for it. So yeah. And Meta, obviously, Meta's never not subbed, even though he doesn't play for like a year. He still subs for years. dead. No, it's not. Oh, my other one is. I was expecting that at all. It's confusing because I have 2 pits now. 2 pits come out. Which one is it? This one? I forgot what these things were for. Just random flares? F-L-A-I-R-S? And my heartstones apparently. I thought they were in my... Weird. That's not confusing at all. This I think is dumb. Like, it's the same fucking gear, right? I just have to like... It's the same gear but a little bit better. Why do you know... That's a lot of key bindings? Oh, this? No. I mean, yes, technically, but you have to do it smart, right? So this is QERFT, this is Shift QERFT, and these are all my numpads. Num 1 to 12. Actually, mouse. This is mouse 1 or mouse 4 and mouse 5, but that's 11 and 12 of my Naga, so it's still 1 to 12. And then control 1 to 12. And then here I have, right, my... I changed it for this character, but this is my pet. I can cause my pet to attack by itself by just telling it to attack, okay? And then I have a control tilt here. Normally this is tilt and this is control tilt. So normally, if let's say if I play a rogue, this will be stealth and this will be vanish. It's like I want all of my good shit. Oh, I forgot that one was multi-target. All of my good shit I want on buttons. Right? Like I can click anything I want easily. Just hold control, press the button on that side of my mouse. I have a Naga, right? So one single bar is my Naga. Like this bar is all of my Naga. And if I hold control, it's the same. It's all of my Naga. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, it's just selling a dodo. Yeah, I told you, Joey subbed, he's playing on our server now. Mitte never stops playing on our server. Then Joe also came in when he can. And then I'm like there's something going on right now called Time Hey, rustig man. Time Runner. Where like this character like locked in this time running thing. I don't exactly know how it works, but for only 2 more weeks because the expansion's coming out, and then this character will also be a standard character. fuck? I don't know why the fuck I feel so bad, dude. I didn't feel this shit
I
yesterday.
apologize for the deception.
I was feeling fine yesterday. I woke up this morning, I was just done.
In thousands of years, we have never seen one of your kind. It was imperative that I first measure the bearing of your heart.
It didn't take much. It just took me mentioning I was playing WoW again.
Little one, there is something I wish you to see.
I don't feel like that's me getting him back, you know what I mean? That's just me pointing out, hey, I'm playing too. There's a difference.
The temple priests are too frightened to face the truth. I grow old, little one. My time on this world is nearly done.
I don't want to play TFT or League, so... Can you get Joe to play TFT or League is the more pertinent question, I feel like, in this situation.
And it is nearly complete. A little more jade, the jade you helped to acquire, and it will be finished. With my last breath,
shouldn't that be a
I
you
will
thing?
transfer my life essence into the statue, and a new guardian will be born. Do not be saddened. The cycle is clear. It neither begins nor ends with me. Someday, you may also be called upon to defend all that is dear to
I thought this shit
you.
was good for experience, dude. It's really not.
When that day comes,
The leveling is so
seek
fucking slow
all the
compared to
light
what I
and
was doing
wonder of this
on
world
standard.
and fight. We live together or we die together. All of Pandaria is connected. I grow weary. I must rest now. Goodbye, little one. I will see you soon enough.
Y'all balls.
Ja.
Y'all balls.
Even stream mute.
Yes, please, because I could hear that.
Yeah. You gotta do dungeons. Just spam dungeons and looking for raids. Like the looking for raids in the dungeons and the scenarios that you can do. They give a ton of experience. Also, get in one of those hubs. Every zone has a hub where you get a daily to do looking for raid dungeons and scenarios. Those give you a fuck ton of experience. And
At
just
level
spam
30?
Yeah, it doesn't matter. You can do them at level 10. It really doesn't matter. People just blaze through it. It's a joke. It's a complete fucking joke. You'll see. You'll see. You'll end up with in the same group with people that are already max level. Just one DPS guy just running through it.
And how the fuck? What area are you saying? I've not seen these areas that you're talking about.
Open your map.
Hang on, let me hang the scene. Of the flight to somewhere.
Welcome. Farewell.
Right. So you see the purple thingy?
Yeah.
Yeah. There.
Okay.
They will give you like daily quests and and then you gotta do looking for raids, scenarios, and dungeons, and just blaze through that. Just queue for everything you can do. Wait for the pop up, and just blaze through it.
I fucking hate how this equipment system here works, dude.
It's really easy. You just gotta.
No, I know it's easy. I just hate how it works. Like, you give me the exact same item, but it's slightly better. Just level my item up then. What the fuck?
Yeah, that's
Now I have to,
fair.
like, unequip the fucking item, unequip the thing in the item, equip the new item, equip the same fucking thing in the new item. Like, give me a fucking break.
Yeah. I leveled a hunter as well. Also, if you're gonna play a hunter, play survival because it's super broken OP. You'll just blaze through everything. Dude does insane damage. And I'm
playing Beastmaster because that's PvP.
Fair enough, but you're not gonna PvP till max level, so you might as well play survival all the way up.
If I level that quickly, it doesn't really matter, does it?
True, true.
Like you know me, I make PvP builds. I don't give a shit about no rating.
Fair enough. Fair enough. Blizzard doesn't give a shit about rating either, so.
Yeah, I don't think Blizzard gives a shit total. Yeah.
Fair.
Because they fucked up PvP too. Let's be honest.
Yeah, PvP's been fucked up for a while. I haven't tried PvP on the remix thing though. Should be fun with all the extra abilities and whatnot.
Yeah, I didn't
But yeah,
realize that's
the new expansion, I don't know, man. They completely changed how tanking works. So, people that play the beta and stuff, and I have a few friends who play like super serious World of Warcraft, like on mythic level and such. And one of them is tanking. He says like, "There's no way I'm tanking in the next expansion because they completely changed it. Like if you don't have your own healer all the fucking time, you're utter trash."
Sounds interesting. Shake things up a bit.
Yeah, the thing is,
Hello.
like, I see why they did it, because once a tank gets gear, then he's basically unkillable in the open world from any PvE content, because you have so much self-sustain and you can always keep yourself up, and then
Yeah, that
the
sounds
more
like a
you-
bad design, right?
yeah,
I
and
can
it's been like
understand.
that. It's been like that for years, right? So now they finally try to change it, but as Blizzard do, they completely went the other way around, and now
Yeah.
now you try
That's
to kill
normal,
me.
right? It's not just Blizzard that does that, let's be honest.
That's true, though. Yeah.
Like, I know Blizzard gets a bad rap for, like, patching in reverse, but, like, literally every fucking gaming company does that, dude.
Yeah, that is true. Yeah, that is.
It's like, oh, this character's a little too powerful, we're gonna nerf it on the next patch, and then it's, like, the worst character in the fucking game. Like, are you serious? Like,
Yeah, definitely.
couldn't have tuned it a little bit? No, you just had to fucking gimp it.
No. It needs to get hit by the nerve bat.
I already have a level 70 hunter, by the way. I don't know. I was making a new one. I tried Paladin. I don't know, dude. Like, it's just
Paladin
so...
is the only class I never leveled. Never.
Same,
tried
because
it.
Harry was Paladin, right? Like, the Reiko?
Yeah,
And it was
no,
like his class, even though he hasn't played this in like 25 years, right?
Yeah.
It was always like his class, so I never really made a Paladin.
Yeah. Like same with Noah, right? He has like 5 paladins or something.
Does he? Jesus.
Yeah, because he does all the dailies, and then he does them again on the next paladin, and it keeps doing that, just for the cash, Noah.
Yeah.
And then and for cosmetics and whatnot, and that way he could get has more chance of getting the cosmetic that he wants. But yeah, like 5, maybe even 6. I don't know.
Nerd.
Yeah, but Paladin is just, and the weird thing is,
Bro, this
like,
dude wants me to play hardcore WoW. I'm like, dude, I don't.
yeah, he weirdly got really into it. He actually got quite far, but then he quit.
No, he was like level 30 something. That's not that far.
I mean, I would have died by the time I'm 30. I would at least died once.
That's because you played with the retail mindset.
Yeah,
Which is a bad thing. You never pull more than one mob. You know? Remember vanilla? Like, do you actually remember vanilla? You pulled more than one mob and you had a good chance of getting fucked, bro.
Yeah, this is true.
Like, vanilla WoW was no joke.
No.
I used to be a fucking encyclopedia for that game, dude. Back in the day.
Yeah,
I
same.
remember that much.
I really did have fun with the classic they did back in, what was it, 2019 or what you call it?
Yeah, when it first came out.
No, like the classic one, not vanilla.
Yeah, classic. When it first came out.
Yeah, first. Yeah.
That
was
came
good.
out too, dude.
Yeah, fair enough. That was good. I really had fun. But this Saw thing, it's
I still haven't
It's
played
not
it.
bad. It's not bad, but it's not. It ain't great either.
I still haven't played it. It's like I have such good memories of vanilla. I'm not sure if I want to play classic and like ruin those memories. You know?
Fair enough.
You know it's not gonna be the same. Right?
Mm.
I should make an actual fucking rogue at some horde at some point, dude. Like, I've been meaning to make a horde like for 20 fucking years now. I wanted to start a horde, but all you fuckers were all, oh, let's play Alliance. Alright, fine.
I'm Horde at in Discovery. I'm playing Horde. Like my main's a level 30 Druid, Tauren. Tank, obviously.
I thought you weren't playing retail.
No, not retail. Discovery.
What's the difference?
This is like this is like classic with a twist. It's like
Oh.
the whole preparation for.
I thought this was Season of Discovery because of the TWW pre-patch. I
No,
thought it was
no,
the
no.
same thing. I thought it was
No, that's-
retail.
Yet another thing.
Talk about splitting your player base, dude. Jesus. There's
Yeah,
three
yeah.
three WoW versions then? Like classic, Season of Discovery, and then
Four.
this?
There's four, right? There's
I don't know.
retail,
I'm asking you.
There's- Cataclysm, there's remix, and there's Season of Discovery.
What the fuck?
Yeah.
Wait, that's 5 then, because there's retail. Oh no, you said retail already.
Yeah, I said retail. There's four, which is fucked up, but right.
Wait, what?
In a way, it's like.
Aim true.
Like, there's zero chance I would play classic solo. Fuck that shit. Oh my god.
I cannot attempt.
Yeah. Yeah, but right now, if you want to play classic, that's Season of Discovery. I don't think there's a server where you can play just classic. I think that's the only. Oh, there is 5 because you have to count hardcore as well. But that's classic. It's so fucked up.
I think if I ever play hardcore, it's 100% for the content, because otherwise I'm gonna fucking hate it. I already know.
I tried it.
It's gonna get ganked by some griefer.
I
Get a
think,
lag spike, log back in dead. Stupid shit like that, like in Diablo.
Yeah. I think I played it with Noah. I think I got to level 16.
You got something that needs fixing?
I think. I'm not even sure. Maybe 80? No. I died to Murlocs, and I was like, this is
Yeah.
accurate.
Doesn't do it.
Yeah.
We were talking about this like a couple of days ago. Like the Murloc sound in vanilla was like the worst sound you could ever hear in the game, because those were fucking crazy to deal with.
It was
So
like the best.
difficult.
Like, remember the Warcraft movie, which was trash, but then the best part of the movie was like they added the Murloc sound when they rode across the bridge. That was like, okay, this is good.
I have it queued up on Netflix to watch again. The Warcraft movie.
Yeah, I mean, it wasn't
Tonight
that
after.
bad. They should
No, it was terrible, but it was enjoyable if you play Warcraft.
Yeah. It was
Yeah,
that
like,
way.
as a movie,
should-
it's complete garbage, but as a
Yeah,
Warcraft fan, I can enjoy it. You know?
Yeah, that's basically it, right? They should have just continue it. And like, who cares what the critics said, right? Just do it for the fan base. Could have been cool.
I mean,
but
depends if they made money or not, right?
They didn't.
Yeah, there you
That's
go.
why. That's why they stopped it. But you knew
But they
that.
spent way too many millions on it. Like the movie looked way too cinematically, way too good for. There's no way you're gonna get that much money out of it.
Yeah.
The only
But
reason, the
anyway-
only people you really like try and target with a Warcraft movie is people playing Warcraft. Like anyone
Yeah,
else
but-
does not give a shit. Okay. In fact, they might be more inclined to not give a shit, or like actively don't want to go see it because of their hatred for Warcraft players. Right?
Fair enough. But
Like, let's be honest, you either like Warcraft or you don't give a fuck about it. There's no
Yeah, but-
there's no in
yeah.
between.
That's how it is, right? You either hate it or you love it.
Yeah.
Yeah. But they should have just done it for the fan base, right? For the fan service would have been good.
Well, they did that, but they spent way too much money on the movie.
Fair enough.
That
Fair
and the story didn't really make much sense either.
In a way, they tried to stay true to the original story. They failed horribly, but they tried somehow a bit.
If you don't know anything about the lore, that movie doesn't make no sense. Zero.
You have to know.
You can't make a movie and start in the middle of the fucking lore. Like
That is true.
you gotta start at the beginning, bro. Like if you don't start at the beginning, how the hell are you gonna attract anyone that doesn't even play Warcraft? You're not. Anyone that will play Warcraft or that won't play Warcraft is gonna watch that movie and be like, "What?" Like, they'd be so fucking lost.
Fair enough.
I'm out of range.
Like I barely understood the movie, and I've been playing Warcraft since Warcraft 1.
True.
Because the thing is, well, with WoW is right. It's 20 fucking years old, man. Well, actually, it's 30 years old, right? Let's count Warcraft 1, 2, and 3.
Yeah.
By then, it's almost 40 years old by that metric. You cannot. It's the storylines got so convoluted, right? Because there's like 50 writers, if not more.
Yeah. That's what I hate about retail the most. Like the story is just gone, right? And it makes no sense whatsoever. Most of the original.
No, I don't really agree with that.
Do you have any idea what's going on in retail? Because I don't.
I mean, we just did the Dragonflight thing, right? You
Yeah, but-
literally go and explore a new planet, a new planet.
Why? Like, why?
Well,
Why?
that is just because content, right? They needed content.
You had the whole thing with the jailer, and then they. At the,
I'm not saying that they link into each other properly. I'm just saying like each expansion does have like its own contained storyline that makes sense, right?
Yeah.
It's not necessarily good, but it makes sense.
Yeah, fair enough.
Yeah, obviously, right? I mean, go from vanilla to the Burning Crusade, like you just happen to find a new continent and that you didn't know existed yet. Come on, bro. Like,
That's not true, because if you play classic and then if you finish Nexoramas, then you don't have a cutscene, but you have a whole quest that builds up into the Burning Crusade and explains you why you have to go through the portal and why the portal is active and whatnot.
yeah, but that's a bunch of nonsense, and you know it.
That
Like,
is.
they needed an expansion and they wrote around it, right? Which is essentially what happens every single time. So I don't really feel like that's my point. Like the transition from vanilla to 2BC is the exact same from the transition from BFA to Dragonflight, right? Or whatever was before it was BFA, right?
No, Shadowlands.
Shadowlands. I don't think I ever played that one.
Me neither. I started it, but then
Is that the one with the fucking Titans?
That's
Like very.
the one where everybody dies and goes to the underworld and
Yeah,
you live there.
dude. Oh my god, it was so fucking boring.
And you're just
Oh my god, it was so boring. I tried that with the Chromie time, right? The last time we played, and I was like, this is taking forever and it's super fucking boring. Yeah, isn't that like with the Titan, with the like the Roman looking environments? Yeah. Oh, dude, it was so fucking boring.
That is the one.
BFA was actually, I enjoyed BFA. I don't know, many people hated it, but I didn't mind it at all.
The thing is, BFA and Shadowlands was like the best time PvP. Because PvP back then was really good.
Yeah, I ran in BFA with that rogue from the guild. I still have him on my friends list. He's still playing, still a rogue. Kinda funny. Bro, I've had the worst fucking week. Jesus Christ.
Me too, man. What happened?
Monday evening, I think I had like I almost fainted. I think I'm not sure what exactly happened. Like I had like my heart went a little and for like a split second and I'm gonna swap to Dutch real quick, guys. Ik draaide helemaal weg, man. Dat was echt zo, maar echt maar voor een seconde of twee.
Okay.
But I felt so fucking terrible about it that the next day I was essentially having like a full-blown day-long panic attack.
Okay.
Pretty much, I'm like I feel like I was on the verge of a heart attack, but then when I feel my heart rate is like literally boop, 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 like it's normal, you know?
Okay.
And then the day after, so yesterday I was feeling fine.
Huh?
Went to Gesta, etc. Swung by. Feeling fine. I ate normal. I drank like 2.5 liters of water. Like I haven't drank I drank maybe 1 glass of Coke in the whole day, which is good for me. You know? I'm still drinking nothing but water. And this morning I woke up, dude. Oh my god, I puked for like 10 minutes straight.
Really?
Yeah, I went back to bed. I slept for 6 more hours. I slept like 12 hours today. I woke up at 6 p.m. and now I'm like feeling. I ate a little because obviously I was feeling terrible because I didn't eat today yet. But I swear to God, dude, I think it's the fucking weather, man. It's just fucking me over.
Yeah. It's gonna get even more hot.
I know. And you know how hot it gets in my room, right? It's like,
Yeah. I got myself an air conditioning, man.
Can't afford that, dude. Probably get more sick from that because I then put it way too high or something, you know?
Yeah. The difference is like it's not good. Because I turned it on last night to sleep, and then I woke up feeling terrible.
I think that's why, because I had one of those, you know, those standing towers, not the fans.
Yeah.
Well, they are fans, but they're not really fans because they don't have moving parts. But I have one of those aimed at my bed, but I've had one of those for a month aimed at my bed. But I guess yesterday, I don't know, or this morning, it fucked me over, I guess. Because I wasn't underneath my blanket either. I was like lying on top of it. Maybe that's why. I don't know. It's just terrible week. And problems with the government. Not the government, the bombs. Well, technically the government. They're like, oh, we paid you too much in December. You paid me like $200. What the fuck are you saying? And oh, we need X. And then I send it. Is it this? No, that's not it. Blah, blah, blah. And I send another one. No, that's not it either. Like, just fucking tell me what it is. Where I need to find it. Like, this is ridiculous. How can I give you my my wages from 2023? I didn't fucking work in 2023. I was on healthcare and literal invalidity for the entire fucking year.
Yeah, that sounds something like something the government would do.
It's frustrating, to say the least.
Yeah.
I keep forgetting to call my pets out.
That's why I switched to survival, because I always forgot it as well. And survival, you do all the damage, so.
No, but I didn't even put them away, so I'm not even.
Yeah, but if you mount, they disappear.
Yeah, but if you unmount, they come back.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh,
I'm
okay.
gonna die. Ain't dead.
Disengage.
Psych.
Gotta use the quest item on those, I think.
Oh yeah. I didn't
Plays
notice
this
that.
game too much, man.
Where's my cat? Oh, here it is. Okay, it's the stealth attack. I couldn't see it. Oops. Yeah, like now, look, I have a better helmet. It's like barely better. 8%, but I have to click it, then have to shift click it, remove this, shift click the new helmet or the new spoilers, put it back in. Like, this is so dumb, dude.
Yeah.
Why not
It's
just let my equipment level up with me then? What the fuck is this? You
But
already
it's
know
not-
that shit exists because there's heirlooms.
Yeah, but that's kind of the idea, right? You have to spend all your bronze to level up your gear, which you don't do because you buy all the cosmetic with your bronze. Because buying gear and leveling up your gear in this remix thing is stupid because it's gonna go away anyways.
I was about to say, what's the point of leveling up your rear?
Because it makes yeah. If you do everything like you max out your gear and whatnot, then you're pretty much broken OP, and then it's a lot of fun to play like that. I guess. I don't know. I got to max level. I looked up which of the cosmetics I wanted. I farmed the bronze for it. Got the cosmetics, and I was like, okay, I'm done.
Right?
Mm.
How do I get back to the starting area? There was a vendor there for a mount.
Didn't you get any scrolls for it?
Oh, I don't know.
You get like these teleport scrolls that will put you back to one of those vendors, the nearest vendor. You don't have to go back to the starting zone, just the nearest vendor, because
A
they
nearby
all
infinite bazaar?
yeah,
Oh, okay.
uh, that's the thing. And then they all sell the same though, so it doesn't matter which one you talk to.
Because I'm pretty sure I can already buy one of the mounts.
It's pretty cheap. It kind of depends how much bronze you have.
5k right now, almost.
Mount might be more expensive than that.
No,
Though.
it's 4,750.
Okay. I don't buy mounts because I'm always in form anyways, so it doesn't matter.
Yeah, but I'm not a dirty druid.
True that.
Joey made a
Oh.
druid as well.
Hmm?
Joey made a druid as well.
Druid's good. Always has been.
It sucks though, because he made a druid and then he made another druid in the mixer thing here, or the remix, whatever the fuck it's called. But I was playing a warlock alongside his druids, and I really do want to get a warlock to level 6 because they're OP.
Are they still?
Yeah. Maybe not in the next expansion. I don't know about that, but
Warlock has always been broken,
yep, since day one.
so I don't see that changing anytime soon.
No, that's why I kind of want a level 70 warlock. I used to have one. Pretty sure I deleted it. Well, okay, there's a difference, right? If I deleted this way before the level crunch, right? So a level 60 warlock before the level crunch didn't mean jack shit, right? Just for clarification purposes.
True.
Is
The thing is,
it BFA that still went to 120? Shadowlands is where the crunch happened, right? Or is
I
BFA where the crunch happened? I can't remember.
don't really
'Cause I swear to
recall.
God, I was playing BFA with a level 120.
That could be true, yeah. I think so, yeah. I think so, yeah.
Also, you've been seeing what's going on in the UK, dude?
Yeah.
There's big trouble in Little China.
Yeah.
I came up with that. I think that's hilarious. Because it's so fucking true. Like, the
True.
UK is literally China now.
Yeah.
People are getting literally... Some dude got 2 years for posting on Twitter. Or
Jesus.
Facebook even, I don't know. One of the two. 2
Mm.
years in jail. Bro, some fucking... Well, 38 months. Sorry, it's not 2 years. 38 months. 1.5 years. Oh, no. No, wait. 38 months is... That's 3 years. He got more than 3 years. He got more than some people who are actually looting and arsoning. I just realized that. Oh my god.
Damn.
I was going off 24 hours instead of 12 months.
No.
Bro, some dude got more jail time for posting on Twitter. I can't even believe I misjudged that so much. Got more jail time for posting on Twitter than someone got for literal loot and arson.
Yep.
The UK is a joke, bro. If you're from the UK, no offense, Joe, but your country needs to fucking die. Holy shit. I cannot
True that.
believe you are anywhere near Europe, dude. I'm so happy Brexit happened. Imagine this filth being in the European Union. Holy fucking shit, bro.
True.
We already
true.
had a Germany, thanks. We don't need another one.
Mm-hmm.
That's crazy, bro. I didn't even... I didn't even think of that. It's 12 months, not 24. See, that's how fucked up I am, right? That's a really dumb mistake to make.
Yeah, well,
Bro, that's crazy. I thought he got like a little less than the looter and arson, but he got more.
yeah, I got more.
That's crazy.
Yeah, the whole story is like insane. Like what's going on,
Yeah.
especially like you hear nothing about it, right? You have to like Google that shit. Like it's not
Right?
like
Yeah,
on
that should be
news.
like in your front page, bro.
Yeah, but it's not like no.
No, oh, we got 2 gold medals. That's on the front page. It's fucking
Yeah.
psyop, dude. The Olympics. I swear to God. Crazy, bro. Obviously, it's not a psyop, right?
Yeah,
But it feels like one,
yeah,
or they're using it as one. I should put it that way, right? It's like the world's in flames. Oh, look at these 5 idiots running behind each other and seeing who's fastest. Nobody gives a fuck, okay?
yep.
Like, don't get me wrong, I like watching some of the events, right? I really do.
Yeah,
But I don't think it should be front page news
no, no,
over
no.
what's going on in the world.
No, not over what's going on.
Because
Right
I
now.
watched the entire golf tournament, all 4 days.
Really?
Yeah,
I know.
I love golf, dude.
Yeah, I know, but I didn't watch golf. I watched skateboarding.
Yeah, I saw bits and pieces of that. Bro, that 13-year-old was fire, dude. Fucking 13, what the fuck? Olympic medal.
Yeah. But yeah, these kids nowadays, it's like,
They're nuts, dude.
yeah, they're nuts.
Like, we weren't really there for the beginning. Like, we were there for, like, the middle, so to speak, right? When it was still developing. Not
Yeah.
from scratch, but, like, people were still finding, like, the 900 when that happened. It was like, oh my fucking god.
Yeah,
Now it's, like, normal.
yeah. That kid that did 3 900s back to back. It's like, what
I
the
didn't
fuck?
even see that.
Like, on the vert, he just like some stupid kid like 3 900s back to back, both sides. It's like, what the fuck?
Yeah,
Both
man.
regular and switch. It's like even Tony Hawk was sitting there. And are you fucking kidding me?
Yeah. I'm a fraud. Yeah, I really don't think that should get precedence over a literal fascistic government.
True. True.
I should say authoritarian. They're authoritarian. It's not really fascistic. But we literally, hence why I'm so happy with that I thought of the Big Trouble in Little China quip, because it's so fucking accurate, dude. Literally, the UK is Little China. You can't deny that no more. Some dude got more jail time for posting on Twitter than some cunt looting and shit, lighting shit on fire. That's the problem with the UK that's going on right now. Their anger is directed at the wrong people. You're all fighting amongst yourself while your elite is like locking you up. It's the politicians that are the problem, not the fucking people that live there.
Yep. Very, very true.
And imagine as well, dude. Like, holy shit, you have to like... For a tweet, you have to go in front of a dude in a powdered wig and wearing a dress. Holy fucking shit, bro.
Yeah. That's just stupid.
Right? That's like insult to injury.
I need to get closer.
They do that here too, bro. This is so embarrassing.
Mm.
I get that. We're all stuck in the past, bro. Every single one of these countries.
Mm-hmm.
if your judges wear wigs, you need to have a serious look at your justice system because it's a joke. Wigs and dresses.
Nope.
I assume that was your phone.
Yeah. I have to get ready to go.
Message. You have to what?
I have to get ready to go because I have to go to the birthday party of my brother.
You've got a what?
I gotta go because I have to go to the birthday party of my brother.
Oh, birthday party? Okay, that is not what I understood you said. Something of your runner. I'm like, what the fuck?
No. Alright.
Enjoy. Need the set.
You.
Tell me a story.
Oh, hello.
Live for your dreams. The world is your teacher.
I don't have a target. I need a target.
I just realized I was gonna go to the inn and I just turned my brain off and I started. Oh no, not exit game.
Committing crimes on the streets, we will throw the full force of the law at people. And whether you're in this country committing crimes on the streets or committing crimes from further afield online, we will come after you.
That because we have seen some high-profile figures whipping up the hatred. You talked about it in there with the officers, in fact, about this being added to by online commentary. I mean, I'm even thinking of the likes of Elon Musk getting involved. What are you considering when it comes to dealing with people who are whipping up this kind of behaviour from behind a keyboard, maybe in a different country?
Being a keyboard warrior does not make you safe from the law. You can be guilty of offences of incitement,
This is what fascism looks like.
of stirring up racial hatred. There are numerous terrorist offences.
Looks like a retard with glasses and a hairline in the back of his fucking head.
Regarding the sort of publishing of material. All of those offences are in play if people are provoking hatred and violence on the streets, and we will come after those individuals just as we will physically confront on the streets the thugs and the yobs who are causing the problems for communities.
Pathetic.
We will throw the full force of the law at people.
That's what an authoritarian dictatorship looks like. I'm sorry, but it is what it is. UK is a joke. I'm so glad you guys aren't in the European Union anymore. Like, there's a lot to be said about how shit the European Union is. We don't put people in jail over what they say. Yet. Emphasis on the yet. Alright. Well, that's what you get. You voted for him. Oh. Lol. Nazir Afzal, OBE, former Chief Prosecutor, Chancellor, University of Manchester, Chair of the CSSA. So, one of the people that are the problem of the UK. For clarity, inciting violence is not free speech. That I agree with. Hate speech is not free speech. Actually, it's exactly free speech. Hate speech is definitely free speech. You may not agree with it, that's why it's free speech. Sending false or threatening communications is not free speech. Oh, so you should be in jail? 99.9% of your politicians should be in jail? 99.9% of journalists should be in jail? These people are fucking retarded, dude. Like, they're so brain dead. Why do you keep voting in people in office that are like the literal enemy of democracy? You guys are nuts. Or woefully uninformed, which is just as bad. Like, oh, hate speech. That's such a nebulous fucking. That's why he used it, right? Because this scum of the earth knows exactly why he used that. Because what the term is so. Who determines what the hate is, right? If I say X religion is actually a violent ideology, is that hate speech? Who's gonna determine that? Someone from that religion will definitely think it's hate speech. Someone from outside of that religion, not so much. Like, this is such. I'm gonna stop. I'm starting to get angry. Let's just say the ability of people to get hoodwinked by really dumb arguments never ceases to amaze me. The entirety of Europe voted against this liberal authoritarianism, and the UK voted massively in favor of it, and immediately shit went wrong. It's actually really funny, dude. Unless you're British, right? Then it's horrendous, right? But if you're not British, It's pretty funny. I'm so happy you guys had Brexit. Holy shit! If you're in the EU, I would like feel I'd feel so much worse about it. What the fuck?
I can't carry any more of those. Bags are soulbound now? That's annoying. I was gonna send these away to a new character. Shit. Who do I send it to though? Alright, we're gonna laugh at Boogie real quick.
Okay,
no,
okay, calm down for a second.
Give me like $4,000 from charity back at the internet.
Got money, bro. Calm down.
I don't even.
What the fuck?
Tommy out of Boogie shares. He does Tommy out of Boogie shares. He doesn't deserve to make money off of his cancer lies and scamming people, which we 100% are doing that.
No, you're not. No, you're not.
Blowing out.
Jordy, did you hear what he just said?
What? That we're taking your money? We are taking your money.
You can't get paid in the month of August for faking cancer. Are you serious?
Yes, I'm serious, dude. You tried to buy me off of the show. You fired me. We tore up that contract. Team, I donated $4,000 of my money to charity. My bank account's pretty much at zero right now. I don't even have enough to get through this month. What's going to happen to me on August 1st, team?
Okay,
No.
okay, calm down for a second.
What's happening to me on August 1st? My mortgage is due. My health insurance is due.
Calm down. Boogie, it would be incredibly unethical for you to get paid on our best month ever because you faked cancer.
I already gave the money away.
No,
I already gave the money away. I was
Just so you guys know, all of this is fake, by the way. Right? There's no raise. Any of this is real.
hoping to get some of it back, but I already donated $4,000 of that paycheck to charity. It's already in a cancer charity's hands. Now what am I supposed to do? What am I supposed to do? I have a $2,000 mortgage hitting the third. I have health insurance. I have electric. You want me to be on this show? I have to have lights. I have to pay for it. I'll send you a screen cap. I'm like,
his microphone is going in and out.
Dude, calm down.
Wait, so hard his microphone noise gate is cutting it off.
Are you even thinking about this? Why should you make money faking cancer? That's insane. Like, we can't do that.
you're out of your mind. You're out of your dude. I can't be homeless.
The good news,
Dude,
Boogie, is banks will work with you.
No, they fucking. Well, you want me to be able to live stream if I don't have internet, if I don't have power, if I don't have electricity, if I don't have running water, if I can't live in a house? How will I be on this show? You make that make sense, genius? Make that make sense, genius?
Wait. Do you even understand how this looks? That you're freaking out this much?
I don't give a how it looks. I have to. You want me to be on the show? I have to be able to pay my mortgage.
I know. Calm down. Calm
I have
down.
to pay my
mysterious
okay, calm down. What do you
I have
think?
to pay my light bill.
What do you think this whole chat is thinking right now? All right. Oh, but who wants to profit off of faking cancer? Oh, Boogie
Give
wants
me
to
like $4,000 from charity back, and I'll be able to make it through the month.
Oh, so give you the $4,000 back that you gave the charity, so it's not even really giving it to charity.
What he deserves. Pay Tommy 25% of the work he got paid out of my account. Where's the rest of the money go at that point? Where's the rest of the money go at that point?
I don't know. Me and Wings will have to split it.
If you want me on the show, you have to. I have to be able to pay my bills.
Let me.
I have to be able to pay my bills.
Okay, let me figure out where your cut of the money is gonna go. 1 minute.
It needs to go into my goddamn.
1 minute. Tommy C, do you still work at local? Oh, you don't? Okay, thank you. Wings, did you fake cancer?
I have not, no.
I also haven't faked cancer, so me and Wings are gonna split it.
I mean, like, we're kind of over a barrel. We gotta pay Tommy C too, so he might get some of your.
Well, Tommy C's getting
joke.
Tommy C's getting $6 grand or whatever the fuck it is.
Is this a joke? Dude, listen,
you gotta be
how
serious.
can I be on the show? No, make this make sense. Do you want me on the show in August? Do you want me on the show in August at all?
It's like
because if you
apparently.
do, I have the internet. You dumb. Supposed to do that without power. How am I supposed to be on the show? This goddamn.
Bro, you got money. Bro, okay, who even believes this? Who even? Calm down. Calm down. Calm down. Chill out for a second. Chill out. Just listen. Just listen. Catch your breath. Calm down.
Power and internet. Power.
Calm down. Calm down. Calm down. Stop. 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 Listen. There isn't a single person that believes if you don't get this $6 grand, you're not going to be able to pay your light bill. Come on.
Check your text right now. Check your text right now. I'll show you every goddamn dime I have. I'll show you every goddamn dime I have.
Chat. He should not make money off of faking cancer. Come on. Like, come on.
Like you're willing to show him your whole bank account?
Here's every goddamn dime I have. It's every goddamn dime I have, Dan. How the pay $2,000 mortgage, $750.
Like if this was real, this guy would have killed himself a long time ago. Like there's no fucking way this is real.
It's high in Arkansas. The power bill alone
In a
is
video game.
$500 right now. The internet's $150. How am I going to make $3,000 pay for $6,000?
Why are they saying this though? Okay, why are they saying this on Reddit? Pay Tommy at a boogie share. He doesn't deserve to make money off of his cancer lies and scamming people. Why are they saying that? Is that not a good point?
It doesn't matter if it's a good point. It matters if you
Are
want
they
me
wrong?
On the show.
Wait, but
if they want me on the show,
no,
I have to have my son. I have to have power. I have to have internet.
You know, if you wanted power and internet, you should have showed your medical records as quickly as you showed your bank account.
Shit, this wasn't it.
Bank account doesn't
So
have
lost.
my social security on it. You dumb bum fat fuck.
Well, and speaking about Tommy not working in July, you know who else didn't work in July? Boogie, because you were
here every episode.
Yeah, but you were.
But I did work even when I wasn't. I was dedicated to the show even when I was fucking
employee.
I got face tattoo. I got face tattoo for show.
Oh, where is it actually?
But he wasn't an employee because he
There's
got
no face
fired,
tattoo.
remember? And then he got
It's fake.
rehired after.
Because none of this shit's real. Right?
I still did the work. I still did the work.
Okay.
I still did the work.
Hey, Jesus Christ.
Oogie, Lord Rush is willing to buy your gold play button.
I don't even. Damn it!
Then would you be willing to send his gold play button back so he can pay the light bill?
What?
You'd be willing to send his gold play button back to him so he can pay the light bill.
How the fuck do I show somebody? You dumb fat.
Okay. All right. Well, can you calm down so we can actually have a conversation about this? Or is it just going to be yelling and screaming?
I'm literally gonna pass out.
Hey, you're gonna have a heart attack. Dog, that bill's gonna be extreme. Even for a man in your situation with no paycheck.
I just want you to hear the point. I want you to hear the points that I'm trying to make. One.
I get the point. You need to hear my point. No electricity, no show, no internet, no show, no water, no show.
But
no
you're lying.
health insurance, no show.
But you're lying. You.
How? How am I lying? You think I can break the laws of physics? You think I can stream without internet, electricity? How do I do that? I'm a liar.
Oh, thank God. Find it.
Electricity works.
Wait, why does it say Ogrimar?
So you think you should be paid for July? Faking cancer. Let's just
donated 4,000. I donated everything you're giving me back. I already gave it away.
So I'm being scammed again. So I'm being scammed again.
How are you being scammed? You paid me for the work I did. What's the scam? You paid me for the work I did. What's the scam? I was here. Tom wasn't. You're gonna pay Tommy money when he wasn't here, and I was.
Look,
and I'm not getting paid. Look at my face. Look at my face. I was here.
Okay.
I was.
Fade it.
You're saying you're penniless here, but like this bank account statement doesn't say penniless.
And here's the thing with Tommy. Yes, I do feel like I'm scammed with Tommy, but at the end of the day, he's leaving the show. He's not going to be here anymore. Why not just throw him an extra $3 grand?
And so am I.
Why not throw him an extra?
I can't be on the show
I can't even
without
say
internet.
I can't even say what I'm saying.
Then so am I. Because I can't be here without internet. I can't be here without internet. How do I stream without internet?
Okay, the show. Okay, you're not getting paid, but the show will pay for it.
Something tells me that's a Murloc.
There you go.
And water, and electricity, and mortgage, and everything else. It has to, because otherwise I can't. How the live here?
Just-
I have internet to a house I don't fucking own anymore.
Yo, how are you gonna get repossessed? How's your house gonna get repossessed in like a month? You're gonna get a paycheck in a month.
How do I hold on? You're turning your everything I said to CoffeeZilla becomes true now. You literally aren't paying me for work.
Boogie, for somebody that's so keen on his balance, why are you doing instant transfers on PayPal for $12?
Wings, should I really not pay him? Like, honestly, he is gonna make money from faking cancer. Like, I come across this tweet and I was like, damn, that really does make sense. Pay out Tommy at a Boogie share. He doesn't deserve to make money off his cancer license.
Oh, but you do, right? You're gonna cash your check next month. Jordy's fat ass is fine with profiting off of it.
I'm doing extra
Tommy's
work.
fine. Tommy's fine.
Hey,
Tommy's fucking fine.
I'm the one that held you accountable.
I was the one in the tattoo chair. I'm the one who sat here and let Mahar and Manicure talk about my views for 3 hours.
It's so funny that Keemstar thinks he's like the good guy here. Like, bro, you're just as bad, dude.
This is goddamn show.
I hate all of these people over here. I hate watching.
Wait. Stop. Okay. Do you want to work this out or do you want to just yell and scream, Boogie?
I can yell and scream a bit more.
You gotta understand what I'm saying. Can you just talk about this? Can you talk about this?
Let's talk about the fact that I understand the moral reasoning behind it. But number one, I already gave away that paycheck. I already gave it away.
No,
I donated $4,000.
You donated.
I emptied my fucking bank account, hoping that I was going to be back on the show one goddamn day, and I could collect a.
He does make a solid point.
I got smelting to
How
do.
about Boogie? If you can prove to us that the money came out the bank account, we'll pay you.
Hello.
That's the easiest goddamn thing in the world. I've already done that. I already did it to both him and Moonhar.
The highest virtue.
I'll just send a
No, he did.
Me and the chat haven't seen it.
No, he did donate. I seen the screenshots, and Muta confirmed it. And Muta also matched him.
Today's August 8th. At this point, the chargeback would be out of the realm of possibility.
How do I actually do
That's
this?
why I'm willing.
It's so silly that Boogie's gonna profit off of faking cancer. Like, that is
just as much as you are, just as much as Jordy is, just as much as you are, just as much as Jordy is, just as much as Tommy is. You're all cashing your checks. You're all cashing your.
I know, but we didn't fake the cancer. We didn't fake the cancer. We didn't fake the cancer. Listen, we'll come back to this conversation later. All right. Hey, we gotta do the shopping thing.
Yeah, the shopping thing. That thing's gonna be overshadowed now.
We gotta do the shopping thing. Boogie.
It's $100 worth of groceries I couldn't afford to buy.
Okay.
I did for this show.
Wait, you just sent us your checking account.
Do not understand. I have mortgage that hits for $2,100.
There's $9,000 in your. There's $9,000 in your account.
There's not $9,000. Look at the account. I just said you it's $3,600. I have a $500 electric bill. I have $500 worth of mortgage. I don't get paid again until the end.
Worth of mortgage. I was giving you a credit for $2,100 worth of mortgage.
Sorry, $2,100 worth of mortgage. $500 worth of electricity. $500 worth of health insurance. I have a doctor's appointment on the.
You obviously got a care credit card.
I don't have a care credit card. Where did it come from?
Says you got a synchrony payment.
That's a personal loan. I don't know.
Okay.
That's a personal loan for the goddamn dog.
Okay. Well, we'll come back to this conversation because we're not going to resolve it now, and we need to talk about it, right? It can't be yelling and screaming, and I'm going to have no electric and all this other stuff. We'll figure it out. But I don't want people to like stop supporting the show because you're profiting off of cancer. Like, that doesn't make sense. And there was a big time period that you actually weren't hired. Remember, you got fired, and then you took
still did the work, and you agreed to tear up the contract and put me back on the show. I did as much work as Tommy. As much work as Tommy. I know I did far more work than Tommy. Tommy wasn't here for any of those episodes. I was here for every goddamn one of them, even though I wasn't on the show. Now make it make sense. Tommy gets paid.
Wait, and listen, I'm so sick of talking about money, honestly.
Me too. I signed this NBA, so I didn't have to have this exact kind of conversation in a goddamn public space.
Okay, buddy. All right. watch Wings and Boogie go shopping. Alright. Here we go. Let's find out what the little piggies all eat.
Nice.
Hello, welcome to another episode of Best.
Things I do for new characters. I want a Dark Iron Dwarf Warlock. Oh, I went the wrong way. Just died? What?
How are you? Here there.
Weird.
It's too far away. I can't attack that.
Don't want to run in that. One at a time, please. Nice speed.
You made quick work of those. We're opening the door. I can hear a whole lot of enemies on the other side. Watch
Wonderful.
your back.
Oh. I'd expect the door to actually open, not just like, you know. Oh shit. That's a bomb. And it's walking behind me. There we go. Good. Run away!
I'm out of range. It's too far away.
Shift to kill him. The Dark Iron Highway. Free shield.
I'm out of range.
Use Mega Explosives!
Explosion!
I don't know who that is, but I'm sure she
Delete.
needs killing.
I'm out of range. It's too far away.
Little help? No?
Uh-oh! Looks like I gotta reset our days and screw some death tracker!
What?
Everyone, meet back at the Black Anvil. We need a damage report.
Okay. I have no idea what just happened. Ooh.
The Alliance has need of our sorcery, as well as our strength.
What? Why? Where's the wrist? What the fuck?
I always have time for you. Why, hello.
I'm confused. Wait, I can skip this? Fuck. Fuck. Ah. I'm gonna have to do it with someone else. Son of a gun. Or I'll just make a fucking night elf warlock. Wait, give me a few minutes.
The eternal fire will never be extinguished.
Okay, I'm back. Sorry about that. Gotta force myself to eat a little. Wait, why the fuck are you here? You must think I gotta keep my cat out. She's not allowed to be in here when I have the window open. I'm on the top floor.
The eternal fire will never be extinguished.
No. Sorry guys, I'm still eating the sandwich. Apparently everyone's hating on Borderlands. Like, are you really surprised it's trash?
There is more than one way to solve any problem.
Too far away.
Why is that thing so tiny these days, man?
Fire will never be extinguished.
It's utterly puny.
As always, on time.
Ruh, ruh, ruh. You didn't hear that, but I did. They were laughing outside. In that kind of manner.
It is good to see you here.
I'll listen. Trust only your eyes. What do you want?
What time is it? Of Aldanchi.
I can't attack.
Our paths cross at last. We will meet again.
We've made a thorough inspection of the wreckage on...
Time is set in sand, not stone.
Do your duty, soldier. Show them what we're made of.
What in blazes is this?
Admiral, we're seeing a significant native presence here. Old-age structures.
Cut the chatter, people. Eyes on the target.
You heard the Admiral. Concentrate fire on the Horde base. Begin your attack runs.
Well done. No mercy.
Use your torpedo rockets on those ships. Confirm kill. Nice shooting.
Pay him back. Hit him with... That one's for Theramore. Any sign of the flagship down there?
Negative, Admiral. No sign of Captain Taylor or his flagship.
That's enough. All wings report back. Prepare for ground assault. This is the most powerful ship. Men, you've trained for this. You're among the elite. You are Skyfire men. This is the ship that took down...
I got the right tool for the job.
Oh, for crying out loud.
What you need? I got the right tool for the job.
mind on the mission.
I don't have a target.
By our sweat and your blood, this land will be ours.
A warlock. He couldn't have ported far. There must be another base. Reporting.
Nightwing, report. What's going on down there?
We are from the Alliance and mean you no harm. Tell me, what was that shadow you drew out of me?
This is not the place to explain. In short, your own doubts have been made manifest as a consequence of your actions. Oh, I understand perfectly. I have eyes. But Pandaria is not like whatever land you came from. It lives and breathes.
I need to target something first.
Knew I forgot something. What? Huh?
A shadow. If it is war you mean to bring to our shores, the very land itself will respond to your passions and your violence. I do not know what the ultimate consequences will be. Nobody does.
The sky calls. Keep your feet off the ground.
What the fuck? Weird.
Tell me of your travels. Greetings. Travel safe.
Weird character, dude. Nothing gets added to the bars for some reason. Normally, they just get added automatically. Give me a second.
I need to get closer.
I don't know what this bar is. I mean, it's my mana, I know that much, but I don't know what. I don't know what door. Yeah, it's disabled. Hmm. I don't know. Ah, son of a bitch.
Oh, hello.
There are several things humanity is going to have to do if we plan on surviving the collapse of our star. Exhibited all throughout human history, our innate curiosity of places around us, specifically on this rock known as Earth, where we have been confined to, have explored, discovered, and moved about the planet, virtually conquering the whole thing if you think about it. The only place we really do not seemingly want to go is the bottom of the ocean, where the wretched abomination known as the anglerfish is down there. Actually, editor, put one of those things up on screen. Look at this thing. It honestly sickens me that I have to be on this planet with it.
Kill it with fire!
Like, I'm not saying it should be
your
bullied
eyes
for
open.
existing, but everyone is always like, oh, it's only 3 feet long. No, the largest one we've been seen is 6 feet long, or really around 2 meters, and weighed around 180 pounds, which is about 81.6 kilograms. Gross. Alright, where was I? Yes, so, we're starting with the anglerfish slander early today, but anyhow, if we plan on leaving this planet and with it the horrific creatures of the ocean behind, we will need to get our space program in order a little more clearly. Past that, we will need to learn how to exist on other planets, and to that end, arguably our largest hurdle is achieving a speed fast enough allowing us to actually leave our solar system and not take like thousands of years to get to the closest star, Proxima Centauri, which is only about 4 light years away, but with our current tech, it's a lot like how ancient man probably used canoes to traverse the open ocean. A lot of time was spent, and a lot of people didn't make it. There are many hypotheses out there and ideas on how to achieve either close to light speed or faster than light speed, but the reality is often disappointing. First, even if we did achieve close to light speed, because fundamentally it's impossible for man to travel at the speed of light because we're made of matter, it would still take years to get to where we need to go, and even to that end, the galaxy is like 100,000 light years across, so we aren't going to be doing that very easily. The concept of creating portals of sorts has always been enticing. Of course, it starts getting into some pretty strange physics once you actually do. It operates on the principle that our reality can be torn. We can leave this universe and use the other side of whatever is out there to traverse vast distances. And I'm pretty sure humans achieved this in the year 40,000, and it then kickstarts a bunch of issues with the warp travel, but that's neither here nor there. The point is, interestingly, much like our ideas concerning portal travel, we tend to think that there is something on the other side that could be malevolent waiting for us. In the events of Doom Annihilation, this is true. As humanity stumbled across portals on the Martian moon Phobos, they would build a base with the intention of using the portal for whatever its purpose is, which is basically to be a portal. Thanks for sticking with me through that. I know it was a tough one, but as humanity would do no animal testing for some reason, which is totally unlike us, they would then send humans through, which appeared to induce physiological changes to the body. And it was also an absolute detriment to the human mind and body. But why exactly was this the case, and how did it happen? Let's discuss that in today's episode over Doom Annihilation. But first, I'm sponsored by a game that I actually do play. You already know how it goes, player. Player, because you're new. You play the warrior named Roanoke joined. We kick off our story with
Fade
the
away
knowledge that I
nonsense.
have covered the original Doom movie, but don't be a nerd, I love covering these things. We are at Mars, hopefully something I will see humans do in my lifetime, but given current events, it's much more likely we'll just nuke each other into oblivion like a bunch of stupid apes. Yeehaw, brother. As the moon Phobos floats by, a base is set up to conduct experiments, having found the portals that we should definitely use with reckless abandon because we're human and this is our solar system. Dr. Bertrudge, whatever, walks by as he heads into the portal room. They're all pretty jazzed as they will be testing out portal tech that day. Back on Earth in Nevada, a volunteer is getting ready to go through. He is honored to have been chosen for this task. I don't know about that one, but I suppose intelligence does not automatically equate to non-gullibility. And there's a song that I'd like to sing to you about rather than using human life first and foremost, we have done it before and we can do it again. Monkeys in outer space, protecting the freedom of the human race. Many died along the way. In fact, they all did, but that's okay. Why would you not send several plants at first and then animals to see the effects before sending a literal human? I don't know, maybe you can fly a drone in there, seeing how it reacts to human tissue first. Bit of an oversight, one would think, but you don't advance in science with standard thinking, brother. So as the good doctor approaches the portal, he heads in, and immediately you can hear him screaming if you listen hard enough. But you can't, but I can. All you can hear is me yapping. So emerging on the other side, everyone is super jazzed about it. Now the thing about this concept of portals is, well, there's quite a few ideas, but it's sort of like being knocked unconscious, right? Portals are said to disassemble you and reassemble you on the other side at an atomic level, meaning all physiological functions cease momentarily. Which is great, but then are you still the same person? If you are knocked unconscious and have your continuous stream of consciousness interrupted, when it comes back, are you the same person? The more philosophical question remains the same. Also, the concept of being disassembled atom by atom has to be incredibly painful for the first few seconds, and then you have to wonder if it's going to properly put you back together again. When he emerges, everyone is, again, super happy about his return, not bothering to check if, he's not human soup or anything. I mean, those organs could be nothing but slop at this point. Anyhow, that's right up until they look at him and see blood has turned black in his eyes, and he has completely lost his mind. His fingernails have grown, and the alarm begins warning the scientists that something is wrong. Yeah, that's what happens when you have problems with portals. To physically transport, you cannot go faster than the speed of light. Ergo, when you emerge almost instantly on this side, you have to exit the universe itself. With that being the case, where did you go? How long did you spend outside of the universe with the laws of physics being different? Because it could be a second, a month, a decade. It's really hard to say because what happens on the outside of space-time of this universe could equate to seconds here, being the feeling of years outside of our usual playmate laws. So we see the first physiological changes to the human meat suit, and interestingly, as will become clear, we need to operate with the idea that humans have souls, which I operate with that line of thinking all the time, so it won't be too much of a stretch for me, but it might be for you. You believe what you want to believe. So clear your mind for a moment and just connect with the idea that we are about to discuss that. Given that humans have souls and Doom Annihilation confirmed, this would highlight the fundamental difference between matter and energy. The body itself is matter, one form in the universe. The soul, being pure energy, is another. For us to exist as is, they would need to be linked in a relationship that colors the life of the person. By removing one while the other goes on, we're going to have to sort of look at this as like a soul corruption or the complete absence of a soul in general, specifically when the Doctor emerges. Again, they have no idea how long he's been there, but if we look at the clues of the body, such as the elongated fingernails, it appears he's been gone for quite some time. So we can start to piece together what is going on with those who cross over through the portal. As we all know, hell energy lies on the other side, and with that energy, energy can be corrupted, or at least it alters. Sort of like, for instance, if you take a wavelength, right, and another wavelength comes at it, it can either combine to form a larger wavelength, or it's got destructive, constructive interference versus destructive interference, where it cancels each other out. Essentially, wavelengths of energy can alter other wavelengths of energy. And I know I'm sounding like a crystal chick right now, but that's actually physics. So what is left over is your body no longer connected to the original soul, but instead dealing with the energetic wavelengths of hell energy. As we all know with demons, the hell energy has the capability to reanimate them, indicating that much like the marker in Dead Space, hell energy reanimates cells and now serves as to stand in the way of metabolism of sorts, rather than just like your standard oxygen-based one, which again is why former humans can exist outside the vacuum of space and humans cannot. It's because the energy of hell is keeping them alive. They are no longer oxygen-based. But this is just preliminary thinking. With the soul gone or corrupted by hell energy, which I just have a propensity to think it's completely gone given what we will see later, the body itself shows physical signs of change due to foundational changes. Removing the soul would be like removing any other organ if you can think about it. The body would have difficulty maintaining itself. However, the hell energy keeps the body alive, which in turn allows it to still display the physical detriments of a lost soul, which is usually death itself, but remain functional and controlled. Basically, you're undead and you're walking around, at least just your body is, and that's why, like, when you drop and then you look the way you look, I mean, obviously we know it's because of the breakdown of our actual bodies due to bacteria, but it's making a pass at the concept that once your soul is gone, your body then undergoes natural deterioration like this. It's just now the hell energy is there to keep you alive. But there are things that remain functional and controlled, such as like your physical structure and your muscle. The brain is probably still in there to a degree, but with the soul gone, it's like an old couple moving out of a house and then renting it out to a fraternity who parties all the time. The entire feel of the place is going to change. So next we meet up with Joan having a dream about her mother. Waking up, she exits her sleeping pod from stasis as the computer reminds her to drink some water, about 200 fluid ounces, I believe. They're aboard the NOLA heading towards Phobos. The team is starting to wake up and they all appear to be having some issues and the showers don't even work, and that's gotta be completely wonderful after a 4-month sleep. I'm sure everyone just smells absolutely amazing. Meeting the team, Lee is talking about how someone basically went through her underwear and it was missing, and I break away to say, if you look like Lee, hit me up. So, it's the general ribbing and ball busting type of deal until Joan comes in, and then the whole team just gets up and walks off. Ah yes, socially that has to feel great. My man Stone over here dated Joan like 4 months, or for 4 months, 10 years ago, and he still has the hots for her. My brother in Christ, it may be time to move on. As they continue their approach, Dr. Bertridge has a call with the board member about his findings, and they have a disagreement over the portal. The board doctor is concerned about the psychosis being displayed and wants the project shut down. Realizing he's on borrowed time, Dr. Bertridge, God, I gotta get this dude's name right, says he will be the one entering the portal next, and as a result, they won't need to find another volunteer. Bro, use a chimp. Did you not hear the song that I just sang? Or like a grasshopper, or something, anything but human. And then you give like the chimp armoring or something, like a magnetic field on its armor, and just keep using stuff until you find out exactly what is causing a person to exhibit psychosis. Although, a chimp that hulks out due to Argent energy exposure does not sound like a great idea either, let alone an armored chimp. You know what, maybe just raw dog the portal, Dr. Bertridge. Forget I said anything. Heading back over to the NOLA, they discuss how a Martian day is called a soul. Why? Like, SOL, that's the name of our son, right? Which SOL is kind of funny anyway. Anyways, so like, you called it a Martian day, just call it a Martian day, but no, we don't do that around here, partner. So they discuss how they're being stationed there for 3 years and how upset the team is. Essentially, Joan was insubordinate, which resulted in the entire team being punished. The captain then yells at Winslow saying, "You don't think I could find you worse places to work, Roll Tide, if you don't shut up?" And he sounds just like that. I mean, Winslow, you did sign up for this. Did you think you're gonna be laying on beaches talking to beautiful women all day? People in the military actually signed off on this. Did you think you'd be stationed somewhere fun? Does that exist? Surely not. I feel like it's always just you being stationed in Minot, North Dakota or something like that. Back at Phobos, Bertridge gets a brain scan to make sure there's nothing in the system, as they said there was something in the original guy's system, which is why he
sound like a fun place to be either.
Cope of the century. So as he gets ready to enter the portal, they then fire that bad boy up. While that's going on, the captain talks about how when he gets to Phobos, he's resigning. Also, if you weren't aware, the lore here is that the original Doom Marine was ordered to force multiply civilians by his sergeant. Instead, he blood punched the sergeant and was punished by being sent to Mars, as it totally sucked out there. So, that's the connection with Joan. Don't worry, there's about to be a ton of these references. The fan service in this movie legitimately was top notch, even if the budget was only like $4 and a bit of shoestring. So back to the portals we go. Turning on the portal, Dr. Butteridge enters, and then an electrical field is sent out, shutting down the facility. As one woman goes to grab the med kit, she turns around hearing something growling and then screams. Player 2 has entered the game. The NOLA is now landing on the pad and is met with absolute silence. Never heard of a system-wide blackout from a busted comms array before. Daisy the AI calls out as well, but nobody responds. That said, Martian Command reaches out and tells them they have a developing situation and to stand by for mission specs, which is not a good sign. So the captain gets everyone together as Dr. Stone tells them an emergency entrance, and what luck. They literally have perfectly already lined up with the hatch. What are the odds? 20 minutes ago, the facility went dark. They then play the audio and can hear screaming and growling. Also not a good sign. Unless you like screaming and growling, in which case I've got great news for you. So the team lock and load Brides of Christ, which has never been more relevant as they are going to be fighting demons. Captain Savage, that's his name, Captain Savage, of course brandishes the super shotgun, and it's all coming together. Just as intended, nature is healing. Deploying the bridge, again, perfect matchup to the hatch, Daisy is then hit with the same corrupting field at the facility, as she says, all systems normal, but stutters in the recording. You know, I'm not so sure about that one. Opening the hatch, the captain then heads in first as they find the emergency power is still on, but at only 2% left. If they cannot get the nuclear reactor fixed, they need to evacuate, which, when they say nuclear, they're like, oh, nuclear, like it's a bad thing. Like, look, if humanity is really on the cusp of achieving nuclear fusion like they have in this movie, which supposedly we are now, although it's been a pipe dream since the 70s, I mean, we'll find out, we are absolutely going to turn to that for energy because there's virtually like no radioactive waste and so much energy is released. That's what our sun operates on. Then again, that's just what I read. I'm not a nuclear physicist, so take it with a grain of salt. I'm just a biologist. So as Captain Savage poorly clears a room, leaving the left side completely exposed, they enter the hallway and discuss the reactor and how they need to get it working again. As they continue moving through, they find absolutely no one. No evidence anyone is left alive or evidence of like a battle. They then discuss who was all there, and it is said that 90 personnel in total were stationed on Phobos, which we will absolutely be counting, so get ready for that. They then find a chainsaw and nuclear waste as they begin moving through the area. Eventually, they find William Blazkowicz, and it's lore time! It is said that Doom Marine was actually killed on Phobos in Doom 2. However, he was transported to Hell, where he would rip and tear for over a millennia, like a Gigachad, apparently. So this sergeant that they found in Blazkowicz's family from Wolfenstein is said to be in the bloodline of the Doom Marine and eventually the Doom Slayer as well, because the Doom Marine is the Doom Slayer, so that's just a nod to that. Anyhow, so his head is completely ripped off, bummer bro, and also I break away just to, back when Doom 2016 came out, I don't want to brag, but I suggested the Doom Marine was the same thing as the Doom Slayer because we hadn't actually known he'd been blessed yet, and everybody in the comments was like, "You're so dumb, that's not who he is, he's a completely different person." And I was right. I was right. So, not a time to lose one's head concerning this guy over here. Well, I guess he'll never be the head of a major corporation. It's a shame he wasn't more headstrong.
Oh, brother, this guy stinks!
Looking at the wall, Ancient Sumerian is written on said wall, and the guy who knows Ancient Sumerian apparently can't translate it. Nice. So they turn to the AI because she needs to read it. Turns out, he's more confused as a mosquito at a mannequin factory when it comes to reading a language he's supposed to be fluent in. Mainly because the dialect of Sumerian does not actually appear to have originated from Earth, it just appears to look like Sumerian, so can't really blame him too much. So Daisy goes on to say that basically it says we're reclaiming what is ours. Great times abound, shouldn't be a problem. So as the pilot continues to drink, it's clear Daisy is having more and more issues. The maps and the HUDs are becoming corrupted. The team is starting to crack already, like a bunch of unprofessional nerds, and heading to the plant room. I'm just gonna go ahead and say you never head to the plant room. It's where all the bad things go down. So as the team moves through, they spot something run by. They eventually find someone snacking on a manwich where it kicks off an entire event. So we have 90
This movie was terrible, by the way.
So
It was like
Blazkowicz
literally
is
$5
gone,
budget.
so 89. And the dude getting eaten was 88.
To be fair, it wasn't that bad
As
considering the
Master
budget.
Translator over here gets his trachea almost immediately ripped out. Ouchies. Lee then drops one, so 87. A team of survivors comes up showing 3 are still human, so that drops it potentially down to 84 enemies. Winslow gets grabbed and drops one, so 83. Joan checks on Winslow, and they call in that one of them is gone. Lee then approaches the one that she took out, and as Joan takes the guy's badge, Winslow freaks out, questioning, "Is that even human?" Like, no duh, bro. It's wearing human clothes. It even has like a badge on it. Like, why are you so surprised right now? Of course, the former human does look a little strange to some degree, so let's go over its alterations and bodily deterioration and discuss on a cellular level why this is happening. So first, it's important to understand that this process is not immediate. Exposure to hell energy is something that I believe requires kind of a few things. First, your soul needs to be gone, allowing hell energy to replace that vacuum created within. Upon this being completed, it results in a second outcome, the deterioration of your meat suit over time, given the baseline energetic functionality changing. Remember, I may sound like a complete lunatic, but this is because I have to assume the energy of the human soul has downstream effects on the human body to create you and make you act like who you are. So by changing the energy, which is upstream from your physical body, downstream, this would have continued effects. It's sort of like, you know, a nice clean stream, and then somebody adding a sewage pipeline, and it's like one day you're getting clean water, and the next it's all turds. So when the original doctor who went through the portal was changed, we saw black liquid coming out of his eyes that was rather viscous. His iris color had changed, his lips were stained black from the material coming out of his mouth as well. We can assume this is likely blood that has entered such a deep state of becoming deoxygenated that its color has darkened to almost black coloring, but it is likely rather viscous at this point as well, simply because the body would not be doing so great. This would have cascading consequences for the body now. Oxygen is off the menu. When the body runs out of oxygen, it will present in several different ways, but typically the skin will start to turn blue. We do not immediately see this with the doctor, even after he was placed in solitary confinement. However, given that we can see those altered in the plant room, the far-reaching implications are laid bare. Once turned into a former, all metabolic functions appear to cease. While the body is kept alive by hell energy, because that's going to be its fuel source, it would appear the skin is no longer able to keep up. And this may be for a multitude of reasons, but at the end of the movie, they mention how cellular regeneration is affected, and this may be because the energy actually received is enough. It is unknown how much hell energy, which the metabolism is based on, is being provided as energy to the cell, and if in comparison like the standard ATP cycle, this would even compare. But because of the skin's rapid turnover rate, it may be that the cells are just simply not receiving enough energy from hell energy to maintain their health. This is supported that if you take a look at former humans in games, their skin is usually falling off, yet the main components such as structural and muscular are maintained. This seems like perhaps hell energy keeps the cell alive as long as it doesn't need to undergo mitosis that much. Any rapidly dividing cells are not given enough energy to sustainably undergo that mitosis. This in turn leads to degradation of the body. The presentation of the scientists is going to result in blue skin and all hair on their bodies falling off, rendering them completely smooth. Their teeth will also start to fall out, and their blood has essentially become completely black and coagulated. And as we will see with somebody later, it seems like hearts are ripped out more than anything, so that's going to completely stagnate the blood. Their life-sustaining functions have all but ceased, and this means if left to their own devices for long enough, the formers would most definitely have their skin swapped away. This is noted as being the case in the unwilling variant of human. There is no skin, and deep muscle tissue can be seen along with bone growth. If you look at other demons, it would also appear as though their bodies may have suffered the same fate, as layer of fascia is sucked to the muscle. It may be skin, but with humans it most definitely appears to kind of be having some issues maintaining itself after exposure. The question is it based on the overall goal of hell energy, or is it just a happy little accident that the energy received to run the body isn't enough to maintain all functions? We'll get there in a moment, but back to the fight. The former human that Lee went to check on gets back up and starts attacking her as she double taps it once more. The scientists then run in yelling, "I'm from the science team," and continue talking about the situation developing. She is then attacked, and she's also accounted for in the numbers already, so don't worry about it. So, no need to count her again. They then take out the former, bringing up the potential enemies to 82. At this point, the radios are screwed due to Daisy disrupting them. The full attack begins. So, here we go. Lee drops another 81 and then 80. Captain makes 79. They now do the smart thing and spread out. Great plan, guys. Don't stick together at all. And Winslow and Jones start stacking bodies, dropping 178. Both drop 2, so 76. And I know I have to count these because in reality they are actually like they almost put down the entire base by the end of this. They drop 7 more before having to reload, bringing the number down to 69. Nice. As Winslow completely pansies out and then runs away saying he's too young to die. Bro, you signed up for this. So now he leaves Joan on her lonesome, and she blows up 2, 67, and then drops Jumper 66.
Oh, he didn't sign up to die.
Mr. Minigun over here blows away another one, 65, and then 2 more, 63, as he talks about how, "I'm your Ultra Nightmare, brother." Ah, yes, a mode I've yet to complete, and you're not really Ultra Nightmare. Well, actually, just like Ultra Nightmare, that's about to go ultra wrong. So taking out another, 62, he then gets grabbed like a huge nerd and taken out himself, but the former then gets taken out, 61. Joan, running and gunning, then brings it down to 60 and then 59, then slices 58 and 57 before throwing a knife and taking out 56. She then chainsaws 55, 54, and 53, hell yeah, sister, and checks out the badge as one of them was Olivia Wilkes. I'm not 100% sure who this is, to be perfectly honest, but this may be a reference to Olivia in Doom 2016, perhaps? Not sure. So Lee now gets stabbed. "No, don't bleed out, you're so pretty, haha," as Mr. Protector over there then takes out 52 before taking out 51 moments later. Winslow keeps running like a turbo douche as the former then gives chase on the ladder. Heading back to the scientist, old blue hair takes out 50 before he can take out Rance. And I heard the captain hit another off screen, so 49, and then a second one, 48. Winslow keeps running through the hallways saying he's not playing anymore. Bro, reload and turn around. Like, you can, while you're running, you can reload, I feel like. Joan then saves his tail, taking out 47 and 46, leaving just 45 left to contend with. Joan then punches Winslow, which is deserved, as they regroup. The captain continues sweeping as they find Butteridge on the ground, still alive, meaning 44 personnel remain. Former 43 and 42 get taken out as they run down the hallways. Meeting up with Joan and Winslow, they now realize they lost the captain as he drops 41. 40 is then taken out quite easily, along with 39. And you have to ask yourself, why not regroup at this point and just finish the job? You've taken out 2/3 of the entire base. Oh, 38 is now gone, 37 and 36 then take a double barrel to the face as the captain gets grabbed. Using handhelds, he drops 35 and 34, and then slices 33 and spinal taps 32, ending those two as well. He then starts to get overwhelmed as he shoots the door, closing it so the former cannot go in with the rest of the team. Of course, that's what we like to call a nice choke point, so swing away, Meryl, why not? Let them run in and get mowed down is all I'm saying. It seems like the best plan. So now the super shotgun is behind a locked door, of course. So Joan attacks her ex-boyfriend over this, and he finally says, well, we think we found alien life. Butteridge then comes in, talking about how they still do not understand what they found. Yeah, clearly. The pilot now calls out to Daisy, but she can't establish contact with Martian Command because she just doesn't feel like it. He decides that, well, we're going to go up and get a better signal, but Daisy says nobody's allowed to leave as she's been fully corrupted, so she says her name's not Daisy. The pilot is then attacked. They see humans become spacefaring. They hate. Bertridge at this point is discussing the portal tech that they found because the jig is up, the news is out. They found the demon. They found the demon war. Basically, they need to find a planet outside the solar system to colonize. You know, we don't want to get stuck in this solar system. So they found these teleporters that appear to originate somewhere else, as the material they are made from are not from this solar system. They won't work unless hooked up to technology, and they predate the pyramids, so whatever placed these here, new humanity would eventually develop the technology necessary to use them. They think the things in the portals were aliens, but the father on the station thinks they're straight up demons. And I agree, even if they aren't, close enough, burn their xeno hides. Also, Joan says there's an unknown enemy that we cannot even begin to comprehend. I mean, that's not entirely true. I've been counting the 90 personnel the whole time. Did you not read the mission brief? You guys almost like own the place at this point. So the reserve power is now at 1.09%, which ain't great. The father seems to be succumbing to his bite, which is rather interesting actually. Like, why? It would appear to me that perhaps by direction of the hell energy, could an infection be produced along with it? I mean, fundamentally, if you think about it, the hell energy corrupts cells. Any bacteria a person has in their body would also be very likely corrupted. That and the black liquid, which is presumably blood, could also have any other material induced by exposure to hell energy within it. So this infection process may allow for the effects of hell energy to spread beyond the portal itself into the surrounding area, allowing for a planet to be more quickly taken over. Although it is possible that really this is just a cross-contamination event, and anything on the other side of the portal, it being its own ecosystem, can have far-reaching consequences concerning infection to if anyone's bitten by a former. So moving through, they get the door open as the father mentions getting something to drink. Joan calls out to Morgan and then Daisy and says, will you open the door? Moving back into the ship, Daisy keeps asking Joan, oh, what are you looking for? Also, they still haven't cleared the ship and they just let people run around. I wouldn't let anybody wander off, but maybe that's just me. Dr. Stone talks about the implications of finding Sumerian and then questions whether aliens brought the language to humanity and if the tech they left is specifically meant for us. Yeah, just like the mass relays in Mass Effect. We could use them, but they weren't really meant for our benefit. It's kind of like an angler fish's light. It's just all teeth behind there. So Joan asks where Morgan went as Daisy says, oh, he's on the flight deck. But is he though? Looking around, she sees no one, but as she continues to check, she spots him torn up in the corner. Joan then asks what happened, as Daisy responds, what will happen to her as well, as Mr. Shadow Man creeps in the corner. So as the father gets his water, one of the demons shows up and just straight up tears into his spine. Ouchies. And Joan then starts getting attacked, as these things are just straight up imps.
Get rid of this.
It fires a fireball at her, which I can appreciate, as I don't remember the actual Doom movie having fireballs. They were just basically monsters, as she dodges and loses sight of it. Rance then gets pulled up the ladder and gutted pretty much
Bro,
immediately
what the fuck?
as the imp attacks, but 556 appears to do very little to stop these things. Probably the bony coverings all over their body. Winslow once again runs away, a real hero that one, and we can see the imps that the idea that their skin is lost is a characteristic that is fully on display. It's important to remember that demons appear to be a conquered species, some race that came into contact with the hell energy and then corrupted. At the core of a multicellular animal is the need to maintain an internal climate and salt concentration. If your body is exposed to the atmosphere, then you cannot maintain that climate and you will expire. Skin barriers help mitigate this issue. When looking at imps, they appear to have cracked plating, but their skin appears to be missing for the most part. Of course, there is something about the imps that should be noted, which we will also see later. These appear to be somewhat human. They are human-sized, appear to have human eye sockets, and their bones also are in the same configuration as Homo sapiens. So it's important to remember this, as we will see a variation later that I believe that shows formers may progress into imps. So Joan approaches the hidey hole ladder looking for the imp and finds evidence of an attack. The father has been knocked down and her team members have been de-spined. Veronica enters the room with Bertridge and then goes to hide. The imp continues attacking Joan as it legit goes to steal her soul. Good lord, that was pretty cool. But the imp then gets a few shots before it can complete its attempt as Joan puts it down for good. The father took a fireball to the chest, basically ending him in the process rather quickly. So Bluehair continues looking for Winslow as she gets attacked and almost desouled as they fire into the imp. I'm not counting the imps because they are, or at least seem to originate from hell, or so it's suggested, and they are not a certified or classic as far as hell. Veronica then talks to Bertridge, but he can't remember anything after entering the portal. Oh really? That's interesting. So they all now have a nice meeting in a briefing room over what to do. They say that they should secure the ship and then wait for Mars to send help. That said, if the reactor is about to blow, it becomes apparent that they need to enter the portal to try to get to Earth before Phobos just completely self-destructs. So remember, there are only about like 31 former humans left, but now that the imps have joined the party, might be a bit of an issue. Stone then tells Joan, Stone and Joan, anyways, if they use the portal, the base will absolutely be done as it will use the rest of the power draw. And this is why if you have a reactor, I don't know, maybe set up like solar panels as well or something, you know, redundant fail-safes. What are those? We don't need those here. So heading back to the facility, they begin clearing hallways. They make it to the reactor and then fan out. Stone begins working on the reactor restarted, breaking through though with his hacks. Bertridge starts talking to Joan like about setting a guy free who was not a happening dude with ratitude. Quite the opposite actually. He was known to terrorize people. You get the inference here. So the doctor then starts complaining like a big baby about, my base is not a punishment for you. Okay dude, it's like a moon with 90 other people. Well, 31 now. Not exactly a great place to grab a beer and hang out with the locals. Like, have you ever tried talking with scientists before? I hung out with a pre-med chemical engineer the other night and got a beer with her. My god, never again. Even I am not equipped to deal with that level of intellect. Because there's usually social issues on the other side of that coin, which now that I say that out loud, me dealing with that level of intellect makes me sound like a total tool, but at least I'm aware of it. But I couldn't keep up with the chemical engineer, like, never mind scientists with quarters. Also, she keeps calling me at like midnight, and it's getting a little strange. Yeah, send help. So Stone gets nuclear reactor assessed and realizes the circuit board is fried. Winslow tells Bertridge that's enough, and he starts attacking the rest of the team and letting Joan know what the rest of the team thinks of her. Basically, just being a turbo douche. Stone then starts the reactor, don't look directly into that thing, as the facility gets powered back up. Bertridge then pulls a knife, taking out Veronica, but she's already been accounted for, so don't worry about her. Bertridge then seals the team in the room as the imps begin attacking. This armor is useless. Why do we even wear it? So they begin shooting at the imps as old Bluehair gets annihilated. Somehow Joan with the handheld is able to take them out, even though their rifles wouldn't, and finally Winslow gets taken out as well. My god, that man survived way too long. Joan then headshots the imp, leaving just her, Stone, and Veronica. Of course, Veronica ain't doing so hot, bleeding out over there. They are now trying to figure out why Bertridge would want to open the gates. He's corrupted. Y'all should know you're dealing with hell energy at this point, right? So Veronica gives them the yellow key card so they can finally go get the super health orb, as they realize there's a secret passage and the key cards now allow for them to use it. They use Blaskovitz's key as, yo, it's the BFG 9000, sick. So they grab that bad boy as well as the plasma grenades, as Joan then says she screwed up letting Terrorizer get away, but that doesn't seem like treason. I don't know, mistakes happen, but now they need to go after Bertridge. Basically everything I just said with that guy really doesn't matter. So as they walk, they discuss dates they went on. Trauma bonding. I was trauma bonded once with someone. Wouldn't recommend it. However, that said, guaranteed to rekindle any long dead flame for at least a few months, just in a very unhealthy way. So at this point, Stone gets grabbed and dragged into the elevator by an imp, as two former humans and an imp appear behind Joan. She straight up wastes a BFG on 30 and 29. Imagine. Before taking out the imp with a single shot. Needs more guts. The elevator opens up and Stone is nowhere to be found, but there's no blood either. Oh wait, no, it's on the lower level. Okay, so hold up, let me count. 10. There are 10 meat suits on the ground, indicating there's a maximum of 19 former humans potentially running around. Heading into the portal room, she finds Bertridge. The imp then enters the room as she takes it out, and Stone begins to attack her. 3 bodies on the background as Bertridge walks down, putting the max number of formers at potentially 16. Bertridge starts talking about how Earth was theirs before it was ours. Yeah, nobody cares about that, you nerd. It's a human planet now. Get wrecked. Also, I just saw 2 more bodies behind Joan when she was fighting, so 14 potential formers left. Bertridge then opens the portal as he walks. I saw a 3rd body apart from the initial 2, so 13 formers are left. Basically, you own the base at this point. Also, I break away to discuss something here for a moment. How exactly did the demons lose Earth? How did they interact with ancient man and then just go, oopsies, we forgot where our portal was, woo? The only conceivable thing I can imagine is that the demons were not demons prior and instead lost their planet upon finding hell energy, and the species they were prior was corrupted much like humanity is about to be, which you will find evidence of this momentarily. So as Joan fights Stone and then takes him out, she gets smacked down by Bertridge as he grabs the force multiplier. She's able to get the handheld away from him and fires a shot into him. Grabbing the key card, she realizes old Lord Bertridge is, well, he's been gone the whole time. He's just having his meat suit piloted. This must be the earliest effects, which again shows why the skin isn't surviving too well. No blood is being pumped around the body, so hell energy is keeping the core alive. The outer areas of the body are left to fall away. He then force pushes her into the portal as she wakes up underwater. She begins swimming upwards and emerges on some sort of planet. Looking around, well, it ain't Earth, but there are tendrils all over the surface, and at least the atmosphere is breathable. As she moves out, things begin melting and bubbling towards her. She starts having flashbacks to the imps and realizes this is where they have been coming from as they move in. A creature begins speaking Sumerian at her as it mentions humans and how pathetic we are and blah blah blah. Bro, listen. You're talking a lot of smack considering you're in BFG range. And luckily, the Lord is with her considering she's wearing a cross, so it's time to go completely full-on protection paladin mode and start smiting these heathens. As they move in, she grabs BFG and starts taking out the creatures before noping out of there, finding a portal opening behind her. Throwing the plasma grenade, she literally plasma grenade jumps and enters the portal emerging at Earth. Blowing up the Hell Lord, again, we have to wonder, is that like the traditional form of demons, or is this just a species altering other species to behave and appear like them? Even to this point, was the species just corrupted as well, considering at some point they seem to use portals and share information such as ancient Sumerian with other animals, in this case specifically Homo sapiens? Were they corrupted like many other planets before them, or are they the original one? This is all based on the usage of portal technology where they inadvertently let hell energy be released on their planet as well. So something to note here is the generalized idea that imps on Phobos are actually progressed former humans. Given their size and leftover characteristics in comparison to the imps on the planet that Joan goes to, this is a dead giveaway given their stark differences. As the hell energy seeps deeper into the body of a human, it's clear all the skin will fall away, and likely with others as well. What is left, at least with human imps, is this dark, wet covering as all their humanity is lost. However, their physical bone structure, leftover human traits, and general Homo sapiens morphological characteristics would definitely suggest that this is a human who has progressed to imp status. This means that hell energy would be altering the body with a purpose towards specific growth patterns. This may indicate that potentially an original species that came into contact with the energy, or may have been the initial corruptors of an energy that they found, or even created the energy, appeared to be the end point for all species. Although genetically the body would have to be altered in such a capacity to create this thing that it probably wouldn't even really read genetically as human anymore. So the scientists then show her cellular regeneration does not appear to be showing issues, and this statement seems to support the fact that hell energy does not give the body enough energy to completely regenerate, but instead is just pushing the body to alter and change towards an imp. Joan then tells him to close the gates now as they inject her with a chill pill so that she'll actually just chill out as the demons begin emerging, indicating, well, that's a bit of an issue, isn't it? So at this point, it is alleged she's the Doom Marine, and now there's nothing before her but ripping and tearing until it is done. This demonic outbreak appears to be slightly different from what we have usually seen. This almost appears like an infection of sorts, altering the native species to become more like what is already turned. The question is, though, does it follow the Maker's path in terms of why it all began, or is this something different entirely? I would say we would need a second movie to clear up a lot of these questions, but the reality is, I think Universal Studios was on the cusp of losing rights to Doom at this point, so they made this real quick, and since then, I believe it's changed hands, so I severely doubt any new information will come to light. But that's why I'm here, to be a total crackhead about it. I believe it's a combination of hell energy, your missing soul, and an infection. The ultimate goal is to subjugate an entire species and turn them into imps, which are compatible with the founding species of the hell energy. Once this is accomplished, they will move on to the next world, and I do not believe the Hell Lord or the imps of that planet are actually the founding species, but simply a turned species that may have discovered hell energy shortly after their interaction with man, probably because they were using portal technology. But anyhow, I want to thank you guys for watching. If you enjoy, then leaving a like would be awesome of you, and subscribing is a great way to stay up to date on when I post. I'll drop my merch, Twitter, Discord, Patreon, and channel links to Roanoke Tales in the description. where we talked about, if I remember correctly, Cicada 3301, I believe it was called, not 3301, I guess it really doesn't matter. It's pretty interesting as we're supposed to get another hint in 2024 what that even is. So if you want to catch up on, what that is, you can go watch it on Rono Tales. But speaking of patrons, I'd like to thank mine real quick. First, huge thank you to our astrophysicist, Des Dancer. Thank you, my man. Next up, I'd like to thank our scientist, Chad, the enjoyer of scientific explanations of B-grade horror movies, Dakota 23, Lucian Dragon, Metric System, and Trash Panda in a Trench Coat. Thank you guys as well. And the rest of my patrons, I really do appreciate y'all's support. You're absolute ballers. But that's going to do it for me. I hope everyone enjoyed. See
That's
y'all
a name.
in the next
Trash Panda in a
Don't forget to
trench
use my
coat.
Raid Shadow Legends link in the description or scan the QR code to get insane bonuses for new players.
That's kind of funny.
Now that I have completely psyched myself out, there are those who have probably been waiting for about 5 years or so for me to cover Alien, and it's finally time to talk about this wretched abomination and the molecular acid it contains, as well as the benefits of what that might be over regular blood, and also discuss the lateral genetic exchange that is clearly going on between the facehuggers and humans. A ship as the Nostromo would be returning home from a mining operation in deep space, only to have the crew awoken up early by the ship's computer known as Mother. Seemingly their ship had just happened upon a signal on a planet near the Zeta Reticuli system, which is actually pretty interesting and way off topic, but the video I covered on Roanoke Tales, there are a couple who claimed to have been harassed by aliens, and they looked somewhat human but not entirely. Well, when they were hypnotized, they were able to draw a map of the star system that showed where the aliens were from, which was the Zeta Reticuli system. Now, there have been a lot of counter arguments to that drawing, but it was interesting that this also takes place within the same system. But moving on, upon touching down on the primordial planet, everyone would leave any sense of coordination or self-preservation behind, immediately bringing back something with them, as the crew would be outmatched, kicking off a survival against the alien. But the question is, how does this species work concerning its genetics, and how is it able to incorporate an entirely different species such as Homo sapiens genetic codings hailing from another world entirely? Well, let's discuss that in today's episode. But first, this episode is sponsored by Dr. Squatch's soap. It's getting colder outside, which means we are all going to be packed like sardines in a can together, and I can tell you the last thing you want is someone sitting next to you that smells like a literal sardine. But more to the point, you don't want to smell like one either. If that's the case, and it should be the case, I know there's gamers out there who need to listen to this, then it's time to get yourself some really good smelling soap. Dr. Squatch currently has a deal running for all new customers. Buy 3 soaps and get 3 soaps totally free, which is a savings of $28 that you can then use to go buy more soap. Scents like Cool Fresh Aloe, Bay Rum, Wood Barrel Bourbon, and my personal favorite, because I like earthy scents, Pine Tar, amongst many others. And Wood Barrel Bourbon is actually pretty close behind that in terms of the smell, because I do like the wood smell of like a barrel and just a hint of bourbon. So if you're ready to not smell like you just crawled out of the depths of the gamer room, then by clicking the link in the description, you too can smell amazing. Alright, let's get back to it. So we kick off our story with, alright, I do have to warn you, I'm still going to make sarcastic jokes. I know it's a masterpiece, so let's get that out of the way. But anyhow, the longest and slowest one-word intro ever. I thought maybe like I was tripping when I was sitting there and Alien was like slowly filling in, and it was only halfway done, like a minute and a half later. But then finally, the third rung of the E shows up and we're ready to go. We get the rundown. It's the Nostromo. There are 7 people on board, and they are carrying 20 million tons of mineral ore, and they are GTFOing back to Earth to get their payday. Heading into the ship, well, that's a depressing looking place. Imagine seeing that every day for like years. Throw a few panels over the electronics is all I'm saying. Like at least make it a place worth being torn apart by an alien. We hear a quiet clunking noise because it's based off 1970s technology, which hilariously we see as way inferior now, but the 60s technology actually landed us on the moon, and now we just send like rovers up there. It's kind of lame. Like, anyways, if you think we didn't go to the moon, we actually have moon rocks that prove we went to the moon, and those have been studied in individual labs and not just government labs. We've been to the moon. Anyhow, something flashes up on screen to a computer as the ship's lights are activated and the crew are awoken from their hypersleep. So, the first man to wake up, Kane, looks like kind of like when you wake up at 3 a.m. and you have to pee, but you still want to remain like sleepy. Eventually, the crew gets up and starts pounding back black coffee and cigarettes. The 70s. Imagine burning through your oxygen supply just to smoke on a ship. Humanity is undefeated in the luxury department. The crew talks about how they feel dead. Yeah, imagine whatever chemical you've been huffing this entire time and absorbing that puts you in a coma for that long would take a while to clear out. Which I do want to bring something up. These pods that they're in, they seem to put a person in like a medically induced coma, right? Like more than anything, that's what it does. Which means they're still aging by like a standard rate, but their body is continuing their metabolisms at a normal amount. And this would be absolutely horrifying if you think about it. Now typically, what we have with traversing long distances is the idea of being suspended in a fluid that puts no pressure at any particular point in the body. As we will come to find out, these people have literally been in a coma for 10 months because they're only halfway to Earth, which means they would have aged almost about 2 years getting out there and coming back. And given all the chain smoking, let's see, you go on about like 10 trips concerning a mining operation, 20 months out, a few months to mine that ore, and then 20 months back. You could spend 40 or 50 years doing this and in the blink of an eye for you. The other thing to take into consideration are the literal bed sores. When laying in a bed like that, which I don't know, why wouldn't you just turn off the gravity in their pod? People would 100% absolutely develop sores over a 20-month trip just laying there. To me, this whole thing seems like, you know, you have a regular lifespan of about 80 years. It's over in a flash because really only like 20 of those years you're awake. Plus the smoking means like you go to bed without cancer and then wake up with stage 4 lung cancer.
Just
and are like,
destroying everything,
whoops.
dude.
I just had to bring this up as it's something that I noticed. Dallas then gets an alert to head into what I imagine is the captain's nest. Clocking in, he checks in with the ship's computer mother as the rest of the crew man their stations to land as well. But as Lambert checks the computer, they can't find Earth. She calls out to Antarctica, but nobody answers. They then realize that they aren't actually in the Sol system. They are in the Zeta Reticuli system. The crew then assembles and realizes, well, we're only about halfway home. Mother woke them up 10 months early from Earth to check on an unknown signal that repeats every 12 seconds. Parker objects, saying he wasn't hired to do this, but technically speaking, any crew in space would likely be obligated to answer a signal as it could be distress. As they approach the planet, well, it looks pretty crappy out there. It's pretty far away from the sun, and let me tell you what else I don't like about this planet. It's an ugly world. An alien world. They send the cruiser down as it heads towards the rock. As they continue to use their metric system on the way down, makes me shudder just to think we would use those heathen units in the future, they begin their approach vector and realize the atmosphere is massively volatile. Continuing to descend, their ship isn't doing so hot. Like, this seemed like a pretty routine entry into a planet, and there's like losing paneling and the view of their decks.
Well,
Not really sure how that happened there or why. Like, is it sabotage maybe? Or maybe this thing with exposed wires all on the inside and 2 engineers not really caring. The thing is falling apart, which is a pretty bold strategy considering that's how you're supposed to get home. It's never really discussed, but the ship should have been completely set up for this type of task, and yet it causes a fire on the inside of it, which then results in somehow there's a hull breach. Nice piloting, Captain WoW over here. They then call down to engineering as they're told it'll take 25 hours to fix everything. They call out on the channel of who's sending the message, but nobody answers. The sun of the planet is coming up shortly, and the signal is located about 2 kilometers away, or 1.24 miles in freedom units. A group of volunteers go to figure out what is sending the message as Ash acts like a complete weirdo running in place. Dallas, Kane, and Lambert all head out into the Winter Wonderland to begin their jaunt as Ash rolls up into position to watch them. Lambert complains about not being able to see, and I mean, I don't know, I can see. And you also find Lambert is sort of, well, she whines a lot about everything, and when it comes to anything, she's gonna start crying. Parker and Brett ask Ripley down in engineering about getting full shares rather than half shares, as if a company is going to like alter the contract that you signed. No shot. If anything, they'd rather just use you as alien bait. Not wanting to engage with that nonsense about all of the shares and everything, she just sort of walks off. Lambert continues to gripe as she responds, "I like griping." Same. By Lambert? Probably. Ripley decides to run the transmission through her own parameters as it's just straight up binary coding, so in theory, it should be relatively easy to decipher. Meanwhile, back out on where Frozen took place, the storm is calm with the rising sun as they spot a ship in the distance. This mountain is not a natural formation. That means someone built it. Thanks, Cortana. Couldn't have figured that one without you. And if you got that reference, because I pretty much just ruined the reference, you can be my friend. Lambert says that they should go out there as Kane says, "We have to go on. We must go on." No, you mustn't, but you want to. There's a big difference. Approaching the ship, I can only hope someone was able to outrun this thing by either going left or right when it fell instead of going in a straight line, with the part that can absolutely crush you. Then again, what sort of idiot would do that? It's preposterous. Entering the ship, it's clearly built by something other than humans and isn't just the inside of a mountain or anything like that. They crawl up to the middle of the ship where they find a rather large looking alien. As we will come to find out, these things apparently seeded Earth to create man, and then it goes on a concussive rage randomly and starts taking everybody out. I'm sorry, Prometheus will be dunked on forever and always because it was really dumb. The engineers deeming Earth failed, which resulted in a spacefaring species, is a hell of a hot take. Humanity should destroy the engineers. I'm all for the engineer erasure. But as they examine the body, they find the bones were exploded outwards, and worst of all, he was likely bald. Heading to keeps.com/row, Kane then finds a hidey hole in the ship where it likely wasn't engineered that way, which, I mean, it's always a good idea to go in there, I suppose. Yeah, let's go in the spooky hole next to the petrified bald alien body. At this point, Mother deciphered part of the transmission.
I'm just running behind
like
and
a
looting,
warning.
dude. What the
So
fuck?
Ripley says she's gonna go warn the crew, as Ash is like, he's got the best logic ever, saying, what's the point of going out there? By the time you get there, they'll know it's a warning. How exactly? Shouldn't you warn the crew that they could be walking into some mega contaminated space AIDS scenario? Oh, don't worry about that. When they contract space AIDS, they'll know it was a warning about space AIDS. It's all coming together. Also, don't these people have radios to communicate with the main ship? Like, what is going on? And so, side note, I watched Prometheus before I actually watched Alien, if you can believe it. I don't know if that's like heresy in the alien community, because I wasn't even born in 1979. I wasn't alive or a thing, so it happens. But I always thought the people, like, in Prometheus were acting in frustratingly stupid ways, but now it all makes sense. The engineers considered Earth a failure because it resulted in humans with absolutely zero survival instincts, or grace, or ability to stay alive, or use their brains, or not look into holes and get got. Except for Lambert, my girl knows what's up. As Kane descends into the hole, he says he's in a cave of some sort, you're in a ship. And it's like the tropics in here. And how can he feel it's like the tropics? As far as I know, his suit doesn't have a temperature reader on it. Anyhow, it doesn't matter. I don't know, just seems a little weird. Hitting the ground, he sees literal eggs and doesn't GTFO. Brilliant. So we see two things now that makes Kane deserve what happened to him. First, he says there's a layer of mist above the eggs and reacts when broken. Bro, you were literally just moving your hand in the mist. Of course it reacts. Like, am I taking crazy pills, that statement or something? It's mist. It's moving air. Anyways, to that note, hey guys, if I throw myself off a building, it seems my body reacts when hitting the ground in a completely unexpected way. It's crazy. Next, by simply moving his hand, he falls like a huge nerd. The amount of non-coordination is otherworldly. Sportstar over here then falls into the eggs, where he forgets the #1 rule of humanity: don't put your face in front of anything that opens. And this holds true for many holes in life. Moving on, one of the eggs opens, and would you look at that, he gets jumped. Who could have predicted this? Well, probably anyone, as this movie is like 47 years old next June. My God. Lambert and Dallas then drag Kane back to the ship and didn't call ahead for some reason, probably because they don't have radios. LOL. Okay. So Ash then goes to the inner airlock as Dallas says an organism attacked Kane. Ripley continues citing quarantine protocol, and I'm like all with her on this one. Like, no shot if I was in command and I knew quarantine that I'm letting a literal alien on board. You have no idea what this thing is, what sort of microbes are on it, if it has acid blood, if it wants to hug your face, if it has tiny little extra mouth that can punch through your skull. You just don't know. Go hang out outside for 24 hours of the ship, my brothers and sisters in Christ, because you aren't getting on this ship. Luckily, Ash there is, though, to ruin the party, committing what is basically like putting a turd in the punch bowl by letting this thing on board. Nicely done, bro. Breaking open Kane's helmet, the thing is holding his face tighter than my first girlfriend. This actually shows, with what we will see later, which I'm pretty sure we are all familiar with, the facehugger's blood can be used to crack through protective barriers, which is exactly what it did here to gain access through Kane's suit to his meat suit. It surmises that this thing must be feeding him oxygen and keeping him alive. As they try to remove it, it holds on tighter. Parker suggests freezing the thing, which is absolutely the move. Putting him in a scanner, though, they do an internal scan and spot a fleshy tube being pushed down his throat. There are quite a few jokes that I could make here, actually, but this is a really highbrow channel, is what I would say if this was a highbrow channel. Much like a first boyfriend. Anyway, so they're going to cut this thing off at this point where we see the first issue. As they make an incision, blood falls to the deck where it begins eating through the flooring. Running to the second deck, it's already burning through there as well, and then running to the third, the acid is finally neutralized enough to not eat through that deck. They take a sample and then wonder if it's just a defense mechanism or if it's using it for blood. Continuing their repairs, they also end up just leaving Kane exposed to the world. Again, it's an alien, and clearly it attacks people. Why is he not in like a sealed pod of some sort? This totally explains Prometheus now. So Ash continues to work as everyone just kind of casually comes in, like Ripley, potentially exposing themselves to all sorts of microbes and alien acids. Wonderful. Like, that thing could be emitting toxic gas for all I know. Ripley then scolds Ash for going against quarantine, as Ash explains what this thing is. It's got all the greatest hits, you know, the outer layer of protein polysaccharides, which then he sheds his cells and replaces them with polarized silicon, which makes the creature even more resistant to environmental conditions. So obviously, we have to talk about this. First and foremost, polysaccharides, for those who don't know, those are essentially things that can be broken down into smaller molecules utilized for metabolism to run the animal. What I find interesting about the facehugger in general is the lifespan of this thing. As stated by Ash, polysaccharides appeared to be there, but eventually it's shed, or more likely utilized by the body for energy, and this is replaced by polarized silicon, which makes it more resistant to the atmosphere. You can think of the protein polysaccharides in its body as like fat on the human body, really. It's an energy source for the facehugger to draw from, but there is one critical issue. The facehugger does not appear to really eat anything or really gain any nutrients from the host. It has one job, infect and then die. Because of this, it's like a limited gas tank that makes it tougher over time as the fuel source is replaced by other cells, and that continues to make it tougher and giving it a better chance of infecting the longer the creature is operational, at least from what I can tell. But then we come to the question that everyone always has: the creature's blood. Is it an actual defense mechanism, or is it useful as literally just blood? Now, there are a few things we need to realize about the alien species in comparison with our own biology of our species. You can think of humanity as like a rechargeable battery, so to speak. When we eat, nutrients enter our stomachs, which are then broken down by the acids we have, and then they head to the small intestine, where the body will pull nutrients from the food into the bloodstream, where it will be used as fuel for our body. We do that to the point of about like 70 to 90 years, and then we drop. However, with aliens, it's important to note that not only is their lifespan much shorter than humans, but their metabolism is set up completely different from ours. When it comes to the alien blood, there is no actual explanation as to what sort of acid it is. Kyle Hill, actually also his words known as Discount Thor, did an excellent video over the chemistry behind the blood, and I mean, I'm a microbiologist, not a chemist, but you know your boy is still willing to throw his 2 cents in. But if you would like to know the actual breakdown of the chemistry, I didn't want to just like jack his video, so I would definitely recommend going and looking at it. But Kyle stated that the blood was a molecular acid such as hydrofluoric acid. That acid is incredibly nasty and has a habit of burning through virtually anything, and actually makes it very difficult to store it as well. If it does land on you, it would send you into cardiac arrest because it leaches all the calcium out of your bloodstream while melting your meat suit. It's some pretty nasty stuff. But for the alien to have this fluid to burn through the decks, along with this, it would obviously need some fairly strong bonds to allow for its meat suit to stay together in order to survive. Like, let's say the vessels were the only thing holding it, and then you cut that, it would burn through its own body. Kyle actually proposed that in some ways it must have Teflon bonds within its body which can resist hydrofluoric acid, allowing for the alien to survive. But I think it's something else, because it is actually never confirmed as to what it is, but it is important to remember. I am standing on the shoulders of giants when discussing the blood of the alien, because it's such a long debated topic as to what it actually is and how it operates. But there is one chemical in reality, which is not hydrofluoric acid, that would allow for everything that we see concerning what happens to aliens when they are attacked, along with what type of metabolism it has and how it's sort of communicating in its body. And these context clues lead me to believe it's something besides hydrofluoric acid. But to understand that, we first need to get to the second stage of its life cycle. Later on, Ash then calls out to Dallas as he tells him to come to the infirmary. They open the door and realize the alien is now gone from Kane's face. Conducting a search, it takes a while, but eventually it falls on Ripley, freaking her out. They poke it and realize it's having a reflex, but the creature is done. This thing quite literally blew its load and hit the road. That's the way I'm sure we all want to go. That was kind of gross. But it would appear at this point the creature had used up all of its energy in the process of infecting Kane, and once this was done, the cells had no more energy to draw from, which led to its rapid end. Kinda sucks to be these aliens, really. Looking at its body, they find flaps and folds where it suctions to the face. As Ash says, they need to study it and bring it back with them. Dallas gives Ash the call as Ripley objects. She asks if Dallas has ever actually shipped with Ash before, and she doesn't trust him. Ripley continues to tell him that they can't take off yet, but Dallas goes for it once, he realizes, oh, it's just a couple of decks and cameras missing and plating and, everything that's important with the engines to keep them cool. We'll go ahead and jeopardize everyone. Thanks, Captain. The ship then makes it, though, as they reconnect with the main ship and begin their return back to Earth. Back on the ship, Parker keeps saying to just go ahead and freeze Kane. I agree. Parker knows what's up. Lambert lets everyone know it's 10 months back to Earth as they all complain like they won't be asleep through it, as they get a call from Ash as he tells everyone to come to the infirmary. Kane has woken back up and remembers nothing. Also, I don't know what that outfit is, bro, but it looks like he got into his grandmother's closet or something. So they eat one last meal before going back to the big sleep. As Kane starts eating, kind of looks like he's coughing, but really there's something starting to move in him. They place him on the table as he starts convulsing, and I can't remember where I read this or heard this, but apparently they didn't tell the crew while filming that this thing was gonna burst out of his chest. So when he started bleeding, that was real shock on everyone's faces, and that's why they all stopped and looked around like, are we still filming? So as the alien then exits singing "Hello my honey, hello my ragtime gal," or whatever it says, it runs off from the table and hides. They should have snapped that thing's neck right there and they would have been totally fine. But now they get to conduct a search on a giant ship for something that's the size of a houseplant. Like looking for a needle in a needle stack, really. So now they yeet Kane's body out into space, which like, okay, you couldn't have like put him in the freezer or something? You clearly had one. I think his family might have wanted his body to bury it, but hey, I guess not. Why not? Burial at space. But I do want to clear up a misnomer about the alien species and more specifically go into how this thing is even formed in the first place. It involves genetics, so you know it's going to be fun. First, the facehugger does not actually just implant an embryo into the body of a person to make it grow. If it did this, you would have to ask yourself, how does it incorporate the host species' genetic profile into its own build? We see this most prominently featured amongst the variant of alien known as the Predalien, which is a combination of the Yautja species and an alien. Considering this was humanity's first interaction with this species, it would be hard to identify exactly what was alien and what was like coming from humans, but with the Predalien to serve as a comparison, it becomes more clear. For instance, the Predalien not only had the dreadlocks and mandibles of the Yautja species, but also tends to mutilate their prey to obtain trophies like the predator species. If an embryo was the only thing implanted, then these traits would not have been passed along as effectively. The master debaters out there state that one side of this combination is an unintended consequence of the merging of two species, that there's also like bound to be some sort of bleed over effect. I personally fall on the side that it's intentionally based on what the facehuggers are actually injecting. The facehugger species is not so much injecting an embryo to gestate within a person, but a form of the black goo that the engineers use to turn a dead world into a living one. Essentially being thousands of microscopic organisms, this goo has the uncanny ability to unzip DNA of an animal, plant, or whatever, and then utilize the DNA for its own creations, serving as a basis. And this is imperative as this would immediately give any species a blueprint on how to survive on a world with very specific parameters, such as like atmospheric gases being different than like a pure form of alien that it could survive in, as well as dealing with gravitational variations and the local fauna. Because there is one great equalizer out there for probably even the aliens, if they become infected with something else, then that could disrupt their own biochemistry, and then they would be destroyed. Upon the facehugger injecting this black goo into the human host's, most likely their stomach and or possibly their lungs, it's not really stated exactly where it goes, but the original alien species' own genetic profile is there, as this is clearly a version of the black goo that has been corrupted or at least altered by this original species. You can think of it this way: the original engineered material spawned life, and now that life uses it to spread its influence like a parasite to overtake and overcome all other forms of life. Because of this ability, roughly 80 to 85% of the alien genome remains intact through the process, with desirable genes from the host species plucked out. Things like bone structure, bipedalism, metabolism, the ability, well, maybe metabolism, we'll kind of get there, but the ability to deal with a certain amount of atmosphere, hunting instincts, which for humans we will see is pretty much ambushing, which is something Homo sapiens has long enjoyed doing. I know we're persistent hunters, but usually we would like get a woolly rhino to come to one area and then we would ambush it. We've been doing that with larger animals forever, but a little more lithe of a frame than say like the Predaliens, because it's coming from humans. This 10 to 15% of DNA transferred from the host is unzipped, snipped out by the black goo, which is likely just a form of the super engineered restriction in a nuclease of sorts, which cuts the DNA molecule. Rather than just, having it at one particular place, though, it's like a string of coding, which would then be added into the DNA strand of the original alien species. Now, this would require actual intervention by technology and engineering to work, as anything natural is not going to specifically know which genes are going to function. So there appears, whether it was intentional or linked back to it or something, if there may be like a data bank of sorts to draw from to kind of know which genes are supposed to be used. But because humans were created by the engineers in this universe, and as such, those genes should be known to the black goo, that makes us susceptible to alien infection and recombination of our genes to create the actual alien drone. This may sound odd to you, as like the drones, they don't have all their DNA that they need, but actually we see this on our own planet. Within ants, it's known as haplodiploidy. When a diploid queen, meaning she's a queen, and let's say for bees, for instance, they have 32 chromosomes, or 16 pairs. When they lay their eggs, the unfertilized eggs only have 16 chromosomes. When an egg is fertilized with 16 more chromosomes that are like added in, this will create either another queen through the addition of like royal jelly, if I remember correctly, or a diploid worker. In humans, an unfertilized egg is not viable and will be ejected. However, within bees and ants, amongst many other insects, unfertilized eggs will continue to progress to the point that they have become haploid drones. They possess half of the chromosomes, but are absolutely still viable and carry out work. And this is what stops a bunch of queen bees or queen ants from arising and destroying the colony, and it's all based on if the egg is fertilized or not. And even if it's unfertilized, the insect can survive and the alien can survive. When the facehugger attached to a host, it will inject its 85% of DNA to make the
Shit,
alien.
I can barely follow what's going on, dude.
The host will be integrated,
It's
making
nuts.
it essentially like a fertilized egg,
Yo,
creating a
what's up, Fat
zygote
Nuts?
that is a combination of both, but mostly alien. It should also be noted that other drones can remain functional and are called pure drones or pure aliens with just their 80%. And I would have to assume those would arise on worlds that are like most native to the alien species already, so they can remain pure and deal with the environment. In worlds not yet overrun, the initial push requires drones to be able to survive the elements, and as such requires space within their own genome to incorporate host genes effectively to survive. But I bet you're wondering how this actually happens. Well, the black goo, you can think of it as like a cell itself, or a multitude of cells that are alien in origin. The process works very similar to conjugation amongst prokaryotes. In conjugation, another prokaryote will either happen upon a destroyed bacterial cell or a living one, where they will exchange plasmids through a tube that forms, which can make the prokaryote more adept at living in that environment. Things like antibiotic resistance, for instance, is something that is shared amongst bacterial cells in this way. The same process has been documented in eukaryotes, just not as much, which is exactly how it's going to work with the black goo. While our cells are pretty closed off from undergoing this process in multicellular organisms, when the black goo enters the body, these tubes will forcibly spear nearby cells, conducting a forced process known as a horizontal gene transfer, or HGT. It's also known as a lateral gene transfer. Upon doing so, the cell membrane is pierced along with the nucleic membrane. As this happens, likely an engineered form of helicase is released, which unzips the DNA, and then that DNA is snipped from certain corresponding genes the black goo is looking for from the hypothesized databank. From here, these are pulled into the black goo cell while the human cell is basically destroyed. It's like having a piece of your brain removed, and as the black goo cell undergoes rapid differentiation and growth, resulting in the embryo growth. Now, it should be noted the databank I'm referring to, this is already basically coded into the black goo so it knows what it's looking for. It's not like it's communicating with something far away. But where were we? Ah yes, blasting the body out of the airlock. After making that knee-jerk reaction, Ash then hands them an instrument that detects micro changes in air density. How is that going to actually find that thing? I imagine because the air stays like disturbed, but finding that thing through a doorway seems impossible to me. More so when these are probably like airtight doors in case of a hull breach, but don't think too much about it. The crew then splits up into teams of 3 to go search. Approaching one area, they think it's hiding in a locker, but opening the door, it is instead the other perfect organism, whose structural perfection is matched only by its hostility. It's a Mrs. Kitty, or in this universe, its name is Jonesy. Brett then drops the ball and doesn't catch the cat because, now it's a cat, but he's informed that the microdensity whatever it is tracking the cat, because that makes sense, so they need to remove the cat in order for it to track the alien, because if they put the cat somewhere else, it won't track the cat. Okay, so Brett then goes off on his own to get the cat, and I guess Ripley and Parker just hang out and smoke, I don't know. Conducting his search, he heads into the creepy floating chain area where he finds the creature has shed its skin, which is never a good sign as that means it's growing, and grow it did. After standing in, where is this water coming from and why is it free flowing? Seems like sort of a rust and tetanus issue, but he seems to enjoy his final shower, I suppose, probably because everyone just stays sweating in this movie, and there has been no scene where anyone throws on any deodorant yet. Also, they just woke up from a 10-month nap. Everyone has got to be smelling rank. Finding the kitty hiding, he begins backing away, growling and hissing, just like when I have to take Mrs. Kitty to the vet. Brett turns around and realizes the alien has straight up turned into a pumpkin head-sized creature, which, you know, it's spooky season.
Grab some water.
I actually have covered that before. And the thing is rather tall if you've never seen Pumpkinhead. It then uses his extra eel jaw to, I assume, break through his skull, ending him almost immediately while the kitty watches. But since we finally got a look at this creature, let's take an actual look at it and show how the human genome is affecting its physiology. Starting with the feet, we see they're actually shaped like a human's, except there is a protrusion on the back, but it is plantigrade. In later forms of aliens, they will walk on the balls of their feet, but this one walks on the balls and heels of its feet. The ones that walk on the balls of their feet do appear to be more quadrupedal than bipedal. Moving up the legs, we see they are shaped much like Homo sapiens in proportion to the body, though it is taller than a human, so the legs are longer. As we approach the pelvic region, it is still much like a human's, with the femurs connecting to the pelvis itself, but the area is much more heavily armored. Moving to the backside of the creature, where our tailbone is small, this creature's tail is much longer. This prehensile tail can be used to slash and stab at humans, but it should be noted that compared to other aliens, the tail is much more lithe. Humans just aren't too big, and likely these smaller tailbones that we have translated into making its tail smaller. As we move up to the abdomen, this creature has a sucked-in appearance and absolutely no body fat, but a similar muscular build to a human concerning the abdominal muscles. The thoracic region shows that a ribcage is present, and around the back are several protrusions, likely hailing from the original alien species genetic coding, because we really don't have these protrusions at all. Moving up to the shoulders, the alien doesn't really have large shoulders at all, but given what we will talk about later about how the body operates, it's likely it has more contractility force than a human does. The arms are proportional on human standards, and since it's bipedal and not quadrupedal like other aliens, the arms do not need to be like a doubling set of legs, so they're not very big. The fingers are an interesting blending of both human and alien. There are technically 3 digits owing to like the genetics of the alien. However, 1 digit is the thumb, the middle digit is the index and middle finger fused, and the 3rd digit is the ring and pinky finger fused. Another thing pointing to human lineage is the lack of claws. They are instead very human-like fingers with just blunted nails. Moving up to the head, it's a face only a mother could love, to be honest with you. There are some instances where the skull just behind the front of the face is very human-like, but as you move further back, the rest of the brain is housed in an elongated crest that runs pretty far, probably about like 1.5 feet. The mouth houses several sharp teeth, and it always appears to be salivating to a degree, and within that jaw is a purely, absolutely alien thing. It's a secondary little jaw. This type of jaw is seen in things like eels, so it's not really like entirely without a purpose, but it is interesting that it exists at all, given what we will talk about concerning the alien's metabolism and its need for food. The jaw, however, can shoot out at a high rate of speed, likely using a similar method as like the pistol shrimp, who can like crack through a crab's carapace with 1 punch. The same method of using a system of biological springs and latches is likely utilized, and it will fire out, breaking through solid bone. Overall, the alien stands at a staggering 7 feet tall, about a foot taller than any of the crewmen, and 14 inches taller than Ripley. Its skin has black coloring, but is almost completely smooth and featureless on its head, but it has many ridges, which we can assume to be almost like a chitinous armoring over the rest of its body.
I don't know why it does this
protection.
ugly ass
It is
color
quite
too.
powerful even for its size, easily overpowering anyone that gets near it, making it absolutely a lethal animal. But it's clear to me, after incorporating these specific key points of the human genome into its own DNA, the growth pattern clearly comes from the alien genetics. Humans just do not grow that quickly, and we also don't really molt either. It's hard to know exactly what the pure form looks like, but it's said to have a reddish hue of skin, and if we use the base model of a drone mixed with a human, then we can assume it must look somewhat like the alien on the ship. It is difficult to point out the differences, however, because as far as I can tell, there are not many depictions of a pure form. Back with the crew, apparently Parker and Ripley saw the thing and did nothing. We never saw like how they saw it, they just said they did, and Dallas at this point devises a really stupid plan. Trap it in the air vents, which it is using, and then blast it out of an airlock. I mean, that's not the stupid part, but it's the part that comes after. They ask Ash what they should do, as the alien has clearly already adapted to the atmosphere that humans use, but they don't know how it will react to temperature changes. So they're gonna bathe the thing in holy fire. Very human thing to do. The captain then asks Mother about terminating the alien and has no idea what he's talking about, as then he asks, well, what are my chances? If it doesn't know about the alien, why would it know about your chances based on your power level, bro? Like, just go do it. So Dallas enters the vents alone, galaxy brain move, to find what is basically a bipedal tiger, just more intelligent, seeing as it's mixed with human intellect. That is the boldest of strategies, Cotton. Moving through with the light facing his face rather than in front of him, he asks Ripley to close the hatches behind him. Lambert at this point detects the alien somehow, where we get the most annoying things start happening. Lambert's descriptive ability is awful. Entering the 3rd junction, Lambert sees the thing approaching him and then loses the signal. Finding goop on the ground, Lambert starts saying, "It's gotta be there!" Then it like almost starts crying like, bro, stop, calm down, you're being dumb. Dallas then climbs down the ladder to get away from the thing and then gets jump scared by the alien, clearly wanting a hug. Parker went in after and found only his flamethrower with no blood and no Dallas. Lambert does say something pretty smart though at this point: get off the ship and just get out of there and take your chances out in space. Ripley says they're gonna go with the original plan, blowing it out of the airlock. Ripley asks Ash if him or Mother have any idea on what to do, and Ash is like, oh, we're still collating. So she says screw that and then heads to the captain's nest. Ripley comes across basically a text log that says they're all expendable and they were sent there on purpose to find the alien and bring it back at any cost, even at their lives. Classic. Isn't capitalism great? The answer is yes, capitalism is awesome, but this version of capitalism is a nightmare. Ash appears at this point and commits a right proper domestic disturbance as he starts attacking Ripley. As she goes to exit, Ash then seals the door to the area, like tuck and roll Ripley. Also, something that must have been cut from the movie, Ash was leaking white fluid, right? I mean, he got grabbed by Ripley, but nothing crazy. And then as Ripley comes back from the second door, she has a nosebleed that came out of nowhere. Like, she was fine when the second door closed, but as she approached him, she just got a nosebleed now. It's weird. At this point, Ash starts going ham on him and starts tossing Ripley around like a baby in a dryer as he rolls up a magazine trying to suffocate her, as then the rest of the crew finds out they are fighting. They realize Ash is actually a mandroid, as Parker then knocks his head off, saving Ripley from a horrible 10 ways to please your man this fall cosmopolitan end. They end up reactivating his head and asking him how to take this thing out and what were his priorities. He says, I can't lie to you about your chances, and then says the quote about being the perfect killing machine. He says, you do have my sympathies, as Parker then lights his head on fire to destroy him entirely. So the plan is this: blow up the ship, grab air coolant, and leave, but probably not in that order, because that would be a way shorter movie. Parker and Lambert then go off on their way as Ripley goes off on her own way to get the escape ship ready. As she does, she hears Mrs. Kitty meowing, and I too could not leave Mrs. Kitty behind. So Parker and Lambert, they're getting the coolant, right? They make the most noise imaginable. It is insane. Like, I get that you're scared, but you need to not advertise your whereabouts as best you can. Also, another fun fact for you, it has been stated that these aliens like to scare humans on purpose. The increased blood flow when there are other like face huggers around increase the viability of the black goo pairing up with more blood flow because more cells in the area and more perfusion. So these things are being jerks on purpose, and that's why they slowly approach you and smile at you to let you absolutely lose your mind. Ripley continues looking for the cat as still Lambert and Parker continue to be bulls in china shops. Ripley then finds Jonesy as he's freaking out because he's extra angry as he's missed two meals at this point, which basically returns a cat back to feral status. So now Jones may be actively hunting the alien as well, we just don't know. And speaking of hunting, the alien slowly approaches Lambert, who sits there crying while Parker's like, get out of the way. Bro, tuck and roll. What are you doing? But she elects to have a nice cry about it, as Parker has no choice because he can't use the flamethrower, so he has to physically attack the 7-foot-tall alien, which again, the flamethrower would have been 8,000% more effective. It then yeets Parker and then takes him out, while then turning to Lambert to take her out, all because you couldn't stop boo-hooing. Like, I get it, you're scared, but at some point you need to, like, have an active role in your own survival. And then there was 1.2, because cats have some of the personality traits of humans and are valuable little creatures. Ripley begins running around and finding the bodies not doing so well. She's now completely freaking out. She starts the self-destruct sequence to get out of there and then blow this thing up. We are also told for some reason that you can't override the explosion after 5 minutes. Why exactly? Seems like a bit of a design flaw, but you know, who am I? I didn't design the ship. Grabbing Jonesy and giving the cat shaking cat syndrome inside its carrier, Ripley runs into the alien, but somehow it doesn't spot her. She returns back to the detonation room and tries to override the explosion. Also, that alien sees the cat but has no interest in it. The only part of the human condition that's in there is loving kitties. Ripley then yells at Mother saying, I've turned the cooling unit back on, but is ignored because Mother doesn't care, as she gets angry and then starts destroying Mother, I guess. Returning back to the escape ship, she realizes, I gotta get out of here. She gets the cat, and also during this part of the movie, in movie theaters, it must have been a complete vibe check to see if you had epilepsy, because I didn't even know, like, last night watching this, I thought I was about to start seizing. You know, someone somewhere had their date absolutely ruined by this. But grabbing Jonesy again, the ship starts blowing up as she's able to get into the escape pod. Launching it, she blasts off and then clears the ship as for some reason, it blows up 3 times. Someone was really proud of that explosion scene. Satisfied with her work, Ripley believes she has taken out the alien. Or has she? Putting the cat in the pod, it's extra angry with her, but the cat is pretty much immediately knocked out. And also, are these things rated for felines? I mean, they must be, but as Ripley strips down because it's the 70s and that's just how things are, she spots it. The alien is taking a nap in the ship, and somehow it didn't react to her doing all of that crap, which is a little strange. After a hand launches at her, she then runs to the closet where the suits are as the alien goes back to sleep. even yawning, which is kind of interesting as this says this isn't just a Earth species thing, but is a universal thing. Why do we even yawn in the first place? Don't be fooled. Nobody is quite sure. Is it a social thing? Is it us cooling down our brain? Is it stabilizing the oxygen levels in our body? Who knows? But getting her suit on, the plan is to blow this thing out of the airlock. She loads a harpoon gun and then heads out to the main area. Sitting down quietly, she starts singing for some reason, and if I recall, I believe she was singing Whalers on the Moon who carry a harpoon, I don't know. But she starts blowing gases out of pipes to wake the alien up. Wakey, wakey, it's time for school. She turns her back for some reason on the alien, who realizes that she's just sitting there, as then she opens the airlock. It gets pulled out, but then she fires the harpoon at it, knocking it out as it tries to crawl into an engine, which, good luck, buddy. And then she fires that engine, completely destroying the alien in the process and sending it out into space. So I think it's finally time to tell you what I actually believe the blood is at this point, since you have patiently waited long enough. So there are a few things we can surmise. First, if the facehugger was running on a limited supply of energy, it's entirely possible that the alien is doing the same thing, and that's what their pure genetics code for. Not to mention, it does not appear as though when the alien takes out a human, it invests any time or effort into eating them for energy. It's just purely hostile to anything that's not it. That would mean its metabolism is likely self-contained and not influenced so much by the need for food, but all the nutrients in its short lifespan will support is already within its body. It's sort of like a regular battery to a human's rechargeable battery. This is how the alien can exist in space for periods of time, whereas a human would absolutely be bodied because our metabolism is disrupted. Because of this, I believe the blood is actually a fluoroacetic acid of sorts. One of the important things to remember about the alien species is their bodies do not work exactly like ours. Within our metabolisms, our cells get energy they require through the metabolic cycle. We are reliant upon oxygen to be brought in to help facilitate the creation of energy as we breathe out CO2 as a waste product. Ultimately, this leaves us with adenosine triphosphate, or ATP, for energy to run our cells. From this point, functions like depolarization of neurons help us by sending signals to contract muscle, which also uses ATP, and move, and catch more food, and stay alive. Sunrise, sunset, everybody hold hands, sing kumbaya. It's great that it works. In aliens, however, they do not appear to breathe, hence why they can exist outside in the vacuum of space for an extended period of time. And this is where fluoroacetic acid composing their blood comes into play. This specific acid is said to have one of the highest abilities to conduct electricity. Along with that, I would propose that it is a trifluoroacetic acid, as this has a massive pH rating, which on the acid scale goes from like 1 to 7 usually, right? Well, this has a 0.23 pH. So it is just insanely acidic. It seems to me their energy production is all within their body from the time that they form. As this dwindles, so does their lifespan, which is why when there's no prey around, they appear to go in extremely deep sleep, as seen when Ripley is able to run and go get a suit without disrupting the alien, despite the fact that it was way more perceptive earlier when it assumed prey was around. The blood itself operates almost as like a nervous system of sorts, which doubles as a defense mechanism. It will conduct the electrical impulses of the body likely sent out by its brain, rather than using methods of like nerve-to-nerve connections like we do, so this highly conductive liquid all over its body allows for it to move and operate so long as the cells have the energy to do so. It's also likely it still doubles as a circulatory system as well, delivering nutrients from its own gas tank to all the cells that need it. But the question is, why do I believe it's fluoroacetic acid over something like hydrofluoric acid? Well, first, I have to acknowledge the proposed lore. These creatures would need Teflon bonds in their body to actually survive any of this stuff floating around. This allows for it to survive and also remain durable as it is, which is why it's hard to take them out. But in later installments, we see something that hydrofluoric acid cannot account for. Sometimes when you damage an alien drone with hot lead or fire, they will explode. Hydrofluoric acid is not explosive, but fluoroacetic acid is highly explosive. This colorless crystalline solid, under the right conditions, can also basically be entering a fluid state because it's soluble in water. And this would likely hail from a human genome, potentially owing some of its circulatory system characteristics to humans possessing plasma inside of their vessels, which then liquefies the acid, moving it around the body. In the facehugger variant, it's clear moisture is integral to their survival as well, as the eggs are housed in warm, moist environments. This water production is also seen within its saliva, where likely there are some digestive enzymes, but the amount produced would indicate the creature is producing a lot of moisture here as well, maybe even possibly as like a lubricant for like the little mouth that exits its face. But that's why I think it's trifluoroacetic acid. So then now she sends out a distress call telling her status, which isn't good, as she goes to take a 6-week nap in a pod, and thus concludes Alien. But anyhow, I want to thank you guys for watching. If you enjoyed, then leaving a like.
One of the greatest movies ever
made.
made.
And greatly appreciate it. This was kind of a long one. Let's go ahead and get it out there. We all know on this channel that we're violently pro-human around here, and if my boy Commander Shepard is anything to go off of, we drop in, hook up with alien chicks, and get out, all in the name of 46 chromosomes and planet Earth. Tally best girl. But the question we should all be asking ourselves, more so it seems that in this day and age, what are we supposed to do if aliens come to visit us? What are their motives? What if they're here to
What a
take
freak.
human
Tally
women?
best
Will rock
girl?
throwing work?
Clearly
What about
Leora
sharp
is
stick?
the-
Those last few sentences
the best
sound kind of
alien.
primitive. It's because unfortunately we are. Humanity is essentially like that 2-year-old walking towards a highway in terms of how long our species have been around and potentially where we could be headed. The reality is we are making a lot of noise on this rock, trying to reach out to anything around us without even the slightest clue that we could be obliterated by a passing species just for fun. We have no planetary defense system and no real way to deal with something as simple as an asteroid. But we are pretty much confined to this planet with the parameter being set at the lower atmosphere, and any species that would like to take the planet could just say, go right outside of our grasp and whittle us down through military bombardments or glassing specific areas. And if they wanted our species to be kept alive, this is all they would have to do. Or if we were just a nuisance and really they had no intention of keeping this weird bipedal hairless animal that is by comparison only marginally more intelligent than the animals around it, they could develop a disease that could wipe us out before we even had a chance to respond. The point is, how would we fare against an aggressive species? Likely not well. But would that stop humanity from fighting anyways? Very doubtful. It's kind of our thing, like the human spirit. In the 90s, back when Will Smith was actually cool, man, that took a turn, didn't it?
Oh my God.
An alien species would arrive to Earth for one reason, to harvest the planet itself. Now, why wouldn't they just stop at all the other planets, considering they have pretty much the same elements? Well, it's mentioned in Independence Day 2, the quest for more money and ruined reputations. However, much like Jeepers Creepers 3, I'm gonna spare you that horror, unlike Hollywood pushing that on us. Then again, I guess what's coming out, it does seem par for the course. Okay, so this is future Roanoke. I had a migraine last night, which broke down the wall covering the second one because I actually realized the bodies of the aliens are way more visible in that movie. So buckle up. Anyhow, they wanted Earth's iron core. That's it. That's the whole premise. It was pretty dumb. In the actual good movie, though, humanity would engage in battle for the planet primarily with the United States appearing to have the most luck. The question is, who is this species, and what is their deal in the first place? Well, let's discuss that in today's episode over the aliens and Independence Day. We kick off our story with me totally forgetting that this is Lord of the Rings length of movie, and considering my brain is currently exploding, this is a lot of recording, and my god, I've already made like 100 mistakes in recording this. This is gonna be a long one. But this movie is about 2.5 hours. Yeah, people were living on the razor's edge with the movie theater if they had any water that day. It's July 2nd, and America is already probably drinking. Independence Day, be it if it falls on a Sunday, is pretty much Independence Weekend. Suck it, England. We get patriotic around here as well. We are at the moon, where invariably someone will say we didn't go there. In 2002, astronomers actually tested the optics of a very large telescope, and they were able to actually image the Apollo landing site, but they had a good enough resolve to basically see the 14-foot wide lunar landers and their shadow. So the stuff is up there, you can see it, you just need a big enough telescope. Someone's gonna say that that's still fake, but it doesn't matter. It happens every time. Don't let it be you. Man showed up to the moon to come in peace for all mankind, but the aliens coming to hang out with us are not about that life. Also, somehow they're vibrating the entire surface of the moon, which, it must be some sort of force field because that doesn't make much sense because there's no air to actually... Okay. Anyways, over at SETI, where we make too much noise and also...
It's a Roland Emmerich movie. Don't expect too much, bro.
As a man calls to another. It's a radio signal from another world.
Guy's a moron.
It's actually only about 375,000 kilometers from Earth. So basically right outside our door. Over at another meeting, they pull up images of this thing inside of the atmosphere. They thought it was a meteor, but it's slowing down. Meanwhile, over at the White House, the most unbelievable thing about this entire movie is that we have a non-geriatric president sitting in office. Like, it's not even a crack at either side, but why do we keep electing 80-year-olds? But apparently the media in this universe is also asking why the president is so young. And I'm gonna go ahead and guess it's probably because people voted that way. Wild! Anyhow, in space, one of our satellites straight up runs into the ship. Was this the thing that caused them to attack? No, it wasn't, because they're actually just a bunch of jerks. We now meet Dr. Malcolm. Wait, let me check my notes. Yes, David, who essentially has the same mannerisms as Dr. Malcolm. He's playing chess with his old man. He heads into the office riding his bike and then heads to the most 90s drink machines ever as Marty tells him what's going on. It's aliens. While that's going on, we meet Russell, a crop duster pilot, hitting the wrong field because he's about to get an FUI. As everyone is just sort of vibing out and wondering what's going on, ships begin separating from the mothership. Also, the military is having the same question. Most of the armed forces are out on leave right now because it's near July 4th. I think the best time to attack this country is probably July 5th, the Friday after Thanksgiving, December 26th, and January 1st. The response of pretty much everyone, even citizens who are strapped, might be a little slow. Definitely slower than normal anyways. Still get wrecked though. But with that info, the meteors will be landing within the next 25 minutes. These things have started arriving all over the planet. The military sends in a plane, and I'm gonna be honest, predictably flying towards a thing like this, you should expect some sort of fireball and not get close, but they do anyhow, so they get blown up. Back over at Media Hut General, David has picked up the signal that has been interfering with the TVs.
Hello?
It's a repeating signal that reduces every time, so in 7 hours it should be completely gone away. In layman's terms, we would call that a countdown. He goes to tell Marty, but obviously everyone else is a little preoccupied with the aliens entering the atmosphere. The government tells everyone not to panic, but everyone panics. Actually, if the government ever tells you not to panic, you probably should. So we can go ahead and assume everyone in fact did not pass the vibe check. Back over at Imperial Valley, Russell is drinking at the bar as a group comes in making fun of him. As they ask him about the probing, the aliens have also arrived over the valley. So this man's backstory is essentially, during Nam, he claims he was abducted by these aliens during a routine mission. He was eventually returned to Earth, but was diagnosed with PTSD in the 80s after telling everyone, and then he was relieved of his duties as a pilot. And we finally meet Captain Hiller with his girlfriend Jasmine. She's a dancer, and that's pretty much the most believable thing in this movie, and if you don't think it is, I don't know what to tell you. A military guy and a stripper getting married goes together like alcohol and bad decisions, which is a beautiful summation of probably how that went.
Very
But
funny.
as they go back to sleep, the aliens have officially arrived over LA. Second video in a row that actually involves California, I'm sorry. But what are the odds? Then again, they seem to be hitting all the classic big cities and whatnot. As Captain Miller gets up, the neighbors are heading out, as Captain over here is pretty much completely oblivious as to what's going on. Hiller goes to get the paper and somehow misses that giant thing in the sky in the distance. Marty then asks why he sent his mother to Atlanta at David's request. Yes, why did you? I mean, why go to another big city? I mean, I guess Atlanta's a big city. I don't know. Anyways, I was there last weekend. If aliens don't get you, that place appears to be one power outage away from complete anarchy. That's why I moved away from there after my last job, because I'm like, I am not staying here. Then again, I'm not a city person. That's my wife. Anyhow, David now gets what the signal is for. As stated, it's a countdown. The president gives a press meeting as David calls his ex-wife to warn her it's a countdown. Now, would I warn my ex about a countdown and an impending alien attack? I'd like to think I would, but I think I'd probably just go with more pressing matters. Then again, he's wearing his wedding ring like 3 years later, so I don't know. Anyways, in the cities, well, it's a city during an alien invasion. Hiller is leaving because he's a fighter pilot, and Jasmine is angry at him because of this, but I mean, this is pretty much an all-hands-on-deck scenario, so I get it. David and his father are unbelievably moving through traffic during an alien invasion in the northeast somehow, and then back over at Imperial Valley, Miguel C-blocks his sister in the end days as Hiller heads to the locker room. NASA gave him a letter of rejection, as apparently they do not need pilots at this point, as then an engagement ring drops out of his locker. Even his buddy, Captain Wilder, thinks maybe it's a little too soon, but again, military marriage. It keeps you out of the black mold base housing, I hear, so that's probably good for your lungs. There's also a group on a building welcoming the aliens. Again, you have no idea what their intentions are, and if you haven't tried to make contact yet, or they haven't either, it's usually not a good sign. At this point, humanity has had enough of waiting and tries to make contact with them. The things are about to go from neutral with ominous overtones to just straight up bad as their intentions are made clear. David arrives to inform the president of what's happening. It's the signal in humanity's own satellites as she shows the president the countdown. As the helicopters ascend to show the ship what they got, the ships are displeased, firing a shot out and blowing up all the helicopters. At this point, it is known they are clearly aggressive, and it's time to get out of there as they only have 9 minutes left. At the top of the giant building, all the people stand there, like just welcoming the aliens. Couldn't be me. They could be friendly, they could not be, but I'm not standing under that thing. As everyone begins
In
GTFO,
all
the
likelihood,
ship
they
then
would
begins
not
to
be.
open up, quite literally firing its laser into just straight below, engulfing the entire city in a fireball as the president's plane barely makes it out of the blast range. In the tunnel, Jasmine and her son also somehow break into a door that nobody else thought to open and survive the blast. Well, that's pretty lucky. And now it's July 3rd, and things, well, they were looking really hot about an hour ago, and now they're not looking so hot. All over, everything is blown to hell, and refugees are flooding into less populated areas, which is not good because that'll pretty much strain any infrastructure in the surrounding area. Even if humanity recovered, the reality is, with this many people and that much infrastructure devastated, our species isn't recovering for probably like a few centuries. Captain Hiller and Wilder, along with several other fighter pilots, are dispatched to take basically revenge on E.T., where I now know where I get the line. Let's kick the tires and light the fires. I've been saying that since I was like 10. I didn't know where I got it. It's this movie. I never noticed that. Of course, it probably was said in Top Gun first, I imagine, but yeah, anyways. So, the US answers the problem of
It
what
was
do we do if ET shows up? But tech-wise, this
a
is like
goose, I
trying to
think.
take a modern military and destroy them when you only have stone axes and spears. I mean, yes, you can technically hit them and take them out, but would you be able to get close enough to get through that armor? Likely not. Also, completely off topic, but when this movie was made, just to kind of give you a comparison of just even 10 years of human tech, the F-18s were used, which if I remember correctly was just a short 10 years later, the F-35s came out where they ran a test to see who would win. They dispatched a bunch of F-18s, and if I am remembering this correctly, one F-35. The F-35 had all the F-18s tagged and shot down before the F-18s were even aware of where the F-35 was.
But that was
That's
a
how
rigged
fast technology moves.
Yeah, no,
And if
that was rigged
comparison
as
is
fuck.
anything to go off of, what do you think
Google it.
alien tech would do to an F-18? So they all lock and load Brides of Christ as they head up into the sky to find some alien women. But you surely don't want to deal with these ones, as we will come to find out. They're not alien women.
That's
They're
only
typical
true in
dudes.
VVR.
Ooh. They then fire their missiles, which do
Beyond
absolutely
visual
nothing
range.
as it has energy shielding. As they do, the aliens dispatch their own aerial answer, which then turns into a massive dogfight in the sky, which I have to admit was pretty freaking awesome. Unfortunately, human tech is getting blown out of the sky left, right, and center, as Hiller and Wilder make a run for it, getting out of the area as Wilder forgot his training and then takes off his mask and gets blown up. Sorry about that, bro. The aliens at this point now begin their attack on an Air Force base called El Toro. One continues chasing Hiller through the trenches as he blows his chute and blinds the alien. But what's really weird is we would actually see this exact same scenario play out later. Hiller begins yelling at the alien ship for making a joke out of his plane. As he goes up to the alien craft, the door opens and he yells at it to keep Earth's name out it. Okay, I think we get it. But anyways, he does what I hope we would all do, which is just straight up sucker punch an alien, telling it, welcome to Earth. Humanity is always going to be number one, even if sometimes we do stupid things. After that close encounter, we move over to Jasmine, who finds a working vehicle with keys in the sun visor, where, what are the odds of that? Meanwhile, on Air Force One, David goes to throw up as the military discusses using a nuke over American soil. I mean, we all saw that force field. You're not doing anything. Like, this is just like, whoa, why don't we just irradiate a large part of the U.S.? Not really a large part, but at least a sizable portion. No, not really even a sizable portion. It's enough, though. As they argue over what to do, Julie...
Except everything got wiped out. Use the fucking nukes. It's all we got left. Alright? Use all of them.
Julius comes up saying, why don't they just use the ship they have at Area 51? We all know they recovered bodies, which if you saw that congressional hearing, I mean, the dude could be lying about the non-human organic bodies they recovered, but why was this huge nerd calling them non-human organic bodies rather than just aliens? Like, dude, call it what it is. The whole thing was bizarre. But if they did recover bodies from the Roswell crash, well, I guess then this movie is right, and so are a bunch of other people. Back over at a city, Jasmine then finds the president's wife as Hiller drags the alien body across the desert, asking what that smell is. It's the alien. They stink. As he does, a caravan then picks him up to take him basically to Area 51, because everybody knows where that is. And in the base, the president has also arrived as they descend under the desert. Well, 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 if it isn't a fellow scientist doing nerdy nonsense. Also, what's funny is Dr. Oken is literally acting how scientists act. You ever try to socialize with a really smart person in a lab? This is usually how it goes. I miss the lab from time to time. I'll go back eventually, but not to socialize, because these people can't socialize. So they head into the hangar and they find one of the ships. For 40 years, the ship never did anything, but in the last few days, the ship started powering up. So why is this? Well, to me, it seems like the mothership puts out a field of influence that powers ships. Sort of like how we have wireless charging right now. The interesting part is, technically speaking, you shouldn't have to have things directly plugged into the wall outlet in a house. If we can find a more efficient way to send power further, then you could have like a centralized node that could power your entire house and run off of wireless power. Newer houses, I'd say probably like 20 years from now, will probably have this
part is
feature.
bugged.
Will this cause mega cancer? Well, according to data on those who live next to high power lines over their house, no. But then again, other data says yes. So, I don't know. So the president then snaps at the scientist for being excited about his life's work coming together, but I mean, it is what it is, bro. He also mentions how the aliens are not too different from us. They expire in heat and cold, they breathe oxygen, and that's probably why they're so interested in our planet. Of course, the second movie would ruin this premise and go, no, they want our iron core, bro, because that's gonna destroy your planet. It's so stupid. That last part was just the migraine talking. Then we go and look at the body of the aliens that were recovered. They are essentially wearing biomechanical suits. They have ears and eyes, but portions of their brains are much more developed, giving them telepathy. Their bodies are just as frail as humans, with 2 succumbing in the crash, and 1 just a few weeks later. Actually, I would say their bodies are more frail because humans are better. So, we all know why we're here, to talk about alien physiology. So let's get into it and figure out what these things actually are, at least concerning this physiology. So first and foremost, as we will see in the second movie much more readily, these creatures are smaller than humans. Their bodies are said to be just as frail, but again, I would argue more frail than our meat suits because we actively watch Hiller and David survive a crash in the alien ship, and this is also, probably because our bodies are better as we're equipped to deal with the pressures of living on Earth, whereas these creatures appear to have turned to technology to make up for their shortcomings having lived in space for so long. So this is where it's going to get a bit extensive to explain, but hey, it's a good time. So let's start with their physiology. They are known as the Harvesters, as that's what their species does. They are a highly advanced form of alien life that appears to be the pinnacle, or at least near the pinnacle, of technology. They are again more frail and shorter than humans, likely having moved away from their home planet and into space, causing muscle tone to decrease, and as a result, their bodies become thinner and weaker. However, what didn't go away was their intellect. Their skin is kind of it's said to be beige, but it looks more brownish and has grayish undertones and is incredibly smooth. Although on their arms and legs, you can somewhat see maybe they have an exoskeleton, but it's not 100% confirmed. They have massive eyes with a white nictitating membrane. So starting with the feet, we see they have 2 toes that appear to be finger-like appendages that they walk on. They fold backwards, and we can see their legs are triple jointed, much like ours: an ankle, a knee, and a pelvic connection. The limbs are rather sinewy as it continues up to their abdominal region. There are no discernible amounts of body fat in this area, suggesting that this species may not store fat like ours does, but muscular contraction is still the standard. Their abdominals are well defined under the skin, and their body structure is similar to ours, running up to the thoracic region. Getting to the shoulders and arms, we can see evidence that these creatures are quadrupedal, however. Their shoulders and trapezius for their size are quite large, meaning that they would need to be used for locomotion, given how they have not waned in muscularity. The arms are actually quadruple jointed, however. You have your shoulder joint, then you have your elbow, then the wrist appears where it may be that by comparison the carpal bones that attach to the wrist, or at least to the wrist joint, are much longer than in humans, taking on the appearance of another section of an arm with 2 fingers coming out. Given its length, these arms are most definitely used to help it walk. The head of this creature suggests something rather interesting. We see the face is angular like ours, supporting a mandible, so we can assume a mouth is present, although it appears to be difficult to see. Also, groaning noises can be heard later in other ground forces, suggesting that it is in fact there. There does not appear to be a nose in the sense of what we would expect, at least in our species, but likely there are still openings. The eyes are absolutely massive and jet black, reflecting most of what is entering them. Moving up to the head, we see that it has a massive crest on either side, which again, this is interesting when trying to figure out what the whole planet is like and how they do the things that they do. Given what we know, which is nothing about their homeworld, the crest of the head could signal several things. First, their bodies are smaller and weaker, and this could indicate that their planet possibly had lower gravity. However, it could also be due to the fact that they have been in space for so long that their bodies have degraded. They're quadrupedal, with their grasping appendages on all 4 points of their body, meaning that likely they would have existed on the surface of the world amongst vegetation, much like primates on our planet. However, given the crest on their heads being more hydrodynamic, and with their eyes, it may be possible that they were aquatic in nature to some degree. It is possible their species can live on land as well as potentially hunt in water, much like the aquatic ape theory on our planet suggests. And this isn't unheard of even for our species, as there's a specific group of people, and I brutalize this name every time, Bahulat, I believe they are called, who hunt the waters around their island, and they can hold their breath up to 5 minutes. The palms of their hands have actually begun spreading out, allowing them to swim in water better, and they can actively change the shape of their eyes to make themselves see more clearly under the water. For harvesters, due to their head crests, in my mind, this will help them glide in the water more readily for their own hunting during a more primitive era. The quadrupedal stance would also indicate that they would like to move along the bottom of the seafloor in shallow waters, as nothing would suggest that they could go into deeper waters unless their eyes are any indicator, which is always a possibility. Something that should not be discounted, though, is their actual potential to genetically manipulate themselves upon becoming spacefaring. As they have allegedly been doing this for thousands of years, and this is made known to us by the Sphere, kind of brings into question, how do the biomechanical suits come into play with all this, and how neurologically is this thing connected? Well, we will discuss that here in a moment because we got to get back to it. So their tech is just far outclassing ours, unfortunately. This movie predicts the future, by the way. As a raid begins on Area 51 with the caravan arriving, the concept was they can't stop all of us if we Naruto run across the fence line. But alas, they were able to stop all of us, mainly because nobody ever really tried. With that though, Hiller has clearance due to the fact that he has an alien with them, and so he's let in, and surgery begins to try to extract the living alien from the biomechanical suit. Also, just throwing this out there, Philadelphia was destroyed, which but also Atlanta was destroyed. So that lets the president know that apart from all the other cities being blown up, apparently we're being exterminated. Meanwhile, Jasmine is headed to El Toro to get Hiller, but it was destroyed. Bummer, bro. Jasmine then talks to the First Lady as surgery in Area 51 begins. They begin cutting into the crispest undercooked turkey as then it splits open. They cut back the membranes of this thing as it begins waking up. As it does, it blasts tinnitus in everyone's ears as it begins walking around, quite literally, alien style, and with that, the president comes into view as the alien wraps its tentacles around the scientists as it tells the rest of the humans to release him. So what is this telepathy? Well, longtime viewers are about to understand what I'm talking about, but concerning neurology, to the new guys, have you ever wondered why you get a bad feeling about someone? Well, wonder no more, because potentially, and I mean take this with a grain of salt, there is a very, very primitive form of telepathy possibly forming within humans. Now, don't click off. Trust me, it's fun to learn. Mirror neurons in the brain are pretty interesting in terms of their function.
Do you know
on the smallest?
Have you never heard about that? That was like a thing like a couple of years ago. People wanted to, well, that was the meme, right? People wanted to Naruto run into Area 51. That was legit a thing. Well, a meme, right?
The Alliance shall prevail.
At this level, they depolarize or discharge both when a person decides to move and when they observe another person socially. Now, why is this? Pulling double duty puts these neurons in a class all their own, as they are not really the standard concerning neuronal functioning. While this is interesting,
yeah, it was the whole reason was to go into Area 51.
They begin to stand out. Have you ever felt like someone was watching you, or possibly, as mentioned, just get a weird vibe from somebody?
That's why no one actually showed up because they would have gotten shot.
Your conscious mind isn't aware of. If you feel like somebody's watching you, it's actually because your peripheral vision has already seen them. But when you get a weird vibe from somebody, it kind of sets you off a little bit. Mirror neurons are there to glean information from the other's expressions, but there's also some other potential possibilities concerning their functionality, which may say that there's a little bit more to it than just looking at expressions. But these are going to be like not large expressions that are visible, but micro expressions. And this is why when someone smiles at you but has bad intentions, when it comes to just a few missing lines around the eyes, it activates the almonds of your mirror neurons, putting you on edge. But what's strange past that is how they seem to influence areas around humans as well. In my favorite test, but to keep it succinct, they essentially put a person next to a quantum random number generator and asked them to think of a number. More often than not, when that person was around the quantum number generator, thinking about that number would pop up more often. Activation of the premotor cortex, supplementary motor area, and primary somatosensory cortex is important to understanding possibly why
I have this one since the beginning. I have no idea what the fuck this is.
Neurons have some sort of influence in the surrounding area passively. Potentially, but I want to hone in on specifically the primary somatosensory cortex for a moment. When interacting with humans, it is said that harvesters can use their telepathy to screw with human brains. This may indicate that humans and harvesters have similar brain structures. Within humans, the primary somatosensory cortex is located in the parietal lobe, which runs about mid-head down to the sides above the ears, where the temporal lobe sits, which is responsible for the interpretation of sound. Ask me how I know that. I'll go ahead and tell you. Because I have tinnitus, and that thing never shuts up, so I got really
I got that too. It's really fucking annoying, bro.
Many of these citizens could use your help.
Oh my god, I've had it for 20 years now. Especially at night, it's annoying because if there's like background noise, it's not that bad because you can focus on the background noise instead of the fucking beep in your ear. But at night, all you hear is beep, and it fucking drives me nuts.
Lobe, and I'm like, oh, well, there it goes. It's ringing right now. So as we know from activation, people will grab their ears when hearing a horrendous tinnitus sound when the aliens are trying to talk to them. This is the area that is specifically affected by the aliens' telepathy. This area has quite a few mirror neurons. When the aliens communicate, these neurons are overwhelmed and almost enter a seizure-like state, which bleeds over into temporal lobe, affecting hearing. This seizure causes damage to the brain as well in some humans, as it sends Dr. Oken into a coma for 20 years, and President Whitmore is permanently altered behaviorally after the aliens use their telepathy on him. But how does that explain complementary brain structures? Taking a look at the alien's head, we can see that specifically the area of the parietal lobe above their temporal lobes fan outwards. It is entirely possible that their telepathy sense that has been seen in humans to influence at least computers is much larger and therefore potentially much more capable of being utilized in a way to communicate rather than just background function. And this is kind of, again, this kind of rounds back to what we were talking about as far as humans ascertaining information from other humans based on micro expressions, but also it could be mirror neuron from one brain to mirror neuron in another brain connection that allows information to be passed, which would technically speaking be a very primitive form of telepathy. But when interacting with humans, it's not that they are really trying to destroy our brains, but just by communicating with our more primitive organ by comparison, it would be like yelling into a newborn's ear at full volume their entire life. You're likely to damage their hearing like right out of the gate. The power within their brains simply causes damage to our mirror neurons as potentially, and this is the reason they're called mirror neurons, because we respond to actions that we observe in other, but the really strange part is mirror neurons will actually fire in the same way to recreate the action. If the aliens are using telepathy with their mirror neurons and our mirror neurons are trying to replicate that, it may overwhelm the brain and then cause damage to it and change it permanently, which will have consequences in the other areas of the brain because there are other areas of mirror neurons, and this leads to, again, functional and structural changes that have long-term consequences. And that's how that telepathy screws with your brain. So why would these creatures develop this? Well, it may be possible that on their planet, given that they do make noises, that they communicated in a way that we do, by body language and speaking. Obviously, they would have to be social, which social ability seems to actually spawn the creation of mirror neurons, as those are important, but as they learned about their own physiology, they may have enhanced these areas of the brain for better communication. It should also be noted that they run as a hive mind of sorts, as well as with a queen, meaning that communication from her may have over time enhanced this area of their brains naturally, well beyond humanity's more individualistic experience. And why would it be more important to communicate to another brain directly? This is how you can sum it up so easily. So if I'm trying to explain to you something, yes, I can use words and I can use my hands, but I may not be able to actually give you all the information that you need. For instance, let me sit here and ask you to describe the color green without using the word green. It's impossible. But if I could beam that into your head from my head, I could
Looks like
explain
grass.
it perfectly. That's why telepathy goes well
Mostly.
beyond just
Grass can be
speaking
brown too.
communication. So the president asked about a peace between the aliens.
Looks
and
like
humans.
grass, but
The
it's not
alien
brown.
Basically tells us to pound sand, and it actually shows, well, these things hate us, and they're not immune to bullets, which is hilarious. Get wrecked. The president also saw its thoughts. Again, describe the color green. They destroy civilizations and take resources. See, like that's the thing. There are so many other asteroids and other planets to do that to. It seems just a little ridiculous to go after a rare habitable planet, but the president agrees. Let's go ahead and nuke these things. David starts drinking since it's the end of the world party as he argues with his ex-wife, which is pretty standard. Hiller has a nice cry as he gets into a helicopter and they send in the bombers to hit the ships. As they do, the president gives the order and they hit its energy shield, which does absolutely nothing.
Fucking hates
Because
spiders.
energy shield, it stops concussive and energy particles. At this point, somehow, in that entire field of destruction at El Toro, Will then finds his girlfriend, what are the odds of that? And the first lady gets found too. I imagine she has internal bleeding or something because, like, they get her to safety and then she immediately succumbs to her wounds. Give her like a coagulant or something, good lord. But as they now enter July 4th, okay, before we move on, I do have to say internal bleeding is very dangerous. You can't just administer a coagulant to somebody. That's not going to work. You're basically going to create blood clots, which is going to take them out anyways. You have to do surgery, which they may not have had the ability, given that aliens were invading. So anyways, now it's July 4th. Time to raise hell and praise Dale. David starts breaking everything in a drunken bender, July 4th mood. During David's freakout, though, his dad mentions how, well, at least you still have your health, which gives David an idea. As David rounds everyone up, they fire a shot showing that the alien ship still has its shield, but administering a virus, the major...
This was so dumb, dude. The whole virus thing.
Infect
Oh
the
my
mothership
god.
with a computer
So
virus,
dumb.
which is hilarious in itself, because we truly have no idea how their antivirus programs would really run in the first place. Then again, I suppose how they wouldn't know, like, our primitive computer viruses would run either, but a plan is then hatched. Send Hiller and David to the mothership to deliver the virus, as well as a nuke,
What do you?
coordinate a
You
world
don't even know what type of OS they use, dude. Like, it'll be alien too. No pun intended. Like, how you gonna create a virus for an alien OS?
wide counter-assault on the ship
So
with limited
dumb.
resources. What could possibly go wrong? Meanwhile, over in Iraq, the Brits
10-year-old me
the
loved
United
it,
States
but,
is organizing
yeah.
a counteroffensive, which
IT
is like,
me
"It's about
thinks,
bloody
oh my
time,
god.
mate. I'm running out of chips." And
This
they're
is
pretty
retarded.
jazzed about it. As a signal then floods over the rest of the world, mentioning how we're about to drop their shields, but only for a short time, the attack begins in 5 hours, and luckily everyone is listening. Out at Area 51, they then round up any pilots that they have left, and anyone who wants to be a pilot, which Captain Russell has entered the building. He's marginally sober, and he's back. Prior to Hiller going to attack the aliens, he gets married to Jasmine so that she can get all of his benefits if he goes out. And this rekindles the flame between David and his ex. So it's now time to head out. They're down to some pretty young pilots, but that's how it goes sometimes. The president then gives a speech about humanity's Independence Day if they pull this off, and gets everyone riled up and ready to rock. The president also was a combat pilot at one point, and then heads up with everyone as well. Grabbing cigars, they board the alien craft and immediately run into a barrier behind them as someone gave the instructions on the south wall. After one small oopsies, they then get it right and begin their ascent at a horrific rate of speed out of Earth's atmosphere. Also,
Down,
the larger
kitty.
ship has begun to move to Area 51 as the rest of the fighter pilots begin to move on the ship. Entering the ship, it appears it does have some internal atmosphere, which we will see in the second movie that it must be quite similar to Earth's atmosphere, considering humans can breathe unaided in it. And this also supports that these creatures were either land dwellers or only partially entering the waters of their homeworld. It looks like the ground invasion is preparing to move in and mop up the rest of humanity at this point, which between the first and second movie actually did happen, which would have been really cool to see. The ship that they are on begins its docking procedure as David gets into the ship's operating system and begins uploading the virus. As they do, it begins to send it out to essentially all the other disseminating ships, as first energy shields aren't really dropped. Then after a few moments, it does work as another dogfight ensues upon a successful missile hit. David and Hiller now try to get out of there but are stuck. The aliens now launch an attack on Area 51 as the alien opens up the cover on the craft, revealing Hiller and David. The energy beam starts powering up to fire a bunker buster on Area 51 as Russell comes in, but his missile gets stuck. Now that sucks. But due to his past probing, he's got a bit of a blood vendetta against him, which if you took my dignity, I think I'd probably do the same thing. So he flies into the beam and makes contact, which blows the ship out of the sky. Miguel, for the first time, is now proud of his father for his sacrifice as everyone gets on the wire and tells everyone else how to bring down these Walmarts as a security detail is sent to check on Hiller and David's ship. They smoke a cigar and then head back to the window and wave at the dock working alien. They fire a nuke at this thing, taking it out, which releases the ship as they GTFO. Flying through, they manage to basically escape as they try to close the doors, and then they are able to get through that and head back to Earth. The alien then sees the countdown of its own as the nuke then detonates, taking out the mothership. Everyone all over Earth is pretty happy about the outcome as they have survived a certain doom. They recover Hiller and David heroically walking away from the crash because cool guys don't look at crashes as everyone high-fives and celebrates. Pieces of the mothership begin raining all over the planet. All right, again, so I was debating on covering the second one, but horrifically, that's where we actually see like all of their biomechanical suits and how these things operate. So here we go.
Oh shit, here we go again.
We begin to dive into God's twisted design with one singular significant question. Why? Oh God. And this one is 2 hours long as well. Pain. We hear some mentioning of the 4th of July, which is the speech that was then sent into space, which spreads to a system of a burnt-out planet along to a massive ship that was in the middle of harvesting, or at least done harvesting. Out of all those planets and all those stars that we just passed, for some reason, they need to target like this small, distant backwater planet because now it's personal. The President awakens much older and way more cracked out, having had several areas of his brain damaged, as mentioned previously. Technology for our species has jumped forward considerably, and with the fusion of alien and human tech, most of our problems have been solved. Why haven't we colonized the entire solar system and set up a perimeter in case anything jumps in by, I don't know, monitoring outposts? Well, your answer is about as good as mine. We see Will on the wall over there, or Hiller, as his son then goes in to meet with the president. Captain Hiller, if you didn't know, went to test pilot a new human-alien fusion craft that wasn't ready yet. Sort of a crappy way to take out the hero of mankind, but alright then. Meanwhile, out on the moon, we see Discount 4 talking with a friend about how he was a valedictorian at some academy, and of course, now he's on, like, janitor duty. Also, impressively, it's been 20 years, and yet spacesuits are looking really futuristic. While that happens, they accidentally knock down a piece of the station, but Thor Light was able to grab it and stop it, cementing that he is heroic because he does heroic things. By doing that, he gets grounded for a year, though. Tough parents. Heading over to Area 51, which is now the Space Defense Headquarters. Like, literally the worst name in existence. The rate that stuff was built makes me think that there was some construction worker being exposed to alien technology who definitely wasn't qualified to be doing that or doing what they were doing. I really don't think after that many issues that they had with the aliens,
and you just have to walk behind them because they go so fast.
Heading inside, the aliens that were recovered have all started waking up and rioting. There was a misinterpretation as something else is actually happening. Dr. Malcolm joins us once more in meeting a warlord who have control over some alien tech and had apparently entered their own war when these things came down fighting, so like a ground war that lasted 10 years, and they started keeping their heads on pikes and their teeth for good luck. Now that's some good old-fashioned human on alien violence. Apparently, first world countries had mopped up ground forces in a matter of days, but in places like the Congo, the Harvester ground forces held out again for 10 years as the native population entered a brutal stalemate. Why would other countries not send aid to get these things off-world, or at least fertilize our world with their meat cloud? It's a good question. Anyhow, the warlord and the rest of the group then enter the ship. Heading inside, they find some tech is flashing, and it's a signal from the much better original movie. Pressing it, it's a distress call showing its location. Because of the 10 years the aliens had, they were able to send this signal back to the mothership. Back on the moon, Thor is talking to some girl that was like apparently Hiller's son was talking to. I don't know. Jake loses his connection to her, and we now meet the Legacy Squad, the new fighter pilots who will pilot the human-alien
Oh, I
crafts.
died.
Apparently Captain Hiller's mom, who was a stripper, is now a doctor. And you might find that to kind of be odd, but it does make sense. See, much like in nature, when an ecosystem is largely cleared out, other species that may have been relegated to one niche can now thrive and expand to others. With so many humans taken out in 1996, it appears that really everyone went up a notch because human numbers were lower, allowing for way more advancement up that ladder. According to the lore, over 65% of the population was annihilated in 1996, leaving just 2.3 billion people left on the entire planet. And remember this because for some reason it will seem like there's a lot more people than this. Meanwhile, over at Moonbase, Legacy Squadron was deployed to hang out and live on the moon. Everyone is hot and bothered by the pilots as well, so they get autographs because of course, Captain Hiller and Jake can get into a fight as Hiller sucker punches him for some reason. It's not cool, bro. So the reason Jake didn't get to sort of lead the squadron was he crashed his fancy new alien human fusion jet bowl. Nice job, man. And while all that was happening, we jump over to the crazy scientist man who got chokeslammed by some Xeno scum. He'd been in a coma for about 20 years at this point, and his buddy, which maybe it's his boyfriend, I'm not sure, thought I saw the subtitles call him Babe, so he talks to him and then returns back to consciousness, basically yelling. So during these events, it becomes clear a signal is being beamed at Earth, and they are starting to pick it up. This indicates that the aliens
Oh my God,
themselves
whatever.
are not really rioting, but they are celebrating because
I
they
didn't
know
get the last boss loot.
liberated. This is also why Dr. Oaken woke up. The Warlord also lets David know that he too has had visions of these things, and they learned how to hunt them because they were being hunted back. Man, I'll tell you, I would have much rather seen a movie about these guys and what they were doing shortly after that ship fell, because that sounds awesome. But this is what we got, because now the next part of the moon, we got Alien Boy over here hot and bothered, and he's like, oh, well, you know, my pheromones and my human growth hormone and gonads are all gonading. Nobody talks like this. I mean, yes, it's the future, but stop it, you weirdo. But as they talk, though, something is happening. A portal opens up, sucking up moon dust as a ship then emerges. The moon base looks hilariously underpowered. David warns them not to fire on it as it could be a whole new species. And even though he's literally the director of the Earth space defense thing, they just kind of ignore
why do
him.
you keep dying?
And the president gives the orders to take it out because they aren't dealing with that again. They fire, and David remarks how they have no idea who they just shot down. Jake then gets a ship and takes off. President Whitmore talks about how that wasn't the invaders, that was a different species. He says they are coming back though. At this point, the Warlord gets locked and loaded, Brides of Christ, as he continues on his campaign against the aliens. Seriously, why didn't they make a movie about this dude? It would have been awesome. They then get picked up by Jake and go to the moon to check on the crash site of what they just shot down. Heading up to the moon, they run into a mothership's debris field as in they find the crash site. There's a rally for how cool humans are as then they approach the ship. As they talk, President Whitmore now arrives. He goes on stage to warn everybody, but his tinnitus begins flaring up, along with everyone else who had an interaction with the aliens. And as they have issues, another ship comes in, and then it's time for the bad aliens. The Looter's defense system is kind of complete crap, and the missiles don't even fire. So, okay, get this. The ship arrives at the moon, and it has its own gravity, right? That's how large it is. But when piloting the ship that easily left Earth's atmosphere earlier, somehow they get stuck in this thing's gravity, and as we will come to find out, Earth's gravity is stronger. So why can they not outfly this thing? Better stop asking questions. Also, hilariously, the one thing they built on the lunar surface to defend itself from ships wasn't enough to stop this thing. So it skirts past the moon after dealing with Earth's major defense on the moon, which, okay, so here's kind of the thing. That laser it shoots is supposed to pierce energy fields, yet it does nothing against an energy field. You think they would have, tested that. Anyways, all the satellites get blown up, and, bro, this defense perimeter was hilarious. It was basically like the MAC cannons, except there was no Master Chief to save any of it. As it enters the atmosphere, we see something else that's pretty stupid. Okay, so again, this thing has its own gravity because it's so large. Pretty cool, right? Well, as it descends, it starts quite literally lifting up the crust of the Earth and everything on it. As it settles, all that comes raining back down again. That's not how gravity works. If it has enough gravity to pull something off of the surface, that means its gravity is stronger. If it comes back down to Earth, that means Earth's gravity is stronger. It would have never pulled anything up to begin with. It would have just made you feel slightly lighter with that weaker gravity pulling up and the stronger gravity pulling you down. Although it would have likely erupted several volcanoes on Earth, and Earth's very rotation would have been affected. It would have done nothing even close to this, although it would have probably messed up the entire planet. But, you know, rule of cool. Over at the US, the top brass then heads into a bunker as Jasmine runs in to help a woman giving birth, or who had just given birth. Dodging the debris in the sky, that shouldn't have been there in the first place, China appears to be getting totally wrecked. Pretty much all over, the size of the ship has landed and can be seen spanning a large section of the globe. Hiller loses his mom in the process of a building collapse, and it appears as though David loses his father. appears, though. They brought back all the characters just to take them out because they couldn't afford to keep them just like onboarded, I guess. So while this is happening, Dr. Oaken talks to the president as then they pull out an alien. They don't know why, but the president meets with the creature, which obviously tries to take him out. It tells him that she has arrived. One of the women then shows the alien a symbol as it spazzes out, and then it pulls out its own weapon. Luckily, the warlord is there and gives it some of that sweet, sweet welcome to Earth iron as it's forced out of its suit and attempts to crawl away. He then immediately takes it out because these things without their big biomechanical suit are really just huge nerds who probably can't even deal with Earth's gravity. The meek shall inherit the Earth. Yeah, maybe after us Chads are done with it. Chads being the human race. We also meet another group of younglings because it needs to mirror the original movie's younger group as they find David's father on a boat. So as the government uses infrared, they see the ship is digging for something. It goes after the core of a planet, trying to eradicate life by attacking the structure of the world itself and using it for its own fuel. So Hiller is pretty sad after losing his family, as Jake says sorry about his family, but they decide to bury the hatchet as once again it's an all hands on deck scenario. This time, however, they should be able to get past the shield as they have shields of their own. The group then heads out to go confront the aliens. Except this time, instead of it being like stone axes and spears that we used to attack a modern military, we like have muskets this time. Because it's still human tech and alien tech, and even with what we have, they still clearly outclass our own technology to a degree. Over on a boat, one group is close to the beam as they get a call to report in on the destruction. Back at the youngling vehicle, they then grab David's dad and head over to Area 51 as the scientists attempt to break into a new alien vehicle. Heading over to the mothership, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. They're converging en masse as the ship's cannons start firing into them as the alien ships all begin coming out as well. You see, alien lasers are green, but human lasers are blue. Once again, their craft are dropping like flies, but as they enter the ship in order to get some form of cover, the president then wakes up and says she knows they're coming. As they do, an EMP blast that knocks out all of them as they go into a flat spin and fall as the alien trackers knock out the missiles by containing their blast. It is at this point a secondary EMP blast then goes and knocks out all the satellites as then the aliens break into Area 51's war room and a ground squad is sent in, which appears to take everyone out. The next general is then sworn in on the news, and things aren't really that great concerning humanity was just completely baited in. The original president gives a mild speech, which doesn't do too well, but it does rally a few people, I suppose. But the question is, what is up with his writing? It says enemy, which makes people realize that this new species is their ally, but not their enemy, and I don't know, this thing's just, I hate this movie. So now it's time for Space Nom. Jake wakes up as ground troops are moving through. See, we had to cover this movie because you can see so much more of the alien race. So finally we could talk about the biomechanical suits, and I have a hypothesis on these things. So what would it really take to make a biomechanical suit, and why would you need one in the first place? Well, it would appear to me that the aliens had genetically altered themselves over time as they became more spacefaring, but eventually it would get to the point that their bodies have degraded enough that being a ground troop would be rather impossible. Because of this, they would need to create something that would allow for them to operate within hostile environments on other worlds with much more harsh environments as well. So ask yourself, should you create a machine that interfaces with your body, or could you create something more organic? I've got a hot take for you. I think that biomechanical suits is what the species originally looked like, and here's why. By its ability to interface with the body, you would need it to be compatible. As we all know, you cannot just attach things to the body and expect it to work, at least not seamlessly anyways, at least by our understanding of technology. I believe that these suits are grown from genetic information that is still stored within the cells of the aliens to create their original unaltered form. In doing so, their bodies would be as compatible with their suits as your body is when moving your arms and legs. Upon entering the suit, the nervous system of the weaker spacefaring version will enter back into a coding of what the species may have originally looked like based on the genetic coding housed within the pilot's body. When the nervous systems are linked, their suit becomes their new body, and the benefits over like standard machinery would be astronomical, but there are still drawbacks. The first benefit is that by doing this, modifications can be made to the suit, such as allowing for an air scrubber to keep microbes from entering the lungs of an alien species, which appears to actually be seen on the left shoulder, can be added. Armor plating can be put on the body, which appears to be present, increasing durability. And their strength is increased as well by altering probably tendons and muscle and pretty much everything else. The brain of the pilot directly moves the body by the nervous system already present in the biosuit, and modifications can be made separated from the pilot as not to cause issues or make it painful. So these suits are grown, making it easy for them to be repaired and stored, as opposed to having a ton of mechanized suits laying around like something that can be seen with Mjolnir in the Halo series. The reason I believe this to be the original version of what they could have possibly looked like is if you take a look at their feet and arms, they are very similar. Now take this with a grain of salt, but there are intrinsically benefits to standing in a bipedal stance, which may be what the aliens were going for, whereas their quadrupedal stance is how they evolved and then degraded over time, but it's still quite interesting to see the differences between their suit presentation versus their actual morphology. The suit does have its drawbacks, however. To confirm that there is a nervous system in this thing, it can be seen when Hiller punches an alien out. If this was a suit that just had no feeling, there is no way that would have knocked out the alien inside for several hours. Instead, making that connection sent a blast of information to the alien's brain, sort of like when humans get hit in the jaw. This rendered it unconscious, meaning that the aliens can feel their suit. So the question from here is, why? Well, believe it or not, that is rather important. Movement through an environment in a biosuit may not sound like you need to be protected, as the suit should do that anyways, but imagine if, say, you were like running through an area, and you don't know it, but your body is slicing against some sharp branches or like a fence, and is currently slicing into the abdomen of the suit so deeply that it gets to that gooey nugget center and then starts damaging the body of the pilot. The force the suit can impart could inadvertently damage the pilot to the point that they meet their end, all because they couldn't feel what they were doing. You actually see this issue in people with diabetes who have neuropathy in their feet. Their feet get damaged, but they don't feel it, and this can lead to infections and other damage. It's just not a good thing. So this is why I believe, again, the suit is grown from the pilot. All the sensory nerves are there for the pilot to access as it enters the suit, as its own nervous system links up with them. Sort of like with human central nervous system in a way. You could remove the brain and spinal cord of a human, and as long as the brain is kept alive and oxygenated and it has nutrition, well, it can stay alive without your body, because your body is essentially life support. Now, that would be a form of hell that I would never want to experience, but that essentially is what the Harvesters have done when it comes to their external suits and their more frail bodies. So Jake is saved by Hiller as they go under the water, as a few walk by without seeing them. Back at Area 51, the white orb thing wakes up and begins absorbing a dude, but not maliciously. This signal apparently causes the Big Mama alien to freak out as she detects it. And I mean, we will come to find out that this thing is completely useless, but alright then. And I mean, unless it's going to like cause a fleet of equal aggression to take out the thing that landed on the planet, I mean, why does it even care? So at this point, the Queen merges into her suit, which is another point towards it being grown from their own body, as her suit is much larger than the others. As she heads out with her entourage to deal with the evident threat, the orb begins talking. First off, not good out of the gate, as it says our language is primitive. No you. Second, their species turned into virtual bodies and got rid of their biological bodies, which, yeah, I guess cool. Sounds horrible. I'd rather stay in this thing that degrades over time and has knee issues, thank you very much. So the orb is here because their species was attacked long ago. They fought the Harvesters for thousands of years, but all their ships were destroyed. So basically in 96, we fought what was equivalent to a scouting party, and it took the entire human race uniting. Not good. But this thing's people were taken out after the Harvesters harvested their planet's molten core, refueling their ship. Back at the orb's home system, there is a key to superior technology, not just a fusion of it, that will allow humanity and other refugee species to once and for all end these things. Turns out biological body is better than synthetic body. David comes up with an idea to bait the Queen like she baited them. Lure the Queen out to the open salt flats, get a fusion bomb nearby, and blow that gal sky high. USA, baby. The boat out way yonder now calls in, saying that they have less time than they thought before the ship cracks into Earth's molten core and begins extracting it. The general goes to the Legacy Squadron and basically says, I need one of you to blow yourself up with a fusion nuke. We can't do it remotely, LOL. And obviously nobody really volunteers at first, but luckily the president comes in and is like, put me in, coach, I'm ready to play. Meanwhile, for almost no reason at all, David's dad steals a bus that was on the side of the road because their bus driver ran off. And back at the war room, turning on the radar, they find the ships are rolling in fast. And on this ship, this dude chooses to scare his armed comrades when they're trying to sneak past all these aliens. Very smart. What could possibly go wrong there? As they move through, Dollar Tree Thor pees on the deck, inciting biohazard issues. As they steal several of the ships, then head out. Escaping the ship, they are trying to exit before the door closes because this movie is massively recycled. Everyone makes it out, and then they're able to fly back to Earth. You would think they would have like a remote deactivation for these things, but I suppose not. The general then gives a rousing speech about humanity's last stand as the president rolls out, but for some reason they stop. So the aliens start approaching and they all head in, turning the place into Swiss cheese, as once again their ground lasers do very little to protect the base. Why even build these things apparently? Because again, why would you not have like a tracking system that doesn't have to wait until they are literally right on you to start firing? Why is this like a whites of the eyes scenario? They then put the orb thing in a room as they move its signal to another area. As the bus drives through literally that area, they stop off as the ship approaches their location. Man, talk about bad timing for this school bus. Meanwhile, the president then heads into the ship area with what appeared to be a hive mind and detonates the nukes, taking out the ship. But the fight isn't over, and they're thinking the same thing. As they sit there backpatting one another, this giant thing gets out of the wreckage. First off, Square Cube Law in general, although it is wearing a suit, so that could be heavily modified, making the Square Cube Law pretty much useless. And second, the aliens start pouring in through a broken window of the base as the creature then starts trying to attack the bus. Some ships come in and start trying to hit her, but it turns out the freaking queen has a shield as well. Jake and Hiller get there just in time to start taking out appendages. One thing to note is the alien queen does run in a quadrupedal stance, meaning that, again, these things were likely quadrupedal on their world, but changed their suits to be bipedal potentially for a combat advantage. This is clear as the queen's suit was never meant for combat, so keeps more of its original stance, but the aliens start breaking into the base as the queen surrounds herself with her own ships. At the base, one of the scientists then takes a shot to the chest, ouchies, and goes out like a complete Giga Chad, sticking it to the harvesters. The queen is now at the base as she starts trying to break in to get the orb. Seeing as they are a part of the swarm around the queen, they all activate their afterburners to get out of there as they return, but the queen gets the orb. They then start shooting her as she runs, but it becomes too much as her suit gets damaged to the point that she opens it and then tries to exit before falling down destroyed. The digging ship then shuts down before reaching the core as the rest of the alien tech also starts to fall out of the sky. Jake emerges from the ship and makes out with the girl as the other guy gets the other pilot, and everyone makes out, literally. So the orb wakes back up now, and apparently humanity is a remarkable species, having taken down the queen as the big ship then heads back out, which there is nothing stopping that thing from dropping like a planet cracker nuke and ending us all. So the orb tells the doctor that they need to go interstellar now in order to destroy the harvesters once and for all, and all I can say is, please God, no. This is clearly a setup for a sequel, and maybe I'm being a bit harsh, but it sort of ruins the legacy of the first movie by limping to the barn with this one. So the harvesters are the epitome of what happens when you don't know when to stop modifying a car. By genetic manipulation and spacefaring for so long, they have become bastardized versions of their original species and must rely on the biomechanical suits to see any resemblance as to what they may have looked like sort of originally. Being a hive mind species, their mirror neurons are more well developed, allowing them to use a form of telepathy to communicate with one another, outclassing most species they interact with and putting humans at a disadvantage long term. So really, all these aliens would have to do is just try to communicate with us, which would incapacitate our species. This highlights how unprepared humanity was to deal with the Xeno threat, but how lucky we were that the harvesters just had no idea that simply by talking to us it would damage us. Still though, in the end, humanity kicked the tires and lit the fires and burned the mongrel hide of some Xeno scum. But anyhow, I want to thank you guys for watching. This was a blast to do in the post-drone phase of a migraine, so leaving a like would be greatly appreciated, and subscribing and clicking the bell will also get you notified of when I post content, which is like every single week, sometimes twice.
Okay, give me a few minutes, guys. Okay. Oh.
Since the dawn of time, there has been one question asked by mankind more prevalent than the big three. Why are we here? What are we doing? And are there others out there? The question that has resided above all these is, why does Tom Cruise run in all of his movies? We may never know, but what we do know is old Cruisy Boy must have found the fountain of youth, because have you seen the comparison of pictures between him and his co-stars from Top Gun back in the day? Good lord. In the not so distant past, when life was cool because I hadn't learned about taxes and the concept of my own mortal coil invariably being shuffled one day, others' mortal coils would be immediately shuffled, and a storm would be kicked up with the wind going towards it, which actually isn't as weird as you think, because tornadoes do that all the time. At the conclusion of the storm, giant mechanized tripods would rise up from underneath the city's streets and in general all over the planet. Humanity would attempt to fight back, but their resistances would last about as long as Goose's testicular fortitude when he held on too tight and lost the edge. Seemingly, annihilation was all but assured for the Homo sapiens race, until as quickly as it started, it suddenly ended. So, what exactly happened? Well, let's discuss that in today's episode and understand the immunology behind why these aliens must have just completely lost their minds. I mean, come on. You're telling me that a spacefaring species has like never heard of a microbe, literally too dumb to be alive, but hey, it's a classic. So, let's get to it. But first, this episode is sponsored by Factor. What is Factor? Well, Factor makes meeting your diet and nutrition goals a snap by delivering fresh, never frozen, dietitian-designed meals right to your doorstep. The team of world-class culinary experts use only the freshest ingredients, and all Factor meals are free of hormones, antibiotics, refined sugars, and GMOs. So look, we're all pretty much getting busy with the holidays coming up.
If you have to advertise on a YouTube video, your product doesn't work.
And we also are about to eat like a ridiculous amount of food, and in some cases, it's gonna probably be pretty unhealthy. Well, at least for me. I don't know about you guys, but
somebody sponsor me, please. I'll shill for you too, but I still think your product is probably garbage.
that pushes me away from my fitness goals. By using Factor, I've been substituting my lunch with healthier options, and as a result, I have more energy, I've begun actually toning more, and in general, feel healthier as a result. So for me personally, that helps me keep my focus, and basically just means on Thanksgiving and Christmas, I'm just gonna eat whatever I want. And it's because my meals up until this point have been extremely healthy and delicious. Gotta focus on those gains, you know, and by taking out the guesswork of what I'm eating, it also makes life much more simple. Just 2 minutes in the microwave, let it sit for another minute, and boom, meal ready to eat. So if that's something that you are also focused on, then by heading to go.factor75.com/Roanoke60 and using code Roanoke60, you can get 60% off your first Factor box. All right, let's get back to it. We kick off our story, and I know I always say this, but God bless it, it's paramount. Warped frame incoming. Also, if you didn't know why I have to warp the frame, well, companies don't really operate inside of the actual law of copyright and fair use laws. Fun abound! But our story starts, as always, with Microbes and Morgan Freeman talking to us. Basically, that humanity is, number one, which is true, and that microbes swarm our water, which is also true. And that we are awesome, which is, true. And that aliens are about to come beat the hell out of us, which is false. Well, maybe a little. Then we kick off our real story, a man in a crane. Ray Ferrier is unloading shipping containers at a large dock. Imports and exports and whatnot. And I would like to point out that Scary Movie 4 has completely ruined this movie for me because the spoof version was absolutely ridiculous. His boss is trying to get him to come back at 4 instead of 12, which that's what you want, a crane operator moving thousands of pounds of material
Scary
overhead
Movie
and being super
4.
tired.
Why would you watch that? Scary Movie 1 was good. Scary Movie 2 was worse. And then Scary Movie 3 I didn't even bother. Like, let alone 4. I didn't even know there was a 4.
As Ray leaves for work, we see the movie does have one major redeeming quality, the absolute cherry 1966 Shelby GT350H Mustang Fastback with a 289 CID Cobra V8 engine making 106 horsepower and 329 foot-pounds of torque. Now, if you ever want to know the difference between a 65 Mustang and what a 66 Mustang is, you can basically just look at the front. The 65 will have the corral and bars on the grille, whereas the 66 will just have the corral. The GT350H, however, is special, with only 1,002 Hertz-style fastbacks actually made. It's exceedingly rare, and the car really goes for almost $300,000 on average at auction right now, with it going as high as $466,000 in one of the auctions. There's no way this dude has this car, and there's no way he's driving it like that in the Rust Belt living where he is. All right, where was I? Ah, yes, I gotta shift gears in my brain. So basically, Ray drives what amounts to pure gold in the streets like a complete idiot. And like, okay, hold on. I have a 67 Impala, just baseline, but it stays living in my garage. It's not even worth like a tenth of what this Mustang is. The immersion is just completely ruined for me because of this scene. All right, rant over on that one, but just know, super rare car, worth a lot, and it's amazingly ridiculous hard to get. So when his son steals it later, immediate and swift end for this guy would be appropriate. So rant back on as he gets home. There's another one of these things in his garage. Like, the dude is literally sitting on $600,000 to $900,000 right now and parks one of them outside where this thing can get jacked at any moment. It even looks like he still has room in his garage. Like, I mean, I get it, rule of cool, but nobody is doing this. Moving on for real this time, his ex-wife is in the driveway, no doubt wanting one of these cars and dropping off the children. Ray makes fun of their car, not knowing that he's basically taking a dump on the cars that he's leaving in the driveway. His kids get out of the car, and his son basically walking by him because the teen angst, as you know, and his daughter going up to get her bag. As they go inside, there's a 302 V8 in the living room, and he mentions how it will be out next week. I can only hope he plans on fixing it for someone else, because if he's putting that into the GT350H, that would be like replacing a mansion with a shack and thinking you somehow upgraded in living quarters. So his ex goes to smell his milk, phrasing I know, and it shows that Ray literally has no food. The kids are already upstairs. The mom complains somehow that they're still sleeping in the same room, but what is Ray really supposed to do? Magically make a new room appear? It's a two-bed house. Mary tells Ray to take care of the kids and then leaves. Later on in the news, they're talking about freakish lightning storms in Ukraine with seismic activity happening in the UAE. But all electricity in the area is knocked out after the storm, so nobody can really talk to them. So Robbie and Ray go in the backyard and have a father-son game of catch, which invariably turns into throwing it way too hard until Ray then breaks his own window. Never throw in front of a window. Ray at this point heads upstairs to go get some sleep while his daughter orders food. As Ray gets up for his shift, like an hour later, I guess, we get two instances referring to microbes, a splinter that Rachel's body will apparently push out when it's ready, which no, and Ray coughing. All seemingly no big deal unless you somehow knew about 2020 and 2005. But later, it will be a big deal. I mean, who hasn't read or at least knows or doesn't know about War of the Worlds? Also, retro statement, she says that they should get TiVo. Ray then eats some of the hummus and pretends like hummus isn't delicious. Rachel informs Ray that Robbie took the car, and if that was my son, I would probably have to murder him. As Ray runs outside, everyone just is sort of looking at the sky. He turns around and takes off running to the back to get a better look with a giant bridge in the way. As everyone comes outside, it's not looking too great. He remarks how the wind is blowing towards the storm, which again, it's not really that weird, as Ray then does the smart thing and calls his child outside to come look at the cool storm. Then suddenly, the wind stops, and the lightning begins. So Ray and Rachel also go back inside as Ray launches into a statement about how lightning doesn't strike the same places twice, which it absolutely can. Man, this guy is just like the purveyor of knowledge when it comes to weather events. But as quickly as it starts, it then stops. The power is now out, with even the cell phones not working. As he walks outside, all vehicles have stopped working as well, and Robbie says that the car just stopped, which the alien invasion would be the least of his worries after taking that car. Ray goes running off as the mechanic asks what's going on. Ray tells him to change the solenoid and continues on, as apparently he knows like everyone in the surrounding area. Two guys start talking to him as they all go to one area where the lightning hit the ground in the middle of the street. Ray picks up one of the rocks to find that it's ice cold, but then it begins. Something under the ground is moving, which takes a large chunk of the street with it along with the front of a few buildings. As all this is happening, this is the epitome of now would be a very good time to leave, and leave they don't. The tripod then emerges and immediately begins the ashification process of multiple meat suits. Now, everyone is running for their lives, which will be the theme of this movie. Everybody run. You know, there is a much more efficient process than this because feasibly, you know how long this would take to destroy all of humanity extermination epic style with beams of energy? Ridiculously long. And I'll talk about at the end of this video about what is a way quicker way to just totally wipe out humanity. But then again, who would want to do that? So Ray is covered in human ash now as he heads back inside to his loving kids. They ask what happened, but he's sort of in a state of shock. He comes to and says they are leaving the house in 60 seconds. His kids protest because they don't know what's happening. Bro, just say alien invasion. Also, I have no idea how this neighborhood hasn't been attacked yet. He was literally 2 blocks away. And even with all that happening, the mechanic is still working on cars. People are running around freaking out. Like, there's so much chaos, and he's like, okay, whatever. I'll just keep working on cars. Committed to his job, I guess. Ray tells the mechanic to get into the car as he's gonna die, but the mechanic says, you know what? I'd rather just stay here and get totally got. To which, as Ray pulls away, he gets got by one of the beams. So now everything is getting blown to smithereens, with Ray having the only working vehicle. Rachel starts screaming in the back like a total turd, and Robbie tells her about her safe space, which calms her down. Oh my god, we were warned in 2005. Life is dangerous. There is no safe space. More so when aliens are attacking. Ray launches into trying to work out how these things are and where do they come from, rather poorly. Rachel continues to scream in the back, please God make it stop. Ray takes Robbie and Rachel to their parents' house as they have every light on in the mansion that they reside in, and good lord, the energy bills. Come to think of it, what do they do for all this? That's pretty expensive, but at least the power is on, so the aliens haven't really been there yet. Ray elects to stay there as he talks about food and that they need to eat. Neither of the kids are hungry, so they just elect to go to the basement and sleep. The kids protest by saying they have their own beds, and I still don't get how the gravity of the situation hasn't hit them yet, but turned out to be actually the right move. As they go to sleep, the wind outside begins rustling a little more ferociously as beams of energy are seen outside the window. This results in a massive explosion, and here's the thing. The attack begins technically the day before. So you're telling me that nobody could get any info anywhere with major city centers being attacked, and there's still planes flying around? Like, no way, bro. But this one plane that was flying overhead got hit by one of the tripods and brought down on the house that Ray and the fam were staying at. But because they were in the basement, they're safe. The next morning, as he heads out to see what's left of the house, that's where he finds said plane. There are no survivors from the looks of it, but one guy is looting the plane. As he tries to talk to him, we find out that he's actually deafened by the attack, but his camera saved him from a shell that exploded near him during the counterattack. The reporter talks about how they can't affect any of the tripods with modern bombardment, but the whole planet is under attack. Once they show up in an area, the area goes dark. We also see that inside of the lightning there is something coming down with it, and it appears to be organic. The machines are under the ground and something is activating them. Ray gets confirmation that they are under attack by aliens as if he needed it, but Rachel and Robbie look around and see that everything is destroyed and they're pretty bummed out about it. This activates Robbie's almonds just a little bit as they take off. Ray does a smart thing and sticks to the back roads and turnpikes as he doesn't want anyone seeing that they have a car. Also, wondering how much fuel they actually have at this point. They drove virtually most of the afternoon to get to Mary's house, and now they're driving to Boston. I'm not sure about the mileage on that thing, to be real with you. Like, surely, it can't be that much. But now Rachel has to pee at a very inopportune time. And if that's not my wife on road trips after like 20 minutes, I don't know what it is. I swear that woman hydrates on purpose just prior to us leaving. Rachel gets out and then heads behind some trees to get it done where a river is. As she looks out, for some reason, there's just like a ton of meat mechs floating in the river. Ask yourself, why exactly? I mean, I guess a bus could have fallen in, but for all of them to be released in a group like that, also considering in no way, shape, or form does the alien tripod even leave a body behind, just seems odd. After that fun time, which I'm sure she won't need years of therapy to get fixed, the military is finally mobilized. They are passing through with Robbie trying to join them. No training, doesn't appear to actually know how to fight, and likely can't aim. Sure, hop on board, son. Ray stops Robbie, which results in a fight to ensue, as Robbie says they need to get back at them. Robbie hasn't even seen anything yet. All he saw was his house destroyed by a plane. Rachel then yells at Robbie for trying to leave. Also, the audio in this scene is hilarious because they couldn't separate the voices from the actual noise of the, driving by military trucks, so it is so scuffed. So they get back in the soccer mom-mobile as Ray lets Robbie drive because Ray is beat. They drive again into the night, as this car would most definitely be out of gas now, and as they go, a crowd notices them because, well, they have a car. They're heading to Athens to board a ferry to get across the bay. At least I think it's a bay. I'm not familiar with the Northeast. But everyone wants a ride, as some people want to hijack them. Ray then turns to avoid a mother and baby as he hits a telephone pole, and everyone just kind of breaks in. This results in a right proper domestic with Ray pulling out the force multiplier, but Rachel being stuck in the car. Ray gets Robbie, but gets another force multiplier pulled on him from behind. Ray is allowed to get Rachel as all three of them then head into the diner with fighting taking place outside over the car, and I really am starting to hate how it's Rachel, Ray, and Robbie. Just too many alliterations. Everyone now has a rumor as to what's going on as they walk along. Some say Europe had it worse. Some say it's not even there. Some say the US is the only country hit. But as they walk along, they are cut off by a train on fire, showing that the evac effort isn't going too well. As everyone walks along, the military is directing them to the ferry. They've been making trips all day, so there's no need to panic, unless all birds start flying in one direction to escape something, which then Rachel sees something in the tree line in the distance. Another tripod has found them. This starts a mad dash to the ferry with the boat captain trying to GTFO before any of those things get to them. Rachel, Robbie, and Ray, God bless it, these are names, make it just in time, but their friend is left behind. She wasn't important at all, like you just met her 2 minutes ago, it doesn't matter. As they set off watching people get got, all is well. Except not really, because something is under the water. Well, if it isn't another tripod here to ruin the escape attempt. As they go past it, the thing rises up and knocks the boat over. Everyone is thrown into the drink, with basically everyone meeting their end. Also, it's snowing, so that water is likely ice cold. How these three were able to swim back to just an abandoned hillside and survive, not only the temperature change, but also the tripods attacking other people like all around them, is beyond me. Plot armor. But they get on land, which is now raining again, basically freezing to death, as others in the distance are running downhill, also getting got. Again, they continue to walk the whole night and somehow don't freeze during that night, which no way, they would be in mega rough shape, and doesn't matter how much you're walking, you're done. So they just keep walking with the group though, because again, plot armor. The military is currently engaged with the battle with the aliens atop a hill, but it's not going well. Robbie decides it's time to go full frontline infantry, as the soldiers fighting aren't too jazzed about what's happening, as they have literally zero effect on these things regardless of how many concussive force detonators that they use on them. But they need to keep going, as there's a ton of civilians who are also running towards the fight. Like, bro, what? Like, you'd probably catch me going the other way, because if the military can't stop these things, what am I gonna do? I'm completely unarmed. So as Ray tries to choke out Robbie for being an idiot, Rachel's getting grabbed by other people. Ray lets Robbie go to play soldier like a complete dunce, as then he runs back to Rachel. The people were actually just trying to help, so no big deal, but as it turns around, the military line was completely obliterated, and with it, assumedly, is Robbie. Now some random dude with a pellet dispenser gets Ray and Rachel's attention, having a basement for them to hide in. This guy's name is like Oglavy or Oglavai or something. I'm just gonna call him Crazy Dude. And that's because he's really not the most stable of individuals, but it beats being turned into ash outside. Rachel asks her old man to sing her a lullaby, which again, Scary Movie 4 nailed it. You want this money, then you gotta be a bad bitch. Those movies have completely ruined my sense of humor. But Crazy Dude calls over Ray and gives him a drink. Ray says that they're going to meet in Boston, so it's not a big deal. Crazy Dude apparently lost everyone as well, so they're both pretty sad about it. Crazy Dude then launches into a monologue about how the aliens buried the machines right under their feet. They've been planning this for millions of years, and they are here to exterminate them, which, you know what, maybe he's not crazy. He knows what's going on. As Ray then goes to tuck in Rachel though, some of the building collapses in. The machines outside are tearing up the ground, almost killing it actually. Crazy Dude talks about how they're going to be the ones coming up from under the ground, which, you know what, maybe he is crazy. So later on, Ray finds this weird red plant growing all over the place. It almost appears like blood and meat. Crazy Dude talks to Rachel about how he will take care of her if something happens to Ray. Little bizarre to say, I wouldn't trust that. As they talk back and forth, a camera then goes down into the basement. It's the aliens looking for any survivors. And now it becomes a fun game of keep away, where if you're caught, you're turned into meat paste. Crazy Dude then goes to basically chop up the camera as Ray says not to do it, so he elects not to and continues hiding. They hide behind a mirror, keeping away from the camera, as Rachel's foot moves, but they just leave a boot there, which makes it seem like they weren't really there. Eventually the camera does leave, satisfied that there is nothing in there, but now the real nerds get there. Aliens themselves. Looking at these things, it's no wonder that they needed machines, because I feel like I could totally take this thing in a fist fight. Their bodies are slender, they are tripods themselves with short torsos, with another set of limbs on their chest serving as grasping limbs. They also have 3 longer limbs used for walking and rather large heads. They actually do look like huge nerds. Great engineers, horrible biologists. Crazy Dude goes to take a shot as Ray stops him, which results in a quiet struggle for the force multiplier. Eventually a horn is sounded as the aliens leave, as they begin seeding the land with plants and showing they suck the juice out of people to use as fertilizer. Crazy Dude at this point freaks out and goes to start digging, making a ton of noise along the way. Ray goes to quiet him down as he's freaking out about it, and yelling won't help. Crazy Dude then smacks Ray with a shovel as it becomes clear they're going to meet their end unless Ray ends Crazy Dude from giving away their freaking hiding spot. Ray closes the door and takes out Crazy Dude, ending that annoying, just absolute babble that he was doing, thank God. So as they go to sleep that night, with a body no more than 10 feet away, Rachel wakes up to a camera having found them. What fun! Ray attacks it, but that's not gonna do much. Rachel runs upstairs like a Chad to confront them head on, yelling like a banshee the whole time. Ray heads outside to find her, but can't seem to locate her, despite her just screaming the whole time. As he crests a field though, he sees how far the fertilization process has gone, with a tripod finding him, and going after the truck he's in. Rachel keeps standing and screaming for some reason, like bro use your words, but it grabs her and takes her up, and then just kind of completely forgets about Ray for some reason. Finding a leftover military military
Question mark, what?
Humvee that was clearly on fire but somehow didn't destroy the munitions inside. He grabs some concussive force detonators and then throws it at the tripod as he's then grabbed and brought up into the cage with all the others. So everyone's ultra sad about this fact as Ray then sees Rachel. The roof on them then opens up as a tentacle monster comes out and grabs a dude with like nobody resisting it. He just gets pulled up in and nobody cares. But I want you to remember this because the next one that gets grabbed is Ray. He grabs the grenades as he's pulled up and everyone now decides to finally help. They're able to pull him out of the sphincter in the roof as he pulls the pins of the grenade and counts to what? Blowing up the tripod and then saving his life. So I guess the guy before that just completely screwed him, right? So now they begin their march to Boston, however, and things are a little different. The red vines are turning to white and reducing to ash. The tripod in the distance has crashed into a building as Ray asks what's going on. Apparently, it just sort of started wandering around and losing effectiveness. As they all go to hide inside, another approaches and birds are flying around it, showing that it doesn't have its shield around it that it once did. The military now mobilizes to take down the tripod with javelins. Due to the lack of shield, it's effective, though this part makes absolutely no sense, and you'll see what I mean in a moment. As the tripod falls, the door opens with fluid coming out. One of the aliens halfway falls out, reeing the whole time. However, his eyes turn white, showing that he's getting got. What that has to do with the shield functionality on a tripod is beyond me. You think that would just kind of be an auto feature, but they're able to get to Mary's parents' house with Rachel, and somehow Robbie made it out and still hadn't changed out of the clothes that he originally, I guess, got bombarded in. I'm guessing because maybe he just recently got there. So they're one big happy family. The human population has likely been reduced significantly, which means pretty much is a guaranteed collapse of the modern world, with rebuilding taking quite a while. All the while, that may have just been an invasion force, so that means the aliens could still be out there and aware of Earth. Next time, they probably will do the smart thing and not just exit their ships without proper decontamination measures in order, like PPE. I mean, how dumb can you actually be? But Earth is saved for now, with microbes having destroyed the invader and man earning the right to exist on this planet after billions lost over our species' lifespan. Thanks for the outro, Morgan Freeman. The intelligence exhibited by the alien race when invading Earth is likened to that of a toddler falling into a gorilla enclosure. There was absolutely no plan and no understanding of what they were descending into. This just absolutely boggles the mind concerning what this species was or was not thinking, and it's relatively difficult to grasp how this large of an oversight could have even happened. So let's discuss their physical morphology first and then move on to life in general to understand the evolution of these creatures, which may suggest a few things about their original planet and why potentially they may have wanted Earth in the first place. To get to what they were even thinking when invading Earth in the first place, man, it really has been a while, but we all know where we have to start because these guys, like the machines that they were using, which are tripods, phrasing, starting with the feet, we see this species has 3 of them, walking on their finger-like toes. These are clearly grasping limbs that in some aspects can be used to walk. Seeing as they are long like fingers and can be used to move around the basement seamlessly, this would suggest that the home planet they hail from likely has extremely dense foliage, or at one point during their evolutionary process they evolved in this environment. Each foot has 3 finger toes with a back single leg, appearing to have the smaller finger toes, suggesting that it most likely is used more as a walking appendage, with the 2 front arms being used for locomotion and manipulation of the environment. Moving further up, the more dominantly leg appendage, it's interesting as the leg is shaped a lot like ours. They appear to have a heel and ankle where the long toe protrusions come out of, and the long bone connecting to the knee to the heel. It's hard to tell if it's more than one bone, but I would hazard a guess as to say it probably is only one. Their knee looks like a lot like ours, which runs up into the thigh area. What you may not be able to see, as they don't really appear on screen very long, and this may require pictures, is that there's actually a divot in the middle of the leg near the pelvic region, which may suggest that at some point these creatures could have been bipedal, but over time became more tripod. Though this is not 100% assured given their head posture, indicating bipedalism, so actually quadrupedalism may have been what they actually were. Moving up to the abdomen, it's incredibly sucked in with the pelvis itself not really being too apparent. Heading to the thoracic area is where we see most of the life-sustaining structures, or could assume them to be here. The chest is large. Most of the internal organs would be here, and likely they have lungs in some capacity that we do, given their ability to growl and make noises to one another using the expelling of air, kind of like how we do. On this chest are 2 smaller arms that would likely be used for feeding or fine motor manipulation. Again, the dense foliage hypothesis works here, as the 2 arms that are attached to the chest would allow for the creature to hang on to limbs and branches, while the smaller arms would be able to allow it to feed or hold on to whatever it was holding. Given that this creature is highly intelligent, it may be that it would need protein like we do, but given the cellular hypothesis I have later, this may come from plants rather than from other animals. And this falls in line with the red vines they were planting on Earth, as this is postulated to be their food source. And I use the word postulate because in my last video, somebody got really butthurt about me saying apropos, because apparently saying there's essentially a benevolent coincidence is me trying to sound smart. He's right. Let me flex on you with my vocabulary skills. Don't make me break out the thesaurus, bro. Anyhow, it all makes sense later why these creatures may not be meat eating, but still get their nutrition from these plants. Moving up to the head, we see something pretty interesting. They have a forward head posture where the muscles hold up the head, which usually would limit intelligence as there's only so much weight that muscle can hold up. But in this case, it is possible the crest on the back of their head helps to counteract some of the weight on their neck. This has allowed them to have a sizable brain to allow them to develop their own language and subsequent society, which led them into the stars to get wrecked on Earth. The face of these creatures aren't exactly one that inspires fear. Like, I really think I could actually take one of these in a fist fight. They have mouths with teeth like we do, with really more of a ridge of a large upper and lower tooth. There appears to be a central opening above the maxilla of their face, or what could be considered the maxilla of their face, which is likely the nose, and two large black eyes that are forward facing, but that might not necessarily mean that they're predators. Honestly, they're not really that horrible to look at, and appear to just really be the nerds of the universe. Now that we have a good look at their physiology, let's move on to how this relates to life and why it was horrible for them to think that they could actually invade Earth. Life down to its smallest point is a single-celled organism, and this was given rise from amino acids, which came from the ancient oceans that were highly acidic, with a dense amount of minerals from the crust having recently just formed that swirled in the water. Throw in a few lightning strikes, and the chemical reaction of life began. Now, as always, take it with a grain of salt, because for all we know, life on Earth could have been seeded on this planet. Sticking with the original thinking though, as materials began to mix and form amino acids, iron sulfur minerals, which are still found at the base of proteins today, would continue to form, creating proteins, until eventually a set of genetic material would enclose itself in a phospholipid bilayer, creating the first exceedingly primitive prokaryotic cell. From here, we all know the process. Prokaryotes would dominate the oceans for an expansive amount of time until eventually one would eat another that was producing more energy than it needed, and rather than break it down, it would enter a symbiotic relationship with this absorbed cell, which would go on to be known as the mitochondria, or the powerhouse of the cell, as you know. From here, eukaryotic cells were born. Eventually, those cells would get tired of getting dunked on by larger cells and would form the first multicellular creature. That creature, realizing that it could eat another multicellular creature, would then begin attacking those colonies of cells. That colony would respond by reproduction and surviving, and then go on to basically make more of itself, which those surviving copies would develop some counter, and so on and so forth, until you result in the pinnacle known as man. Don't at me. I know it's popular to hate on humanity currently. We can be a little dumb from time to time, but there has never been anything quite like us on this planet before, and our ability to think abstractly and create is unmatched, orders of magnitude higher than anything from here. It's almost odd how far we outclass everything on this planet. Now, where was I? Yes, the stupidity of this alien race. So, we, being the lowly, not really spacefaring species that we are currently, have an understanding of germ theory. I would argue that any sapient species that proclaims to be intelligent would know this. Life, unfortunately, is nothing but a struggle to stay alive. In fact, so much so that if you take a look at Earth's oceans, not only is it horrifying because whatever down there is biting off the heads of great white sharks, but also almost 40% of all bacteria in the ocean is destroyed daily by viruses infecting the prokaryotic cells, causing them to rupture once enough of the virus has been created. So what does that mean exactly? Well, it means life is honestly kind of a crapshoot. An argument could be made that Earth is a hostile place because, for lack of a better term, it kind of is. We are only marginally in the Goldilocks zone of our star because of our slightly elliptical orbit. And every second of every day, your body is under constant attack. Every breath you take in, mole spores attempt to seed your lungs due to the dark, warm, moist nature of the environment. Any cut you get immediately has bacteria enter it and attempt to flourish. You ever scratch your eye for a minute? Congrats, you just seeded your eye with bacteria. Oh, you walk past that random person coughing or sneezing? Nice, bro. You're infected with a virus that causes your cells to explode. Basically, down here, it's a constant war. A war of the worlds, if you will, just between the prokaryotic world, viral world, and multicellular world. How is it possible a species that is spacefaring, that would likely need similar events to start life on its own planet, come to basically invade our planet and not have a fundamental grasp of this concept? Well, for this to happen, it's possible they chose a different route than humans did, or potentially the Quarian theory exists. Humans at this point in time have somewhat of an understanding of the importance and detriments of having microbes around us. On the one hand, we discover things almost daily concerning our gut brain, or the microbiome that is formed in our intestines, that can influence nutrient acquisition and go as far up, in some cases, influencing depression progression and the development of depressive episodes should the nutrition not be coming in correctly. Like, think about that. Cells that aren't even yours appear to influence your mood by directly talking with your body and causing you to respond appropriately. So who's really at the helm? Supposedly us. I mean, it's hard to say in some respects, but there is one thing we can agree on. Invasive microbes, on the other hand, are total clowns. I would argue that this spacefaring species, due to their technological level, may have actually eradicated invasive microbes at some point in their past and left the beneficial ones. It may have been eons prior that they accomplished this, and although they already knew how to do this, it may have just been one of those things that was put on the back burner and forgotten through time. There also is another idea floating around, which we'll get to in a moment. As our species advanced in technology and time, eventually they would have just virtually forgotten about invasive pathogens still having existed in the universe due to their own home planet having eradicated this issue. This would mean that Earth-like planets are extremely rare, and when they find one, they have to conquer it. Otherwise,
oh my god,
their
how
own
long does this
species
fucking
may
take?
not
Jesus.
survive. But this is a dual-pronged issue because it left them with a weaker immune system in dealing with microorganisms that they came into contact with due to basically their immune systems becoming vestigial after generations being born into a sterile environment. Things like cancer, which if it can exist in our species, it likely can exist in others, would still be prevalent, but again, better technology, better methods of correcting it. This ultimately left them in a mental state that possibly they just wouldn't even consider the aspect of microbes being a problem, because let's be real here. The species is likely sending its military wing of its power to invade a planet, not its scientists and doctors who may have knowledge about microbes. It's possible that the invading force was told not to leave their machines, but then they just kind of did, which resulted in them being exposed. After all, for them to become spacefaring, they still have to be a lot like us and curious about the universe in order to explore it. So coming across human structures, they likely became curious and wanted to check things out. The Quarian hypothesis suggests something different, however. You see, once again, Earth is a war. This whole planet and everything on it wants to kill you, and as a result, your body has to kill everything it comes into contact with that's not supposed to be there. In fact, a case could be made that those who say war is unnatural, well, I mean, considering it's what organisms do on a cellular level, war itself is just a higher expression of what is happening all the time. That's why they likely call it denying your baser instincts and seeking peaceful solutions when you want to go fight somebody, but you kind of are like, no, I'm not going to do that. Anyhow, it's possible other planets do not operate the way Earth does. And if they don't, I mean, wow, what's it like living on easy mode? A species that evolved on their home planet may have done so in an environment where cells cooperated rather than attacking. A multicellular organism was just a natural expression of more efficiently gathering nutrition that was naturally occurring in the environment rather than having to take it from other cells. Over time, this meant that multicellular organisms grew into complex creatures. Their bodies still having a symbiotic relationship with other single-celled organisms as they cooperated with one another rather than attack. This would mean the need for an immune system would relatively be null and really only responded in the way to attack things like potential cancer cells. But even still, cancer cells by natural compulsion didn't take up nutrition from the body because the evolutionary pathway never needed to take from other cells. Now, this make love not war thing, if it does translate the same way our cells did, you would think they wouldn't want to invade on Earth and get their raggedy ass fleet blown up. But that's kind of what happens. This left them, though, in a completely defenseless situation against the ass-kicking machine known as Earth's microbiome. Welcome to the suck, my guy. That's why we only live for like 80 years or so if we're lucky down here. As soon as they were sent down the lightning itself, that may have afforded them some protection, superheating the air and sterilizing as they went. Plus, they were likely in a capsule of some sort, so the impact of the ground didn't just make them splatter. Once entering the ships, however, I also see another possibility for what may have happened. It's clear these ships, or tripods, were placed here long ago. Likely what happened was the planet had drones thrown at it at some point in the distant past. At least not within the last several hundred years, because there was no record of anything happening. Likely it would appear as a meteor shower, but the entire planet had these tripods placed. It's possible it was sort of like a shotgun method. Previous generation sent out the ships in order to get a new planet ready for invasion should the need arise, and they had to leave their own planet. Then generations later, with faster ships, these alien species would arrive to take over Earth or any other planet that they seeded. However, there may have been an issue that they didn't account for. Now, planets were likely chosen due to the atmospheric composition, which you can see using a spectrometer and position around the sun, which, considering the images that we were getting from the James Webb Telescope, this is seemingly something that is more and more likely and something that we may be capable of doing rather soon, actually. But Once a planet was located that seemed habitable for these creatures, again, the drones were sent out to get ready. What a spectrometer does not do, however, is tell you what's in the actual atmosphere that could be organic. Once the ships landed on the planet, it's possible this species never dreamed of hostile microbes and assumed it was all symbiotic, much like how humans never dream of microbes on another planet being anything but hostile. When the ships landed, all they knew is the atmosphere was habitable to them, so the ships were not sealed properly or as tightly as they should have been. Through the decades and centuries, these tripods would sit, causing them to be seeded by the bacteria in the soil here on Earth. When the aliens landed in them, they would be immediately infected, which would lead to their ultimate destruction. But what happens from here exactly? Well, it depends on this species in general. Should they have sent a colonizing force and those that were in the tripod were supposed to basically get everything going and there's no other operational ships above Earth currently, it may take them hundreds of years to return back to Earth. And at that point, we would have reverse engineered the ships and likely become spacefaring ourselves with a population that has largely recovered. And then we just wipe them out and then go colonize their home planet and be like, haha, get reverse Uno card, bro. But it's also possible that they may not even return. It may have been somewhat of a shock to see their force wiped out by some invisible force, and either they know what it is and will deem the planet uninhabitable given which side of the fence they fall on concerning if they eradicated their own microbes or if it's more of a symbiotic relationship, or they think humanity has access to something technologically way more efficient that affected the actual bodies of the species, which again, they may not want to mess with. Either way, as Will Smith said back when he was actually cool and not slapping people on stage for making a G.I. Jane joke about his cheating wife, welcome to Earth. But on top of all of this, there still is a third option, but the problem is it just does not work well with the concept of this species not understanding microbes on Earth. Remember, if we can understand it, they should be able to understand it too. If we were to come into contact with an alien bacteria or an alien virus, our body may not know how to deal with it as effectively, which could lead to our end, much like the War of the World species. But the problem is we have germ theory. We understand what microbes are, so how could this species not? It is possible that they were just careless, but considering that this would take a ton of planning to orchestrate all of this invasion, I kind of doubt it. But before wrapping this up, I always find it funny in movies how we expect aliens to like come down here and fight us for the planet when really they wouldn't have to do any of that. Really, if a species wanted to eradicate man, they could do so quietly that we wouldn't even know that they were here in the first place. All they would have to do is design a virus that infects our cells and destroys our immune system so there wasn't any real resistance, making it fast infecting, and once it has infected cells, having it use the cell for the standard function of creating more of itself with maybe a 2-week limit on it, and by destroying the immune system, the response wouldn't be as severe. So people would walk around maybe not even really knowing they were infected. Then after a while, they have the virus attack their DNA and then just chop it up, leading to quick cell death. Making it airborne, our species would have virtually no time to respond to this infection, and with it floating around the atmosphere, it would just be game over. You could even have it refined to the point that it doesn't take out other animals if you, say, wanted them there for some reason, just have it take out humans. Then the species would only have to wait like a few weeks for it to take effect, then come back and boom, the planet is clear to humans. Any species that is spacefaring would likely be able to accomplish this rather easily, and there would really be no threat of them having to fight us for the world or us even turning to nuclear weapons because we couldn't do anything. Which again is why we should probably stop broadcasting our whereabouts on a habitable planet. It's just too easy to take us out considering we are a single planet species currently. Anyhow, I want to thank you guys for watching. If you enjoyed, then leaving a like would be great, and subscribing is a great way to stay up to date on when I post. I'll drop my Twitter, Twitch, Roanoke Games, Discord, and Patreon links in the description. And speaking of patrons, I'd like to thank mine real quick. First, huge thank you to Astrophysicist, Death Dancer, and Phoenix. I'd also
There is no way this isn't gonna get definitely copyrighted into oblivion. It's not possible. So here's the thing about chimpanzees. They're absolutely the definition of fine one moment and going ape mode the next. As a species, it is well known that if you ever tried to fist fight one, it can basically yank off your arm while eating your face. You can know all the signs of what aggression are with chimps, but really it doesn't matter because one day they'll just kind of wake up and go, oh, you know what? I'm an adult chimp, and they'll just totally Shrek you. Much like most animals, it comes down to looking them in the eyes. It's shown as a sign of aggression. So whenever interacting with humans,
humans who also smile, which is also shown as aggression and really that danger is near. Couple that with looking them in the eyes, which we regularly do, a few wires tend to get crossed. But there is something to remember with most animals though. Looking them in the eyes is usually not in your best interest unless you have some sort of countermeasure in place. In the great state, in the state of California, a horse farmer and his family have a strange incident happen, which results in the father meeting his in an extremely bizarre way. Afterwards, it becomes apparent that something else may be going on just above their heads, but looking at it almost certainly results in your in. In an effort to prove this thing's existence, they have to do just that, basically look at it. But what exactly is this thing that exists? Well, let's discuss that in today's episode, covering the movie Nope. So we open up our story with me saying this: if you haven't seen the movie, you should go watch it. I really enjoyed it.
I disagree.
But anyhow, it begins like all good stories
meh.
do, with a shoe, and people just absolutely have been gone goblin mode on. The shoe will become something a bit confusing, to be honest. You'll see what I mean. So we hear a bunch of banging noises. Gordy the birthday chimp is covered in blood, and it comes down from its Hulk out as he spots you of all people. Jumping over to the farm, we meet OJ performing random farm tasks as a radio broadcast plays over the scene. A group of hikers went missing, but the search will resume the following day. There's some weather with high gusts, and traffic is backed up, because of course it's California, so that seems pretty standard. The next morning, the president from Rick and Morty, also known as Otis, is attempting to get a horse broken in. We learn that actually they own this horse farm because they support the filming industry. Otis asks about OJ's sister and when she's supposed to actually be getting there, as OJ then walks off. When he does, however, his phone dies and the machinery around them shuts off. As he messes with his phone, both hear screaming from the clouds as they look up to see what that was. Because, you know, that's really not your standard day-to-day stuff. But as they do, things begin falling from the sky. OJ looks back and spots his old man has been hit by something as the horse walks off and then he falls off. Running to him, he takes him to the hospital with the dad just saying random words. He ends up expiring at the hospital as a quarter has punched straight through his eye, breaking through the ocular cavity and probably into his corpus callosum. Which, let's break away for a moment though, a coin at terminal velocity cannot break through your skull. There's this old wives' tale about dropping him off the Empire State Building and doing just this. I mean, it really doesn't happen. Propulsion would need to be added, but considering it appears to have gone through his eye again and punched through the ocular skull wall, this may suggest something about the creature. Anyways, as OJ returns back to the farm, he spots the horse with a key stuck in its upper thigh, which that's kind of painful. We then get the standard intro of Nope, within a scene that will be very important. As the names pan over, we see it's kind of like a blue-green box. Remember this? Well, I suppose it's actually the black box with blue surroundings, but you kind of get the point. And on the inside is the first motion picture ever made, a man riding a horse. Jumping over to the set, OJ is getting a horse ready to rock. They talk about how OJ's dad met his end with stuff falling from a plane, which is a total bummer, but getting the horse into position, he launches into the safety meeting and is put on the spot. He tells them what to do, but it's Hollywood, so it's like they're not really gonna listen anyhow. Luckily, his sister shows up to self-promote and then address everyone. As it turns out, the guy from the horse on the first motion picture was actually their great-great-grandfather. As they begin to shoot, they immediately forget everything they just learned about the safety meeting and put a mirror up to the horse's eye, which causes it to spaz out and almost kick someone. So they let him go home and use the fake horse instead in order to get the shoot done. We also get the most sibling conversation in existence. Emerald tells OJ that she'll be gone in the morning since she can stay with a friend, which means that he has driving duty. It literally sounds like my little sister. So yes, a several-hour drive on the back of a several-hour drive. What fun! Heading to the next location, it's an old western town known as Jupiter's Claim. Now, this place is pretty busy for a random western town in the desert. OJ is there to actually sell some of the horses from the shoot. At this point, he has sold around 10 horses and he's trying to move on from the horse business. As they walk in, a woman is talking on the phone about the biggest and best live show in existence. And we will get to see how good that show is later. And here's Glenny. Well, his name is really actually Ricky Jupe Park, but you know, he's the guy from The Walking Dead. Anyways, and he's also the boy from Gordy's home, the survivor of the chimp attack. So I think my boy here is probably dealing with some, you know, like trauma associated with that, but Emerald asks him about what actually happened. And basically he says absolutely nothing about it and really just talks about the Mad TV sketch. So that's probably a little bit of deflection there. Back at home, Emerald and OJ talk about how Jupe offered to buy the ranch. Emerald elects to drop it to see if they want to pursue the hobby of having some liquor from the liquor cabinet. And as them, I have that hobby as well. Scotch is pretty good. So they talk about the old man and, you know, real depressing stuff. Moving on from the liquor, we now get to see Ghost. Emerald spotted him out in the corral. At least I think that's a corral, maybe. No idea. Anyways, OJ heads out there to see why he's out there in the first first place. Emerald begins playing music in the house as Ghost jumps the fence and then takes off. Getting on the mule, OJ heads out there to get him and spots light in the distance. It's Jupiter's claim. He mentions how his family bore witness to an absolute spectacle as the lights shut off. And you know, this is really one of those movies that you have to watch twice, as there's like a ton of context clues that you miss the first time around. Anyhow, OJ begins hearing neighing in the sky as the power dims, as Emerald hears it as well. However, looking up, OJ spots something quickly move across the sky above the ridgeline. They check the security footage but see nothing. Emerald questions OJ's what he actually saw out there, which he mentions how a prop plane dropping stuff never made sense to him,
in World of
and what
Warcraft
he
are really
saw
nice.
was too quiet to be a plane. So the next morning, they head to Fry's Electronics to get this thing going for real. No more Bigfoot picture cameras. Also, this scene is green screen for some reason when they're walking through the aisles, and it's absolutely jarring. So now we meet Angel. He asks them if they need tech support setting up, which they then acquiesce. Angel also isn't doing so well. Just out of a 4-year relationship, his girlfriend just got a pilot episode on the CW, so the CW sucks. But arguably his life sucks more because he's in the desert setting up cameras. Rough time, my dude. Well, with all that set up, OJ asks Angel to point the camera almost directly up, which starts giving him clues as to what's happening, which prompts the question if he's looking for UFOs. Emerald is now back. She took one of the fake horses from Jupiter's claim to use as bait. With then Jupe showing up, saying that, oh wow, you have one of those too? Because in the distance, he can't actually spot if that is his or not. He also came up with an invite for them to come to a family live show on Friday. So it's now time for Clover. That night, OJ is in the house and Emerald is in the trailer. As OJ works on a mirror, he hears something in the horse ring. The light is on and the sprinkler is running. He shuts it off and then goes to walk out before it turns back around again, and as he turns around, he sees something at the end of the hallway. He reaches into his back pocket and then pulls out his phone, and you're about to see why this could have gone horribly. Another comes out of the stall with him retreating around a corner. Trying to get a good look at it, one hangs down right next to him, which prompts him to punch it. It turned out to be Jupiter's sons playing a prank on him because they stole the horse. Okay, so you want to know why that's a horrible idea? Anybody with that type of land likely has a force multiplier on them whenever they hear something like that, because people actually do steal horses, and that's like tens of thousands of dollars out the door if you're, have a horse that goes missing. They could have just straight up had some lead introduced into their anxiety meat behind their forehead. Fantastic thinking. As OJ heads back outside, he spots Clover in the distance. These horses are just pretty much running amok. It's very weird. As Emerald watches the camera, a praying mantis lands on it and blocks the view. Angel calls her to tell her to move the bug as camera A is down, meaning that the thing is close. OJ grabs Clover, but the horse freaks out and runs away. Meanwhile, behind him, the decoy gets lifted up into the air via a wind spout. Angel keeps trying to get the bug off the camera while the cloud above shows the line from the decoy is still there. We now see that, yep, it's definitely moving above him. Running to a small building, he escapes it as it begins going after the horse. Emerald runs to the camera to get the bug off. As OJ continues to stay in the small building, he sees that this thing is clearly in the moonlight. The horse continues to run around as it's lifted up into the wind spout and taken into the sky. Power returns to the building as it goes over the ridge. Emerald tells OJ that they need to go, but he elects to stay as it's not coming back tonight as it's eaten, and he's got to get up early anyways. This makes Emerald stay as they need to figure out what this thing is, as you can't just leave the horses. Then we get a flashback in a dream of just prior to Otis meeting us in. He remarked how Ghost was out there acting all territorial for no reason. He assumed it was because some horses aren't fit to be trained, but really it's because something horrifying is in the sky. The next morning, Emerald makes a call to Antlers Holst, the director from the shoot from earlier. Emerald offers him the deal of a lifetime. She tells him that it's a documentary and tells him that they are looking for the impossible shot. She tells him that there's something out there, and he hangs up on her, but who will be showing up later? After the call, Angel just randomly shows up and walks past the two, looking into the distance, remarking that he can't believe it's real. He asks them if they know what he's talking about, and checking the security footage, there's one cloud just above the range sitting there menacingly. It hasn't moved at all for the whole day, despite others going by. Emerald says there's their proof, but that's just not good enough. OJ asks, what if it's not a ship though? Which is some foreshadowing. So now it's fun time with Gordy again. As they start giving him gifts, balloons come out, and as one of the balloons goes up, it pops, and then Gordy starts going ham on him. So now it's 1988 once more. As the set is creeped through, we see Gordy going once again berserk on the woman who's still alive as he starts biting her face off. The father of the sitcom then tries to run like an idiot and then gets got around the corner. Probably would have just been better to hide, my dude. We then see once again the shoe is just sitting there upright. I don't really get the shoe. Like, if anybody knows by the end of this what the shoe represents, please go ahead and tell me. So Gordy now spots Jupiter. As he comes over, there's a thin veil of a tablecloth in the way. Gordy then puts his hand towards Jupiter as he goes to fist bump it, but then Gordy takes one to the dome, ending ending the attack on the sitcom family. See? Unresolved trauma? I tell you what. So now the time of Lucky has arrived. Angel's on the roof, tarping up the camera just to be safe as a storm is coming in. OJ finds the flyer for the once-in-a-lifetime show that Jupiter is putting on. As the crowd watches, we also see the woman who was attacked by Gordy is there. Jupiter launches into the show, talking about how everyone will leave different. Every Friday, something happens that they all will witness that will change them. He was trying to wrangle a horse in a thick fog as a flying saucer showed up and took the horse away. Jupiter calls them the viewers, and in under an hour, the show will start. In the distance, however, the viewer is showing up pretty early. Dropping down a flag line, this startles Jupiter as this wasn't really what was happening normally. As the thing approaches, literally roaring, they all look up as the wind is then kicked up around them and the people are brought up into the sky. We now see the internals moving through membranes they are being pulled through, and they're just sort of stuck as the metal horse is above them. OJ arrives at the western town to see that it's trashed with pigs on the roof. Heading out yonder to the stadium seating, he finds stuff left over from the people, including the kid's monkey glove. However, the horse in the center area is still there. In the distance, he spots the ship moving once more in the clouds with people screaming in the distance just as faint popping noises can be heard. And I think we all know what those popping noises are, so the creature comes at him, creating massive wind, knocking OJ out underneath the cover of the stairs. That night, Angel finishes up his work and begins to head out, but as he goes to take off, his truck dies. OJ then calls Emerald to tell her that she was right, it's not a ship. He says it was an animal and that it ate everyone, but in the middle of talking to her, the phone cuts out as Mr. Monster Ship has arrived. Heading back to the farm, Angel elects to run inside and grab a knife and hide while Emerald looks outside. She hears a thing above them and the screaming of people inside as the rain stops just around them. She whispers to Angel that it's above them. As it begins making noise, all the people screaming is quelled pretty much instantly all at once, basically from being squished as their inorganic stuff begins dropping out. And then that's when the blood starts. It's literally raining blood, which is pretty metal. As OJ approaches the house, his truck predictably dies as well as he watches the house being showered in blood. Eventually, the creature moves from that area as the rain returns, but it moves towards OJ's truck, blocking the rain, which is a nice indicator of where it is. He opens his door slightly to look up and confirms that, yep, it's overhead as it growls. He closes his door saying no, but he said it. And then he goes to look at it from the inside of his truck and the safety of his truck as it drops the fake horse on the truck covered in blood and then begins moving on as he locks his door. The next morning, the creature moves on after hanging out there for what seems to be like a few hours, which allows for the power to start back up. His truck limp modes it over to the house, but the issue is the thing is still in the area and they know it. OJ sneaks over to the trailer using it as cover before going to the electronics truck as Angel and Emerald make a break for it. However, the creature now makes another appearance. It doesn't so much leave, it just went higher so that the field of influence wasn't felt on the ground. This triggers a memory in OJ about a horse seeing its own eyes and assuming its aggression. This prompts OJ to definitely not look at that thing, because if he didn't look, the creature left them alone as they then head to Angel's place. Across town, Antler's Holst is looking at footage of predators eating one another while the rest of the group goes to get some food. Angel says that he's not going back to the monster umbrella as Emerald gets a text from Antlers. The next morning, OJ heads out to go get the horses out of the trailer, or at least the horse out of the trailer, as Antlers shows up to get the impossible shot. He asks how they can see it, which OJ remarks it'll get hungry again. They come to the conclusion that it didn't like the fake horse as it must have gotten stuck in its windpipe, which made it angry. They elect to call it Jean Jacket as Antlers says they need to ring the dinner bell and feed it. Antlers also brought a non-electrical camera that is hand cranked so they can actually get this thing on film. So the planning begins. Get everyone set up with batteries and hand cranked cameras, stop the horses from being scared of movement, and they're going to attempt to break Jean Jacket as at the end of the day, it is an animal. Not sure if that tracks as well with a human understanding of animals, but hey, give it a shot. Antlers begins singing about the one-eyed, one-horned flying purple people leader. And the next morning, OJ covers up the horse's eyes to stop it from looking at Jean Jacket directly as they begin playing sounds over the speakers, which seems to attract Jean Jacket. They also fire up the wacky waving inflatable arm flailing tube men to further attract the creature as OJ begins riding out. OJ then radios in to say that they have a wacky waving inflatable arm flailing tube man down, so the thing must be close. But as they all get set up, someone arrives in the distance. Simply known as Ryder, he asks about if they see that cloud. He's there to interview about the missing people in Jupiter's park, basically blaming them. He keeps riding out on his electric bike as the creature gets close, and now we get information about the electric field, causing it to go in the opposite direction. This ends up flipping the bike and then causing him basically to scream as he's broken some stuff. As the guy lays there, OJ tells him to look at him, which at that exact moment, Holst runs out of film and it has to be changed. OJ jumps off the horse and tries to help the guy, but the creature returns back. He sees the creature in the reflection as the guy asks what that is. But because of the reflection and seeing OJ's eyes in the reflection, it picks up the dude and flies off with him as the creature begins flying overhead, and then it squishes the biker fairly quickly. OJ then puts on the hood, which looks like eyes, as the creature is now flying all over. It comes in fully for a pickup as the cameras all get shut off. He ends up throwing a flag and shoot to scare the creature as it remembers the flags on the fake horse. It flies off, which prompts Antlers to go full dummy mode because he wants the impossible shot. He takes his camera up further on the mountain where everyone can see him as the creature begins approaching once more, spotting him. It sucks him up into the gullet, and that's the end of him. At this point, Angel 2 looks up, which was a little dumb, but a tarp hits him, knocking him down the hill, getting him wrapped up in barbed wire, but Emerald looked too as it destroys the house that she was in, as she's then flung and injured. Angel realizes that it's probably coming back for him pretty soon, so he wraps himself fully in barbed wire, and as the creature goes to eat him, it can't really seem to pull him fully in because he's attached to the fence. Emerald then begins walking with her head down to try to avoid looking at thing poorly, as she's kind of looking right at it, with OJ trying to get to the horse. Also, this thing is like morbing in the background like you would not believe. Getting to the bike, the thing doesn't work because of the anti-electric field, but OJ looks squarely at it to get it to come to him, which moves it towards him so that she can escape on the bike. Also, the display it's using looks more like an aggression display, like a territorial one, than hunting. So it gets far enough away for the bike to work, and she ends up taking off with the creature giving chase. Heading to Jupiter's Claim, she stops at the well to complete the rest of the plan. She begins releasing the giant balloon in order for the creature to go after it. She begins taking pictures with a well camera, not exactly the most ideal process as the balloon goes up into the sky. The creature looks at it, spotting what appears to have whites in its eyes, figuring that's the thing that it needs to attack. This prompts aggression by the creature as it begins the attack on the balloon. Emerald is able to get a picture of the creature as it goes back into hunting mode and absorbs said balloon. As it pops, it completely blows apart the creature, which ends up destroying it as the electricity returns back, confirming that it is done. The picture comes out as the media shows up, and thank God they're here, but they'll probably just take all the credit for the pictures, meaning that their picture that they just got is likely worthless now. And after all that, OJ arrives with a horse out yonder to be an Ultra Chad. So where do we start this thing off? Let's first discuss the physical biology of this creature, its hunting patterns, and what it's called. Then let's move on to where this thing may have come from in the first place, because clearly the only thing hunting our skies that we know of at this point are birds of prey and us. And then let's get to what the electrical field does and what it produces. Well, reverse electrical field. We're gonna have to probably make some comparisons with some creatures in the ocean. In Jean Jacket's hunting form, rather than the intimidation form, it is completely folded in, protecting the green central eye, or really green-blue central eye. However, the opening underneath is its mouth, as well as where the eye can see out of to identify prey. In this form, it would look most like a sand dollar commonly found in the oceans and dried up on beaches. This form appears to be its main method of traversing and hunting for a few different reasons. First, it keeps all critical components of its body tucked away and safe from damage. Due to what we see later and the fact that this creature can literally almost float, that means it would be subject to shearing winds that could possibly damage it in the process, more so if a storm shows up. By tucking away its tendrils and sheet-like appendages, it is able to keep itself safe and direct itself through the wind with little issue, and can subsequently use its body to direct wind in certain directions, similar to how wing provides lift on a plane to move in the direction that it wants to go. When hunting, presumably, a massive negative pressure would need to be created in order to form the vortex that we see, and this may not be as difficult as you might imagine it to be. You have to remember just how large this thing actually is, and even when compacted into its hunting form, it's still pretty massive. Looking at it when OJ throws the parachute out the back and the creature rolls over on its side to avoid it, we get a good look at how large it actually is. If I had to take a crack at it, I would say this creature is at minimum over 300 feet in length, based on what we see, which comes out to around 100 meters, and on top of that, it does appear rather thick with 3 C's, but nothing crazy. So at its widest point, roughly about 50 feet or so, which is about 15 meters. When coming down on anyone, it also produces a lot of wind that it pushes towards them, which can then subsequently blow them or the animal over, suggesting that the winds are up to 67 miles per hour at minimum, as this type of wind has the capability to knock a person over. Although I would say it's probably higher than that, as it's actually able to lift OJ up when it flies over him when it's out yonder in Jupiter's Claim. But how is this wind actually produced? I would say externally, it can definitely flap portions of its body, much like a ray can in the ocean, but internally, there must be a procedure done in order to not only produce the negative pressure and movement of upwards air, but also swirl it. This is simply as easy as an esophageal motion at a much more rapid pace towards the sky, with the swirling motion mixed in. The membranes inside a jean jacket will twist while opening and closing, producing the movement needed to draw air into the creature and then subsequently draw in a person. Now, I suggest that the speed of the wind would have to be much higher, as drawing in a horse as well is no issue, and then drawing in something like the fake horse, which is probably several thousand pounds, also appears to be no issue. This means the internal membranes are incredibly strong strong and actually fairly durable to resist these pressures. It has been described that the opening of this creature is actually roughly 2 school buses in length, with an average length of 35 being for most school buses, and the larger side of those school buses being 45. So the opening is likely around 70 to 90 feet long, or 21 to 27 meters in length. This also has the added effect on those people inside. When you draw a person into this creature, the same twisting membrane that is strong enough to produce those winds quickly twists people into basically being a whole. Once it does, the meat that's left is then used to provide sustenance for this creature, which may actually suggest it's an earth-based organism based on, going back to enzymes, but we'll get into that later. Now, just like any other animal, Jean Jacket is an animal and thus territorial. There's an intimidation form the creature uses when it believes that something else is squaring up on it. Potentially another of its own species, or in this case, humans pissing it off, because humanity is always going to be number one. This version of itself is absolutely massive. It's hard to get a really good read on how large it actually is. When opening up into this form, it's a lot like a jellyfish, really. It has branching tendrils and sheets spread out that allow it to still direct itself in the wind, but also go into fight mode. It appears at will. It can use the intestinal walls that were there for squeezing the life out of people and creating the vortex for fighting as well, which makes sense seeing as how powerful they are. Opening up, it can use these to grab onto larger prey like the balloon and wrap around it quickly, destroying it in the process. This is presumably what it would do to other larger animals that may not fit into its hunting mouth and need to be entirely engulfed. And again, this is actually how jellyfish eat prey as well, by grabbing and engulfing them through their mouths. Which, the other related piece of trivia for you about this is they also move by spitting water out of their mouths. Interesting, is it not? Potentially a similar method of travel between Nadarians and also Jean Jacket. The only issue with this form in particular is that it does have some flaws. Because it is an animal, it doesn't really know what's edible and what's not to a degree, which, let's walk this back for a second. Due to the vortex created to suck up prey into its mouth, we can probably agree that when it comes to spitting out inorganic matter, it's not a passive process, but instead an active one. Because of this, if it happens way up in the sky, there really isn't a visible vortex, but really just downward pressure. So instead it would be a lot like a thunderstorm rolling into an area. The downward force of rain creates a lot of wind, much like how this thing's intestines twisting will then twist out keys, coins, buttons, anything inorganic, and they would also be, like I said, forced out, likely approaching over 120 miles per hour. Because of this, sort of like how a tornado can send a piece of straw through a tree, this is likely what happened to Otis Sr. So this kind of gives more explanation on my earlier statement. The coin went through his head because it was accelerated well beyond terminal velocity, and coupled with the fact that it went through his eye, which is a weak point, it was easier to punch through the ocular cavity and into the brain more deeply, which is sort of like Phineas Gage, but he was able to survive the initial and subsequent hit, I suppose. But unlike Phineas Gage, Otis did not permanently survive the wound. This form did, however, turn out to be the creature's downfall, which tells us a little bit more about Jean Jacket's internal durability compared to its external skin. First, the burst of wind was too much. When it went to squeeze the balloon at the end, its intestines would build up too much pressure upon the release of all that air, which then accidentally detonated the creature. This means that while the muscles inside creating the wind and allowing for it to squeeze people and horses into a paste are fairly strong, they can be overcome by pressure. Sort of like if you took an air compressor for some reason and stabbed it into your quadricep. Like, why would you do that? I don't know. But if it turned out that you did do that, like a total weirdo, it would likely blow out your entire thigh. I wouldn't suggest it, but again, you probably aren't eating giant floating balloons either. Or are you? Anyhow, that means that this creature does have stark weaknesses depending on what form it's in. Basically, remember this. Externally, the creature's exterior skin is stronger than the internal intestines, sort of like with us, if you think about it. But however, once opening up, it becomes sort of a glass cannon. It's incredibly strong, but just even a little bit of damage can result in its end. But that damage needs to come in the form of air pressure, because having the fake horse in there made it angry and probably may have even damaged it a little bit, which, come to think of it, may have actually allowed it to be blown up by air pressure in the end. But that's just a theory on that one. A copyright theory. Moving on to the other structures for a moment, I find the eye incredibly interesting. The eye is the central black square with the green-blue tendrils all around it. Now, what purposes do these serve? Well, there may be several. First, movement is basically what eyes are made for detecting, and that can either help to identify predators in the area or prey in the area. It's clear Jean Jacket is looking for something specific, the whites of the eyes. These tendrils serve as a method of getting prey to definitely look at it so it can identify prey versus what's just some random thing on the ground. It's sort of like a photographer holding up keys to get a baby's attention and then taking a picture. Same method. When this thing opens up to more actively hunt, the tendrils will help get a prey animal's attention and confirm to the creature that it's food if the standard method of just arriving doesn't show it. And speaking of hunting methods, humans. Something you may be confused about is what is the deal with the electrical interference? Well, you know your boy has that covered because actually this is fairly common, believe it or not. Now with smaller fish, rays, eels, and even platypus, if you didn't know, we see there's actually a form of electroreception and electrogenesis, and this is again fairly common. It's clear, much like the other creatures of the ocean, Jean Jacket has a form of this, and that it is also much stronger than the creatures of the ocean. There's a reason for this. It's harder to move electricity through the air than it is water, and this is because in water there's more likely to be dissolved quantities of ionic compounds which can conduct electricity. Now we all have seen lightning before, so we absolutely know electricity can be transferred through the air, but it's just more difficult. So this would suggest that Jean Jacket's electrical organ is massive and quite paraphrasing. By generating an electric field, it's doing this for really one main reason: food. The outer portions of the skin would act as an electroreceptor, letting it know if anything's near. By generating the electrical field around itself using an organ similar to the aforementioned animals that we know of in the ocean, it would put out a standard field. Once this field is out, the electroreceptors on its surface could feel changes in resistances around it, meaning that it can hunt in the sky and basically see what's on the ground and feel the changes in resistance. However, there are a lot of things on the ground that could change the resistances, from rocks to plants to buildings to basically just the Earth's electrical charge. And this again brings in the second option, which is the eye contact. Upon seeing the whites of eyes and having the electroreceptors pick up the resistances of the body below, it will know it's an animal and it will know it's prey and that it's really just dinner time. Same electrical field also appears to run counter to the standard AC current that we use in like homes and stuff, and direct current that humans also use in our technology. Because of this, it interferes on a local level with electrical equipment, shutting it down. Which is interesting, as this would definitely impact Jean Jacket's ability to feel prey nearby, which would make it even more reliant on eye contact, which may actually suggest that's what's saving humans from being scooped up more regularly, because our technology interfering with its hunting ability. But then, what sort of animal is this? Where did it come from and why is it here now? All great questions. You're a pretty smart person. Let's discuss for a moment, because I see two possibilities based on what we know about life and how it operates now. The first possibility is that this creature does not actually come from Earth. Now, that likely seems to be the most reasonable conclusion, right? Wrong. But we'll get to that momentarily. Judging by how the creature looks and operates, it would be safe to assume that it doesn't come from Earth because, you know, after all, we would have seen it, right? Well, there are several issues with this. First, the creature is definitely...
By the time I get a spell off, everything's dead, bro.
It explodes, so it's not drifting through space as we know it without basically succumbing to issues. And it's definitely an animal that is reliant on nutrition, so it's definitely not drifting through space for very long without nutrition. And it's also an animal that has cells, so being exposed to any solar radiation is just going to sterilize the thing. But it also appears to be highly adapted to sucking in air, which means likely it needs air in our atmosphere to a degree for breathing. Not to mention, considering it can perfectly mimic a cloud that is composed of water vapor, that means it may be intrinsically linked to our atmosphere. Basically, how this thing hunts, how it hides, and how it responds to environmental stimuli, to me, suggests a homegrown organism. Which brings us around to the second option. It is from Earth. But what is there to actually support this? Well, first, let's take a look at the differences between the oceans and our atmosphere. One's a liquid, one's a gas, but really, both have a ton of similarities. It just depends on how buoyant you are. For instance, dropping an anvil into the ocean causes it to sink, but dropping an anvil into mercury allows it to float. You being dropped into the sky causes you to fall, but being dropped into the ocean, if you know how to swim, you can float. The same applies to these creatures. It is simply a more buoyant creature, likely using its own mouth as a sort of propulsion and also the sides of its body to flap, and because it's, you know, sheet-like and just folded over itself several times, it appears to be incredibly light, but relatively durable given the circumstances, sort of like spider silk. It's incredibly strong. I mean, not to us, because we can break through it, but it's actually extremely strong and extremely light. In fact, if I remember correctly, pound for pound, it's actually stronger than cabled steel. So things that are actually incredibly durable but really light do exist in nature all the time. Anyhow, potentially this is how it's able to fly, by using its intestines as the propulsion method, much like how a jellyfish uses its mouth as a propulsion method, and the shape of its body allowing it to easily slice the sky. But then that doesn't really answer the question of how do I know it's from Earth, because after all, we would have run into these things all the time, right? Well, maybe not. And for that, with all our technology and understanding of our planet, I wanted to direct you to the question of, is there life in Earth's stratosphere? And to answer this, hilariously, we don't know. There were tests conducted back in the day that seemed to suggest that despite how hostile the stratosphere actually is, there was life way above our heads. Now, there are some videos that show larger creatures existing in our stratosphere, sort of like flying and floating around. Not sure how much I believe that, but single-celled life could potentially be abundant if the study was not contaminated originally. There are now more tests being conducted at the stratosphere level that do seem to suggest there is microbial life up there, but then the question becomes, how long has this existed? Well, in a lot of ways, it's simply bacterial spores, but there does seem to be a standard amount of bacteria existing as well. So why is this important? Well, because the stratosphere has a barrier just below it that typical life can't get past without help. The stratosphere is roughly 59,000 feet above our heads, which is not just all uniform across the globe, but that's usually about the standard average. The highest flying bird that we know of, and I hope I don't butcher this name, but the Ruppel's griffin vulture, which has been seen flying at 37,000 feet. Animals, we just can't go into the stratosphere. In fact, humans that have done it with weather balloons before, if anything happens to their suit, history is littered with people just basically dropping because their suit depressurizes and that's it. But there still are things that can. It has been hypothesized that when hurricanes, typhoons, tornadoes, or any other major weather event happens, it can suck up bacteria and actually throw it high into the stratosphere, where it does have the potential to remain floating around, but we aren't really sure for how long. That means that actively the troposphere has been seeding the stratosphere for quite some time. And this would be critical because it goes back to how life formed on this planet. So let me give you the abridged version. Prokaryotes were the first. These simple-celled organisms with no nucleus were just hanging out, having a great time. So potentially one prokaryote accidentally engulfed another. It was like, whoops, sorry bro, but it's cool if you hang out here and be the mitochondria if you want. Which the other one didn't have a choice, so it acquiesced. Thus the eukaryotic cells were born. Eventually these eukaryotic cells were like, hey, you know, there seems to be other eukaryotic cells eating us, so what if I just made more of myself, and instead of them wandering off to get eaten, we just stuck close and communicated so we could protect ourselves. Which the newly formed eukaryotic cell that just watched its bro get eaten by a bigger cell thought this was a great idea, which then this led to multicellularism in species. And we all know what happened here. Humanity, the pinnacle. But then again, I'm biased. But the point is, it all began with a simple cell. Well, really, I mean, it all really began with inorganic molecules that became organic molecules that became amino acids, that became polypeptide chains, that became, you know, pretty much everything else. Anyhow, it doesn't matter. But just remember, a simple cell is good enough. I would propose that this is how the creature formed, making it actually from Earth. Due to its understanding of eyes and creatures in the lower areas of the atmosphere, this would suggest that perhaps it's been here for quite a while. And the fact that it has an electric organ, which is used to hunt those creatures, this kind of ties it to Earth. And on top of this, we see its ability to camouflage itself as a cloud, which, I mean, even if you were directly watching it in the sky, you may not know it was still there. And considering the remoteness of the farm, that may be why it was sticking around this specific area, as it's in the literal desert. So there's not many other places to go. And considering there's food here, as Jupiter was feeding the thing, there was really no need to leave either. Potentially the cloud seen moving across the sky could be these things in other scenarios, but nobody would be able to tell the difference. This still does raise the question, how had humanity not come into contact with these things before? Well, it's possible it could be a new species, or things are changing in the upper atmosphere that caused it to become more aggressive. But then the other answer for that is, given its hunting shape, that would suggest that humanity actually has been seeing this creature for a really long time, or at least its species, because we have paintings of UFOs from hundreds of years ago and pictures and videos from the modern era suggesting that this species is just rare to come into contact with and may actually avoid humans altogether, sort of like feeding a bear. A bear will typically avoid humans as we look weird, smell weird, and are loud. However, if you start feeding bears like Jupiter did with Jean Jacket, it will associate you with food until one day it takes a bite and realizes, hey, you're actually made of food. The other point to this is that the atmosphere is a big place, more so the stratosphere. If the creature really did arise from this area of the atmosphere, it comes down lower to hunt, sort of almost like how whales will dive deep down in order to hunt giant squids. Then this also means we would have not seen them or come into contact with them with flights either, because our planes, not only are they incredibly loud, which may scare them off, we simply do not fly into the stratosphere. We fly around 37,000 feet, which is 22,000 feet lower than where the stratosphere actually is. So to add to the stratosphere point as well, and I know I'm talking about the stratosphere a lot, take a shot every time I say stratosphere. You'll probably not survive. This would explain the sheer size of this creature, much like how deep sea gigantism exists in the cold, which makes an animal more efficient with energy, so too may the stratosphere. Because while the troposphere is relatively warm, the higher you go, the colder it gets to a degree. With the stratosphere, the lower portion of it is incredibly cold, around -60 degrees Fahrenheit in freedom units, or -50 51 degrees Celsius in non-freedom units. It should be known, however, once you reach the top of the stratosphere, it does warm back up to a balmy 5 degrees Fahrenheit or negative 15 degrees Celsius. This would suggest that the creature is exposed to extremely cold temperatures.
Freedom
being
units.
larger
The
has
freedom to
inspired
be
this
retarded.
gigantism as well. But with the air so thin up there, powerful muscles would be needed in order
Merc.
to navigate such a lack of air, which when it comes lower, it is able to dodge, dip, duck, dive, and dodge like you wouldn't believe due to the strength of the propulsion that it has. And again, with the electric organ, this allows it to hunt vast areas around it without it having to be present at that point in time in a specific spot. And it may also suggest that there is prey in the atmosphere that we don't know about and that it actually hunts and eats by relying on this electric organ, and ground animals just occasionally get caught up in the crossfire. But anyhow, I want to thank you guys for watching. Leaving a like is appreciated, as YouTube is an algorithm-based platform. On Earth, down in Johannesburg, South Africa, a species would appear over the city and then do absolutely nothing for 3 months. As humanity waited for the doors to open to reveal what sort of creatures had found our planet, the wait became too agonizing. Eventually, humanity would draw a collective consensus on the matter and say, screw it, cut it open. These aliens don't want to come down here and hang out, we'll just go up there. Upon doing so, however, we wouldn't find some blindingly intelligent race with gray skin and big eyes. Instead, the insertion team would come across what appeared to be a refugee situation. The species affectionately known as prawns, or at least in a derogatory way, would be brought down to the surface as humans attempted to feed the cat food addicts. But as always, when dealing with another species, you should really figure out if there's any compatibility issues concerning contagious diseases. One man in particular would find out the hard way when serving eviction notices to the alien refugees. So in today's episode, we'll discuss the species, where they came from, their physiology, and why they appear massively more powerful than humans, and also what may have actually happened to them, because this disease that afflicts our boy on Earth seems to have maybe caused the same issues in the first place for this species. And also, fun fact, the language spoken by the prawns was created by rubbing the surface of a pumpkin. But first, this episode is sponsored by NordVPN. Are you ready to take back control of your internet with NordVPN today? Well, if you aren't, too bad, because people are going goblin mode for your info. Right now, you can get a 2-year plan at a huge discount with an additional month free if you go to nordvpn.com/Roanoke, and considering it's risk-free for 30 days, if you aren't satisfied, you can get your money back guaranteed. So, what are they offering? Well, with threat protection, it steps up your cybersecurity, shielding you from the effects of malicious sites, downloads, trackers, and intrusive ads. Even if you aren't connected to a VPN, it's still keeping an eye out for these issues. On top of that, with its double protection changing your IP address twice to cover web traffic, encrypted servers protecting your data, and the ability to link up with over 5,400 servers in 59 countries, you can appear all over the planet, stopping others from tracking your actual location. And even by doing this, the ultra-fast connection means that you don't have to sacrifice speed for better security, as NordVPN gives you both. If all that sounds good, then heading to nordvpn.com/Roanoke, you can pick yourself up a 2-year plan with an additional month free at a huge discount today. All right, let's get back to it. So we kick off our story with a bunch of interviews and our main boy, Vicus, who's about to basically catch what amounts to space herpes. He basically recaps, along with a lot of others, of what I just mentioned at the beginning about humanity was cutting open the ships like Ultra Chads. But when we did this, they found a species having quite a few issues and extremely malnourished. They were aimless, seemingly having no direction on what to do. So the temporary holding zone became a slum, with the aliens being strictly carnivorous and enjoying meat. Humans at this point started to get rather annoyed at the alien species because they just did like mega crimes. We get some information about one ship falling from the mothership way earlier, but it was never found. As the alien species spent more time on Earth, they would build their own forms of force multipliers, which make human leg throwers look like we were basically using rocks and spears. The takeaway here is that humans bad, aliens worse. In response to this, the MNU, which is a literal force multiplier dealer, would begin raiding the alien slums in order to issue evictions to move them from one area that's far away from the city. Really, they were doing this because they can't access the alien technology, so there was no need for the aliens to stay there. As the interviews continue, we get the hint that Vicus is wanted for something, and also really not that well liked by the military dudes, being sent in with him as he mentions bringing less ammunition. Bureaucracy, am I right? On the ride over, Vicus dons his vest to protect his intestines, which you will actually see it's probably not that useful, but his intern gets none, as Vicus tells him that he'll be fine. So he's actually a little bit of a coward, but what can you do? Entering the prawn area, we see several are armed and others are tearing animals apart. As Exiting the vehicle, they immediately get lead on them as prawns are jumping across rooftops at the human movement. Basically, it's working raid style at this point. Vicus goes to serve papers and the prawns are a little upset. They seem to be able to understand English perfectly, which now we get to the first example of their strength. As I don't know, we'll call them Peacekeeper, approaches one of the prawns to show solidarity by pointing his barrel at him to indicate friendship. The prawn misreads this friendliness and grabs the Peacekeeper's arm, kicks him in the chest, and then just completely rips the arm off. That kind of hurts. This forces the hands of the other humans as they light him up. Vicus throws cat food cans, which distracts them, which we'll actually discuss all that later. As Vicus continues on his task, he begins bribing prawns to sign with cat food. It seems some prawns understand eviction, however, while others really just don't grasp the concept. Also, just so you know, this is Mass Effect rules out here, so humans are definitely hooking up with the prawns. Garrus Vicarian, is that you? And I'm also going to be using that later when it comes to the Space Bro. Later, Vicus finds eggs in a shack illegally. The prawns can reproduce asexually, and permits are required for them to reproduce, and as you can tell, this is to stop their population from growing completely out of control. They light up the eggs on fire as they pop like popcorn. So the raid continues as normal, busting prawns on handhelds, destroying popcorn eggs, and discussion of how alien tech won't work with humans as it's linked directly to prawn DNA. Later we meet Christopher Johnson, which is hilarious because he's an alien, but we'll call him Garrus, and the little one is known as CJ. And then also expendable friend number 1 is there. They're searching piles of trash for their own technology. Their tech contains some sort of juice allowing them to use it and nobody else. Opening the tech, the liquid pours out and then is condensed to create some sort of fuel. Garrus has been at it for over 20 years calibrating this exact amount needed, and today of all days, the evictions are being served. That kind of sucks. As Vicus goes to serve the papers, Garrus tells expendable friend to be polite, which he isn't, which rustles the jimmies of Vicus, who now thinks that they have something. He finds their chemistry set as Vicus walks around and then begins finding out their tech. He eventually finds the fuel, accidentally opens it, and gets sprayed in the face, which would kind of be alarming. It knocks him back at first, but he bags and tags it for the lab. Vicus goes on to find the other handhelds in the shack as the prawn says it's not his. So it looks like there's already so much being shared between our species, like the ability to lie with a straight face. So expendable friend then gets mad and starts throwing around humans like toddlers in a bar fight as the colonel comes up and domes the prawn. Vicus decides to go against getting help for his wounds even though his arm may be broken. Garrus returns back to CJ and tells him to go play outside in the slum as the evictions continue. As Vicus approaches, he talks to CJ, who then throws something at him, like an empty can of cat food, I'm pretty sure. Garrus then comes out as Vicus serves him the eviction notice. Garrus protests, saying that they need to give him 24 hours and that this is illegal, indicating that he's a little smarter than the rest. Vicus then threatens to take away CJ as he doesn't have a permit, but actually Garrus does. So then he just basically extorts him. As Vicus enters the shack, he spots all the computer parts and then begins vomiting. They decide to leave for now as Vicus has taken ill. On the way back, Vicus starts getting super hungry and then stops off at Gunter's for some food. As he eats, black goo begins dripping out of his nose, which probably isn't a good sign. Back at his cubicle, he continues to look pretty bad. As he sits there, he loses an entire fingernail, then heads to the bathroom and begins popping off more fingernails, which indicates his meat suit is falling apart. Back in the slums, Garrus and CJ look for the cylinder but can't find it anywhere. We also now see the extent of the cat food addiction. The prawns will literally sell war mechs for 100 cans of food, but humans can't use the tech anyways. Also, people apparently eat the prawns as well because they think that it'll cure their diseases. So now it'll probably just give you some unknown disease. So speaking of disease, as Vicus returns home, he feels like absolute crap. His wife greets him for a surprise party as that commences. His father-in-law then chews his ass out for losing a few peacekeepers, as then they start to cut up the cake. And this honestly seems like the worst party imaginable, like super boring. Like the aesthetic of it seems horrible. Anyways, so Vicus then throws up all over the cake and is brought to the hospital. As the doctor cuts off his bandage, it reveals that he now has a monster hand, or an alien hand. Either way, he's pretty alarmed. So the doctor does the right thing and then runs off. Shortly after, the MNU shows up to keep him warm by putting in what I assume is like a body bag, basically. Obviously, Vicus's wife would be a little upset and then goes to check on him but can't get through as Vicus is then wheeled away for testing. Being brought through a lab, they are poking and prodding his gross arm, seeing really what is up with him. They find the cylinder in his jacket, which apparently he forgot to check in for some reason, and then they spray him with a hose because why not? And as they bring him back to the back labs, there are several prawns being torn apart. They test his arm to find that the nerves have fused with the prawn arm as his father-in-law watches. Man, that guy sucks. Using his arm, they find he's able to operate the prawn technology while no other human was able to do this. They tell him to pull the trigger on stuff, but he won't do it for some reason. I didn't really understand this part. They test several different variants of prawn handhelds before before bringing in another prawn. They use his human hand and also find that he can still pull the trigger with that, indicating that prawn DNA has become integrated into almost all of his body, even if it hasn't changed. He then blows apart the prawn at a test that seems a little excessive. As the higher-ups discuss what to do, they elect for harvesting him as nobody has ever survived the process. Vicus asks his father-in-law for help, but he does the right thing and tells his daughter that he has a disease that he got from hooking up with prawns. As they go to cut open Vicus, he hulks out and breaks free, taking the surgeon as hostage before escaping out into the hallway. Then the worst father-in-law in existence is told of the escape as Vicus continues to make said escape. Attempting to go home, it's not happening. Vicus begins calling everyone he can, but really nobody is too keen on helping him, so he's on his own. Heading back to Gunter's, things are about to get a whole lot worse. Ordering some food, a news report comes out saying that Vicus has contracted a highly contagious STD because of prolonged Mass Effect interactions with aliens in District 9, basically ruining his reputation and ensuring that everyone thinks he's a terrible person. So now nobody will serve him food. But I mean, technically concerning his newly acquired disease, if there's anything I've learned from Mass Effect, it's that the enzymes don't match up, and because of that, you can go all natural, it doesn't matter. So now Vicus knows he's basically screwed out there as everyone is looking for him. So he goes to the only one place where nobody will likely look for him, Prawn Central. He gets to an evicted shack and then settles down for the night. The next morning, the prawns are up bright and early scavenging. It has now been 40 hours since his exposure. Finding a bit of cat food, he eats a snack and then heads outside, much to the confusion of the prawns. He heads to a meat shack, which is also confusing to the cooks. He asks for a burger, but all they have is just cow meat and cat food. He starts chowing down on the cat food and then realizes that it's cat food, so it's pretty gross. Also, his teeth begin falling out, which is a maximum bro moment. His wife now calls him. He attempts to explain to her that he doesn't have a boy toy who's a prawn, and that his father-in-law has lied to her. Considering he told her that he was gone anyway, she probably needs to listen and follow the clues here. She says that she doesn't want him to hold her anymore and then hangs up on him. Why did you call in the first place? I don't know. Heading down to the meat shack, he grabs the hatchet and then cuts one of his monster fingers off, which as you might imagine is probably pretty painful. So he decides that really isn't the best idea. As he looks out on the horizon though, a team of humans has arrived to hunt him down. Running to his shack, well, if it isn't Garrus Vicarian once more. Garrus tells him to get out of his shack as Vicus looks around and sees that the computers are actually operating something before passing out from blood loss, revealing the pranification. Garrus throws him down a deep hole into the ship as he questions Vicus about the cylinder. Vicus tells him that it's back at MNU as it was confiscated. This upsets Garrus as 20 years of the academy has now been wasted. CJ spills the beans on why they need the cylinder. Garrus tells Vicus that he could have fixed them with the medical machines on the mothership and really say that 3 times fast, but now he can't as he doesn't have that fuel. So now we hear Garrus mention something that's pretty interesting, which may explain what has happened to his species. The transformation is accelerating. I'm kind of suspecting at this point that the species of prawn wasn't always like this, which we will discuss later on. Garrus says that they need to actually get into the MNU to retrieve the cylinder as it's their only option, which Vicus relents, but kind of seems to agree, but also says it's pretty much going to end them. 56 hours after exposure, the skin around Vicus's arm and his back are beginning to turn as it starts peeling away, which that hurts. Then his wife calls him once more. She says again she doesn't know what to believe, but she doesn't think he's the monster he's portrayed to be, even though he's literally turning into a monster. She questions how he can go back to normal, but as they talk, the dynamic douche duo are listening in as they have tracked his location. Back in the shack, Garrus and CJ talk about their home planet with 7 moons that apparently is bigger than Earth. However, without the fuel, they're just going to have to go to this new camp instead of their home. Vicus comes in and tells them that they really shouldn't go there, as it's a pretty bad place. He talks to the two, asking them if his arm will go back to normal if they get the fuel. Garrus says yes, but that would take them both out, so there's really no point in going there. But I mean, really, what's the other option? Vicus goes to some handheld dealers in order to obtain some offensive measures to get into the MNU. He's got money as they then bring out the leader, and unfortunately the leader is aware of who he is. They ask him where he's hiding it, and then they find his arm. The leader looks at it and sees that it's actually fused on. The leader then tells his people to cut the arm off as he wants it. Latching onto the alien tech, again, he's able to use it and takes out a few dudes. So here's the mistake. He doesn't take out the leader. The guy's like right there, which is a dumb move. The leader asks how he got that arm and that he will hunt him down as Vicus snopes out of there. And if anybody ever tells you that they're gonna hunt you down and you have a means to get rid of them right there, I mean, let's use our brain. Just go ahead and get rid of them. Back at MNU, the colonel and father-in-law discuss the plan. Go in quietly and grab Vicus. As they discuss how they're going to find them, too late, Vicus has already found them. Breaking into the MNU, they have their phasers set to stun as not to take anyone out. That is until lead starts flying their way, which Vicus then takes out a guard. The prawn mentions how, well, that was a change of plans, but heading into the back, Garrus sees that his people are being torn apart for medical purposes. This is a little concerning as Vicus grabs the cylinder and Garrus just kind of stands over the body of a fellow prawn. Well, no time to mourn as soldiers the entire time are taking pot shots. Vicus is able to hold them off till Garrus gets gets its head back in the game. The prawn asks about a way out, which Vicus is right. He mentions how the plan was just to get in there. He had no plan to get out. Garrus then constructs a concussive force detonator and blows a hole in the wall as they escape out with a truck, with the colonel and soldiers giving chase in a helicopter. Getting back to the shack, they have a bit of a falling out. Vicus asks how long it's going to take to fix his arm, which Garrus says 3 years. He has to use all the fuel to go back to his home planet and then return, as he doesn't want his people being used as a medical experiment. This upsets Vicus, as this is not the deal that he had, and then he knocks him out and descends into the ship himself to go get it fixed, which is extra dumb as he has no clue what the medical machines even are, what they look like, and has no ability to actually operate them. As CJ asks where the old man is, which Vicus says that he had to heroically leave him behind, I mean, what a guy, the colonel now finds Garrus and starts questioning how to open the ship hatch, which he doesn't tell him as his son is down there. But before the colonel could do anything, Vicus then takes off with the ship like a complete tool, leaving Garrus behind. At this point, CJ somewhat attacks Vicus as he sees really what's kind of going on. Now the MNU then shoots down the ship, as apparently SAMs are highly effective on alien tech. Who knew? The ship then crashes once again, ruining Garrus's plan on escaping as they take him prisoner. Heading to the downed ship, the colonel then heads inside in an attempt to take Vicus alive as CJ hides in the wires. The colonel grabs Vicus and leads him outside, placing him in the vehicle as they are about to be third-partied. 72 hours after exposure, as they head out, a burning car is pushed in front of them as force multiplier dealers have entered the chat. They begin to attack the MNU to retrieve Vicus for his arm. They begin attacking the truck as MNU attempts to repel them, but unsuccessfully. As they bring him inside, CJ calls for the mothership to come overhead, as he's quite intelligent. The leader then begins telling Vicus he's basically an idiot and that they will now cut off his arm. As they hold him down to do the deed, the MNU sends more soldiers to extract him, which results in an all-out war taking place in the slums. As CJ continues to call for the ship, eventually it goes into action, letting out a sonic blast, breaking most of the windows out in the city. This automates all alien tech in the area, as the dealers are all taken out, with the leader, good God, getting his entire head inflated, which seems, I mean, momentarily really painful, but I guess it really wouldn't be that painful because it's, I suppose, pretty quick. As the ship continues to fly overhead, the colonel looks at Garrus and says he knows what's up with the ship and they need to question him. Pulling him out of the vehicle, they just sort of hit him a lot and then also throw tear gas to get Vicus to come outside. And Vicus decides nah and jumps into the war mech. At this point, it's a bloodbath. Well, it's almost a bloodbath. We'll get to that, but not before he runs like a coward, leaving Garrus behind. Definitely not Shepard behavior. The colonel says to take out the prawn, which Vicus then hears, and then finally grows a pair and goes back for Garrus. Like, that took forever. Vicus is in a war mech, and he was still scared. Like, bro, are you for real with that? Anyhow, running through, now it's a bloodbath, as everyone starts taking alien rounds to the face and becoming a blood cloud. Vicus says that he will hold them off, as Garrus says he's not leaving him behind. So, literally, Garrus has way more honor than Vicus. He then promises that he will be back in 3 years, which we never get closure because there was never District 9 to District 10. But that's neither here nor there. As Garrus heads into the smaller ship, he grabs his sun thing and they begin their ascent as Vicus is getting lit up. The mothership drops a beam onto the smaller ship, bringing it up as the colonel goes to take a pot shot at it with a rocket-propelled concussive force applicator. Vicus is able to snatch it out of the air, and before he takes the shot on the colonel, he is hit by a car, which knocks him down. This, however, gave the smaller ship enough time to ascend into the mothership. Vicus now gets back up and begins his ultimate confrontation with the colonel as he's ejected out of the mech. Attempting to crawl away, he watches the smaller ship dock with the mothership, completely ensuring that they made it, except for that hull breach caused by the humans cutting open the ship. As the colonel approaches Vicus, we see he's beginning to change, with his eyes having formed into what prawn eye looks like. However, this has attracted the attention of the other prawns. They move in on him, literally tearing off the head of the colonel and pulling him into pieces as he's made of delicious meat. Garrus then heads back to his planet, ensuring that for the next 3 years at least, Vicus is completely screwed. The city also rejoices watching the aliens leave. However, it's a little bit of an unknown if the aliens will come back to rescue Vicus, their people, or if they'll really come back to declare war on humanity. Probably war, based on what Garrus would tell them. At the end, we get the interviews with one guy in particular, completely screwed. Like, remember intern number 1? He literally revealed that the MNU was doing something incredibly illegal, but now he's on trial for revealing illegal activities. And he's basically been in jail since. Like, bro, what? Actually, then again, let's be real, that happens to our species all the time. So District 9 was destroyed and the aliens were transplanted elsewhere, with them continuing to reproduce, and now are 1 million stronger than they were before, having reached a population of 2.5 million. Also, Vicus keeps dropping off gifts for his wife at her front door that he continues to make after he is completely turned into a prawn. At least they won't be able to recognize him anymore, I suppose. So let's kick things off by first discussing the prawns' homeworld, as this will help explain their physiological strength that they possess without being much larger than a human. Descending down from the sky and drifting above Earth for a while, nobody really had a clue as to where these things hail from. But after following the story of Garrus and CJ for a while, we do get some information here and there about their homeworld. Their homeworld is apparently extremely far from Earth, even in galactic terms. In fact, it's hinted that they may not even be from the same galaxy, which does not bode well for human exploration of space if these creatures had to go that far just to run into Earth. Concerning their home planet itself, they apparently have 7 moons, which appears rather sizable. They also come from something known as a super Earth. A super Earth is basically a planet that appears within the habitable range of their parent star that could potentially support life, but it's much more massive than Earth, which you might wonder, why exactly is Earth so small then? Actually, fun fact, a super Earth may have been in the works in our solar system, which arguably would have made things more difficult for life as we know it today and our attempts to leave Earth. But through protoplanetary collisions and tidal forces enacted on the inner solar system brought on by Saturn, swinging out past Jupiter and Jupiter staying where it was, this caused the protoplanetary disk to stratify more and keep the planets smaller in the inner system, because actually super Earths are more common than our planet being our size. So this in turn may actually kind of inform you of how lucky we are. Jupiter acts as a planetary guard for the inner solar system, keeping asteroids from just routinely wrecking every world here, and also stop the formation of a super Earth. So don't forget to thank Jupiter for being an absolute baller. Anyhow, our own solar system potential history aside, a super Earth presents many challenges physically for a species, and then it presents many challenges every step of the way concerning technological progress for a species, which we see both displayed in how the prawns operate on Earth and how capable their technology is as well. A super Earth would have more gravity, but much less than you might imagine, and it really comes down to how dense the planet actually is. So this might kind of fly in the face of what we would expect, and probably what you would think, but here's how the gravity works out. There is a planet known as HD 40301G. Its mass is 8.2 Earths with a radius of 2.4 times that of Earth's. Using a formula, surface gravity equals mass divided by a radius squared, you actually get a surface gravity of 1.42 times that of Earth. This means that you would absolutely be heavier if you lived there long term, and your joints would start wearing out around your mid-20s rather than your 40s, but still completely survivable by human standards. Now, for a species that lives there, physically this provides extra challenges to their meat suits in the same way it would our bodies. That extra pull means that extra weight would be heavier and would wear them down faster as it's amplified on their home planet, which we will get into the anatomy momentarily, but let's keep discussing their homeworld for a moment because that's always interesting. Now, seeing as it's a super Earth, again gravity would be higher, but seemingly they would need to also be similar to Earthlings in terms of metabolisms. Coming from their planet and still being able to breathe on our smaller world, this means that their atmospheric pressure would be similar to that, as well as the composition of that atmosphere being roughly 78% nitrogen and 21% oxygen with 1% other gases. Now, I can hear you, and this happens every single time, as someone is bound to say it, nitrogen is not a gas that they can base their metabolism on. The reason for this is that oxygen is extremely reactive, and as a result, it can be combined with other atoms to create the necessary components to form energy-bearing molecules that can be utilized for cellular processes. Nitrogen is a noble gas and is largely inert, and this is because of the triple bond that it has. It is barely reactive to much of anything, and as a result, would make a terrible gas to base your metabolism on. Now, the counter to this is, oh, but Roanoke, they're aliens, and I totally get that, but the rules of if something is reactive, and again, considering nitrogen has triple bonds, it's just incredibly difficult for enzymes to actually break that, and that means it makes it difficult to survive. Not to mention, oxygen, because it is so reactive, would be toxic to a nitrogen-based organism if it were to land on Earth. I mean, oxygen toxicity exists on this planet right now in humans, which can cause lung damage if we even just breathe too much of the stuff naturally. So there are just too many context clues pointing that this is an oxygen-based metabolism rather than a nitrogen-based one. So moving on, with their technology, we also see many challenges presented on trying to leave their home planet. While the gravity wouldn't appear to be that big of a deal, being that it's hypothesized more, I would be inclined to believe that their gravity is actually more rather than less. Because if you take that same equation from earlier and made the planet bigger, eventually you reach a point where the gravity is actually less than that of Earth's because its density isn't keeping up with the size of the planet. Sort of like how Jupiter would actually float if placed in a giant ocean, but Earth would sink. Size doesn't mean higher gravity always. However, their anatomy and strength would suggest that they lived on a higher gravity world, which means when leaving their planet, their technology would also have to be better refined than ours, seeing as we contend with less less gravity. This is displayed in their ship as they actually have anti-gravity abilities rather than just pure propulsion that we rely on, seeing as it really did hover above Earth for over 2 decades. Okay, so enough planet rating, let's talk about the prawns. Now, the prawns are interesting for several reasons. Having come from this planet, which again, their adaptations definitely suggest a higher gravity world, the first thing I would like to note is their ability to leap great distances and move much faster than humans. The design of their body is one that definitely stems from extra weight placed on them, so before getting to the internal and a discussion over why I don't believe these creatures always look like this, let's first talk about their external morphology. Starting with the feet, these creatures have 3 main toes and a 4th toe on the sides, much like where our thumbs would be on our hands. This is highly interesting because it may suggest, much like our foot shape changed from a hand shape to our actual feet, this is what's happening with this species. This could suggest that they too were hanging out in trees and used all 4 limbs to grasp, much like we did back in the day. Of course, it should be noted that they actually have 6 limbs, so there is a 3rd pair of limbs, which we will get to. Pulling back, we see that they walk on the balls of their feet, but considering they have an exoskeleton, it is still in a similar manner to how digitigrade animals on Earth walk. They are, however, still fully upright. The benefit of walking upright with this leg structure would actually put less strain on the knees than our knee orientation, leading to less breakdown in a higher gravity environment, and this would be invaluable. The carapace continues all the way over the whole leg and body, but moving up to the thighs, they are not much larger than the calves themselves, essentially the same size roughly all the way down, indicating not so much a large amount of muscle, but potentially a system of tendons pulling to absorb the forces adequately. Our bodies do something similar with our Achilles tendon when we run. It absorbs mechanical forces like a shock absorber and recoils, allowing us to walk and run quicker with less energy than, say, like a chimp walking upright whose Achilles is not shaped like ours. The pelvis of this creature is shaped actually much like a human pelvis would be, with less covering due to the much smaller abdominal area. The abdominal area really seems to house very few organs and may really just act as a bridge for the nervous system tissue to cross down into the lower extremities. It would appear to me that most of the organs would actually be contained within the thoracic area, judging by the size of the chest. And speaking of which, moving up to the chest, we see this creature has a smaller pair of arms that resides recessed within the chest and may actually be a leftover adaptation from their evolutionary history that hasn't quite gone away yet. Sort of like how humans have pinky fingers which may disappear in the future in a number of ways. The chest is quite large compared to the rest of the body, and extremities, much like with humans, a lot of critical components are housed in here, and so too with the prawns. Moving down to the arms, they are completely human shaped. On the forearm exists quills, and a carapace appears to be much sharper than the other parts of the body, which may be used for cutting up meat, which could still be a leftover adaptation. But we'll get to that a little later. For now, it just exists. The hands are long, and the prawns have 3 fingers total per hand, which is interesting as this detracts from the feet with the number of toes. Now, this isn't impossible. We actually see this with geckos. It's just not as common for the amount of toes to not match the amount of fingers. The fingers also appear to have a claw on each tip, which can be used to eviscerate. Moving up to the head of this creature, we can see it has predator roots. Forward-facing eyes do not always denote a predator, but typically it does. And considering this creature is a carnivore to the extreme degree, as it really only eats meat, we can surmise that it did in fact hunt on its home planet. To add to this, with its upright posture allowing for the brain to be better supported by the carapace, at least carapace now, which it may have not always been a carapace, this would mean that eating meat would allow the brain to grow quickly and allow them to become more intelligent. However, they do eat mostly raw meat. Their head is smooth with large eyes and actually have very large irises, and this may indicate that they were effective at hunting at both day and night. The irises would open up at night, allowing them to let in more light, and considering they had 7 moons, there may have been a lot of light reflecting onto the planet, and then they turn into pinpoints during the day, resulting in less acuity, but still an ability to move around during the day. Their mouths appear to be likened to like a small mandible with 2 central small trunk-like protrusions hanging down in the front, which appears to be how they actually speak their language by directing air. The carapace itself does appear to be the skull, which is easily broken by force multiplication. Moving into their internal anatomy, I'm going to explain the cat food obsession in a little bit, but their bodies would still have muscle like you or I, with key areas possessing likely more tendons needed to absorb forces exerted from their home planet. On our planet, however, by using these same tendons, this allows them to move faster, jump higher, and further than we can. This would mean that in open confrontation, humanity would have their hands full with actually dealing with these creatures should they decide to invade. The prawns also need to have a circulatory system like humans do, which let's take a look at that for a moment, as it confirms several things. First, it confirms that they are oxygen-based organisms. The prawns have red blood and would have hemoglobin much like we have, which means they rely on iron iron from their diet, which is easily absorbed from the meat that they eat. But this iron is used to ferry oxygen around the body, not nitrogen. This also means that they have lungs similar to us as well, taking in oxygen, then handing it over to the circulatory system for it to reach every part of the body, which also indicates a similar atmospheric composition of their planet to us. And this also hints again that maybe they weren't always as they appear now. The circulatory system would also be critical for their brain development, seeing as for the tissue to be adequately saturated with oxygen, they need a way for it to reach all parts of the body, as simply taking in oxygen and letting it diffuse through their body is something that's no longer possible on Earth for the insects of this era due to the lower levels of oxygen than previously when the insects were gigantic. And speaking of brains, socially it would appear that again these creatures are much like humans. In fact, had they not become what they were, humans and prawns would have likely gotten along even in their altered form. And this does still appear to exist at least to some degree. Their social behaviors is seen as they care for their young and choose to exist in groups even if it's detrimental to the surrounding area. And this would indicate that in their more primitive days, they would have likely been a purely hunter society, seeing as they exist on only meat, and really there would be no need to gather. And this may be why they had to leave their planet. Now this is going to get into kind of Earth-like issues, but here we go. We as a species have developed farms for animals as well as plants, and this actually could be our downfall or saving factor depending on who you ask. Concerning our downfall, our fruits, vegetables, and grains are becoming less nutritional as we farm year after year and decade after decade and use up the resources in the soil. In fact, we are becoming heavily reliant on synthetic fertilizer to put those nutrients back in the food. And this is presenting an interesting issue for humanity, as will we reach a point where our food is so depleted that we just really can't get what we need anymore? On top of this, the animal farms we have produce kind of a lot of gases, and this isn't a political stance, it's just a reality. Whether that's doing something to the atmosphere or not is just irrelevant to this conversation, but gases are being created. The flip side of this being our saving grace, because of the amount of farmland in the United States and how vast it is and how we use it, that has sucked up more CO2 than the rainforest and is only growing, meaning that every time we plant food, we are actually reversing a lot of issues. So, are plant farms offsetting animal farms considering how much greenhouse gases are being taken in? Again, possibly, but the comparison I'm drawing is that because we are omnivores, it's like a yin and yang scenario. With the prawns, seeing as they are pure carnivores and only interested in meat, likely vegetation was really not a concern of theirs, and because of this, they would go on to likely have animal farms, which would present its own challenges for them. This may be why they actually had to leave their planet to attempt to find other worlds in order to stabilize their own population and food issues. This would, however, result in what we have seen, which let's talk about that for a moment. So until we get District 9 to the Second Coming, which at this point has been almost 13 years, which means Garrus's promise of coming back in 3 years was just a total lie. That means we aren't 100% sure what happened to this species, but we can apply a few things considering what has happened to Vicus and a few context clues. First and foremost, I don't believe these creatures always look like this. Let's talk about how they show up to Earth in the first place, as both of these things are related. Clearly, they have a pretty fair grasp and understanding on spaceflight and how to operate their ship. However, shortly after just sort of listing into Earth's atmosphere, they sort of stayed on their ship until humans literally had to cut into the hull. Upon doing so, the creatures were malnourished and in general didn't know what was going on. So it seems a little strange, doesn't it? How does a species just completely forget about how everything works and why are they even there? Upon being brought back down to Earth, they just sort of seem to exist with really no purpose, despite appearing like an extremely intelligent species. They just do not understand or display an understanding of why they are here or what they are even doing. Very few appear to have a desire to return back home, as no attempts are made by a large majority of them except by Garrus and his buddy. We do, however, see that CJ has an intellect that appears far beyond what most of them around him is, and likely more on par with what his species originally was.
I don't know why
Not only does he have a firm grasp on his own technology, but he appears to understand alien languages despite having just recently emerged from an egg. And this says to me something else is going on with the adults of his species that might not be Earth related. A case could be made that after coming down to Earth, something was up with the prawns. Possibly it could have been Earth's atmosphere affecting their ability to think, or maybe it was our food interacting with unknown ways in their physiology, leading them to some sort of nutrient deficit, causing them to behave more animalistic. But if this was the case, then CJ would also exhibit these same traits, as he's been exposed to the same factors, as well as Garrus having the same issues. Yet they seem more conscious and aware than many of the other aggressive prawns. So why is this? Well, I believe this is a disease, but one that the prawns are already aware of, but something has happened. The ship would not have been built, piloted, and maintained by prawns that we see in District 9. Instead, they are simply a shell of their former selves. Something had to have happened to cause them to behave like this. Seeing what has happened to Vicus and his subsequent change to a prawn himself, I would propose the species looked entirely different and behaved differently upon entering their ship and leaving their home planet and then arriving to Earth, which means something happened along the way. We know that technology itself is outside of our current understanding, considering Vicus got sprayed in the face, which ultimately turned him into a prawn-like insect with a humanoid shape. But I kind of feel like there's a point to all this. So here's what I think happened. When they cut open the ship, nothing was working. Like, the ship itself was on life support, and this is after the ship fell to Earth, or the little smaller ship. Inside that ship was Garrus, and that's why his shack is built over that ship, and that's why he knew exactly where it was, as he's been working on restoring it for over 20 years. The others that were inside the ship were not so fortunate. I think all of them were exposed to the same liquid, which altered their original form. Think of it like with our tech, being exposed to nuclear radiation by jumping into a cooling tank of a fission reactor. You would be exposed to a fair amount of radiation, which would alter your DNA, leading to cancers and illnesses down the road. The longer you were exposed to it, the worse it would get. The same concept with alien technology. Those that were stuck on the ship were exposed to this fluid for longer than Garrus was. As a result, their issues became more severe, which left them with a decreased mental capacity the longer that they stayed in there. Had humanity actually acted quicker, then likely we would have been dealing with all prawns on a Garrus level and could have actually come to an understanding. Whereas because we waited 3 months and just expected them to come out, by then their mental faculties were severely compromised, leaving just Garrus to get things working as he would return home to get help. So what does this mean for this species? Well, I think this can be described in one idea: insects. Did you happen to see the insectoid creatures fighting in the pit of the gambling ring? It's pretty interesting how everything is insectoid, even when it comes to humans being exposed to that technology, isn't it? Well, to me, this clearly shows that something with the alien tech physically causes your body to almost regress. This may mean a few things. First, it could mean that Earth and prawn homeworld had a very similar level in terms of evolution, meaning that insects were quite prevalent from the start. Because of this evolutionary pathway, the alien tech will regress your body back to an insectoid appearance, but you still maintain your overall humanoid form. And this is why those smaller creatures also appear like insects but do not have a humanoid form, because they never had a humanoid form to begin with. And this is why Vicus was turned into a prawn but maintained his mental faculties, because he was exposed to very little amounts of that fluid. The second possibility is that the actual fluid somehow contains instructions for the prawn species to be encoded into DNA, or contains something to be encoded in the DNA. And this may be a bleed over effect, but considering all their technology is biolinked, potentially the DNA would need to be altered to a degree to allow for the prawn to operate their own technology. When a human was exposed to it, it changed their appearance like it did with the prawns who were exposed. But the original intention of the DNA alteration was to allow access to the technology, sort of like how altering the coding in the integument system to allow for a new receptor to be formed, which would allow for the machine to interface with the body and even work in the first place. However, it seems like this process went awry at some point. Using the biolink as the basis for why it all went to crap, the outward appearance of the prawn was severely altered by this technology, and the longer they were exposed to it, the deeper it would enter the body before ultimately changing the internal anatomy to the external anatomy, decreasing the functionality of the brain in some ways, leading to more aggressive, less intelligent prawns, unless you escape the exposure like Garrus did, which would also explain the preservation of self and intellect within Vicus. This could also explain why CJ was seemingly more intelligent, as he was literally the next generation of prawn, meaning that his exposure was more secondary. And this is also why they know how to literally fix what's happening, because this might just be a well-known thing that, oh, if you get exposed to this liquid, you're going to turn into this. Our medical machines can reverse it. But this would ultimately mean that the prawns didn't look like this when they were in their ship at the start, but at some point they had what you could call a reactor breach, which is something like a human ship in the future could have. Once the material began to be released, no part of the ship was untouched, which led to the alteration of the original species and any pet species that may have been on the ship, like the two insectoids that we saw fighting in the pit. Once Garrus dropped off the ship and hid, the others would be found in a severely altered state due to exposure time. Upon returning back to his home planet, the machines there, again, could very well fix Garrus, but it's a gamble because upon getting onto that ship once more, this may ultimately change how he would be, as he's being exposed to the same material that has altered this people. And this is also why humans were able to escape this effect, as when they entered the ship with their suits on, this protected them. So to wrap this up, what's the deal with the cat food? Well, I told you I would tell you. Cats are carnivores, purely carnivores. So if you think you can make a cat vegan, I've got bad news. Because cats are purely carnivores, they need enzymes more so than humans and dogs. In fact, if you feed a cat only dog food, it will have severe issues. One of these enzymes in particular is known as protease, which helps break down proteins. In cats, they eat raw meat, or really, I mean, my cats eat cat food, but in nature, cats eat raw meat, which is typically where protease is found, which tracks with why the prawns still eat raw meat as well. But in a lot of cat foods, protease is an additive because after cooking the food, protease is destroyed. So by adding it, the cat does have the ability to produce its own protease, but they can also strike a balance of them getting it from their diet. The same goes with the prawns. They are obsessed with cat food because remember, they have almost reverted back to being basic animals. By eating cat food, they receive this extra nutrient, probably more so than just with meat itself, which may actually help them feel better when eating. Considering they eat a lot of meat and are always appearing hungry, they would need this enzyme to help them properly digest their meal. Upon receiving the cat food, their hunger is fully satiated, and as a result, they get a burst of what their species comparison to dopamine might be, making them almost addicted to this protease additive. Basically, they are starving, even when they're eating, but by eating cat food, they feel full for a time as their bodies more readily break down the meat, and they are able to consume it more effectively, as they might not actually even produce protease that they need at all.
Welcome. Travel safe.
Humanity has
I'm gonna stop here, guys. Oh, some sleep. Thank you all so much for hanging out. I'll be back tomorrow. Same place, same time. Every damn day of the week. Even when I'm sick. Bye.